Before diving into the story, here is my personal comment about the story I have read. Well, I should say that I've enjoyed the series so far. This one seemed to drag a bit for me. There seemed to be an increase in the main character, doing stupid things, and not catching on to things that should have been pretty obvious. When did the book jump the shark? When the main character started deflecting bullets with a magnetic field that he created. Bullets are made of lead and typically coated with copper. Lead is not magnetic. Copper is not magnetic. Get out those water skis, Fonzie. I absolutely love this book. It was as good as the first two. The romance was on point, the naughty bits were intense, and the characters were lovable. And the action? Yikes. Milo Storm is the J.R.R. Tolkien of the harem-lit world.
This is Audible.
Witch Girl Study Group 3, An Isekai Fantasy Harem, written by Milo Storm, narrated by Sierra Klein. Chapter 1. Okay, what the fuck was that? Aether slammed the door to her apartment behind her and locked it immediately, as if the unsettling crowd on the outskirts of campus might have followed us. She gathered her long blonde hair into a ponytail to keep it out of her eyes as she peeked out the windows to confirm that we were safe. Pixie dropped her pack to the ground and set slim orange hands on her hips. Her thin lips pursed. Those people are disgusting. How could they say all those things? They hated all of us, but was it just me? Or did they seem to target me in particular? As we made our way back into campus, passing by the Knights of Eradication who were camped nearby, a chorus of threats and insults followed us. If they hadn't outnumbered us 100-1, I would have loved to shut a few of those assholes up. A part of me hoped for a chance to get back at them, but with their numbers starting to add up, they would prove a more serious foe than I thought. "You're not the only one who noticed," I said, nodding and wrapping my arms around the Fae girl. She nodded and rested her head against my chest, her short black hair rustling against my robes. Lily had sat down in a chair nearby, where she wrapped a set of robes around herself, covering up the battle dress that showed a lot of skin. "I've never felt so disgusted. What kind of leader is that Corrido Pravda anyway? To let his men heckle young women like that?" "A zealous piece of shit is what he is," Aether growled, still peering out the window. "Fuck Dorito, and fuck the Knights," I replied, turning to face the rest of the girls, but leaving one arm wrapped around Pixie. "They wouldn't dare set foot on campus, even with 10 times the men they have. Even us acolytes are worth at least 10 of those idiots. Hell, the headmaster could probably remove them all single-handed. I don't know why he doesn't just do it already." "Oh, Corrito," Pixie started, correcting me. I sighed. I thought it was a solid joke, but of course they had no idea what Doritos were. She continued. "Would love that. It's exactly why he's here, I bet. Their whole religion is based around the idea that mages are abominations. If we were to wipe out a bunch of harmless men just because they camped outside our walls, we'd be proving them right." "Harmless?" Aether scoffed. She finally pushed away from the window, but she closed the curtain before taking a seat near Lily. "They might not have attacked us, but that doesn't mean they didn't want to. You heard them." Pixie had to nod at that. "Still, they're just trying to provoke us, to get us to strike first so that they can say they were defending themselves and show how vicious we mages truly are." She rolled her eyes. "The best thing we can do is ignore them." Pixie held up a finger before Aether could bark her response. She spoke over the possible interruption. "Only so that we can wait for the right opportunity to wipe them out. I don't like them any better than you, Aether, but if we kill them without proper reason, then we'd be no better than they think we are." Without getting up or paying much attention to Pixie's words, Aether floated her dark blue witch's hat over to a peg on the wall. She pulled some bread and cheese from a cupboard with a flick of her wrist. Pixie was looking at her pointedly, and the blonde girl sighed. "Okay, you're right, I know, I just wish there was more we could do about it than avoid them." "Our time will come. We just need to wait for it." "Thank you, O wise one," I said, gripping Pixie's shoulder a little tighter as she blushed. "The Knights are hardly our only problem, however. I pulled a blood-red sword out from beneath my robes. It was still sharp, despite the countless years it spent in Alexios Magnavius's ruined palace. A new leather sheath covered the red blade, but did nothing to hide the ornate golden hilt or the gemstones set within it. Beside it, I placed the old crown. It shone as brightly gold as if it had been forged the day before, and it sat on the cloth that was usually wrapped around it. I didn't want to accidentally trigger the memories it stored. A part of me did wish to sort through all those old memories and see what I could learn from them, but I knew the information could be overwhelming.
The crown, while useful, won't be of much help to us. The sword, though, once we can figure out what it does, is a different story. So, I think we only report on the crown for now. Then, Aether or Pixie, we'll need one of you to focus on your scrying abilities. I don't want to go on another expedition where we can't figure out what any of the artifacts are even capable of.
Pixie nodded. I have a lot of work of my own already, but I can teach you all I know. She shrugged, looking toward Aether. The elf girl nodded. I was planning on it anyway.
Perfect.
We sat down to create a report on our mission, going over which details to keep in and which to leave out. Almost as soon as we began, both Aether and Lily changed out of their riding clothes and into more comfortable, loose-fitting robes over tight pants that reminded me of leggings from my own world. Aether barely tied her robes shut, letting them hang loose over her chest in such a way that occasionally gave us a glimpse of the smooth, creamy flesh beneath. Pixie blushed at first and averted her eyes, still not used to the relationship we shared. I had a hard time focusing on the report we were discussing myself. As far as the girls knew, while we were sent to Farnham to collect information on the ruins beneath the city, I was visiting Philo on my own accord. It was mostly true, but Poultice had also revealed herself as a shadow shortly before tasking me with Philo's assassination. We wouldn't mention anything about that purple-eyed beauty in our report. Instead, pretending that our trip remained focused on our mission the entire time. Pixie took some convincing, as she was closer to the former head librarian, Octavio Tuvian, than the rest of us, and Philo killed him before fleeing the academy. But she ultimately gave in upon hearing that Philo only did it all to protect her family. She wouldn't have admitted to it, but I was sure Pixie would have done the same, if only she could have seen her family again. We decided to keep our story simple. We used information from a local boy and a prisoner to find a relatively safe entrance to the ruined capital city beneath Farnham, where we encountered, and heroically slayed, not one, but 2 massive basilisks. We only flubbed the details a little bit on that end. After all, we were only supposed to locate the entrance to the ruins, not go in. So we claimed to have gone inside only to confirm that the rumors were true, and that the basilisks caused a cave-in, which drove us deeper. Even if Poultice or Teed were mad at us for going further than we were supposed to, the crown should be more than enough to prove that it had been worth it. And when I got Poultice alone, I would tell her that Philo had escaped, proving herself too powerful for me. She did kill the previous head librarian, so it should not come as a shock that I had failed. It would, however, come as a shock that Philo had failed to kill me. I wasn't supposed to know that I was led into a trap, that the plan all along was for her to assassinate me. No, the official story would need to be that we had both failed to slay each other. I only hoped that it wouldn't be signing her death sentence. On campus, with my study group around me, I was as safe as I could be. But Philo was in the dragon's den, so to speak. She lived with a family of shadows who might kill her just for a taste of greater power. No matter how much she claimed she could trust them, I worried about her constantly, but had to have faith in the girl. She spent years at Aether Academy, pretending to be a normal, albeit unfriendly, student, so she was clearly an accomplished liar. I prayed that it would be enough. As we reached the end of our report, it brought us full circle, back to the Knights and what they had done to the innkeeper who had housed my group for a night. They had shaven her head and beaten her for simply accepting our gold. The school needed to hear every detail of that encounter, as well as what we experienced at the edge of campus. I had no doubt that Teed's guards were powerful, but still hoped a few more would be stationed by the camped knights. A knock at the door made my heartbeat spike. We hadn't told anyone we were back yet, and I worried about who may have been watching. But when Waylon's voice spoke up from the other side, I let out a long breath. "Shut up," he said, his voice muffled by inches of wood. "Can't you see the light? They're obviously back." I glanced over at the girls in their casual robes. Pixie hadn't changed her clothes, though she had removed a layer to get more comfortable. Now, she sat in her simple battle dress, its skirt reaching about halfway down her thighs. Aether hastily tied her robe shut when she heard Waylon's voice. The goofy-looking Waylon waved as I opened the door, his black curls shaking with the motion. Our half-earth elemental friend, Andrith, stood behind him and merely held up his dark tan hand in a motionless greeting. "See? I knew it. You also knew it like 5 times already, except those times you made me wait out here in the cold for 10 minutes. Waylon cleared his throat and spoke up. "Hey, how was the trip anyway?" One of his eyebrows quirked when he noticed Pixie sitting beside the other 2 girls. His lips pulled into a grin. "And who is this?" He took a couple steps toward her, about to introduce himself when Aether barked, "Hands off, she's ours." I closed the door after letting our 2 friends inside and crossed my arms, leaning back against it, looking forward to Waylon's reaction. At first, it was just confusion. He blinked about a dozen times, glancing from one girl to the next, and eventually at the smile I couldn't hide. Andrith, at least, did a serviceable job of hiding his shock. Finally, Waylon let out a frustrated groan. "How are the rest of us supposed to have any fun if you take all the cute girls for yourself, mate?" While I laughed, Lily cut in. "He didn't take any of us. We all chose each other," she said, matter-of-factly. Pixie nodded but didn't speak. Her face was a very dark orange. She had seen my other 2 friends at the library before, but had never been introduced. "Yeah, maybe if you weren't such a creep, someone would choose you too." "Oh, shut up, Aether." Our previous couple of hours came in handy, as I summarized the trip to my envious friends. Their jaws dropped when they heard about the first basilisk. Then they practically fell off upon hearing about the second. They were so hungry to live vicariously through us that they even wished to hear about the long, boring ride between towns. "I swear, if we didn't have the newspaper, I'd go crazy," Waylon said. "I can't even tell you guys how boring it's been without you. Andrith and I have been sparring a lot, keeping ourselves busy, you know, but there really isn't much to do around here." I had to stifle a laugh. Everything about this world was still so interesting to me. I had to remember that people born here wouldn't feel the same way. "At least you'll have the chance to shake things up soon," Pixie shrugged. When none of us knew what she meant, she explained. "Well, you're about finished with the starter classes. Daria covered the introduction to magic, then you went to Fowley for an introduction to combat. It only lasts a month or 2. Then you'll be able to choose a couple longer-term classes. Do you know which ones you'll take?" She wasn't asking anyone in particular, but I was the first to answer. "No idea. I didn't even know we were getting that choice." Pixie pursed her lips and glanced around. "Well, shit. I probably wasn't supposed to mention it then. Just don't tell anyone who you heard it from. The professors have been holding meetings about class schedules, though, so I'm sure they're going to fill you all in soon enough." "Finally. I mean, the combat classes are useful and all, but I'm a little sick of going home sore every day, especially now that it's getting cold." Waylon jabbed me with an elbow. "Boba's been picking on the 2 of us ever since you left. Keeps having us fight him 2-on-1, and he still wipes the floor with us. We're getting better, though. Been practicing in our free time." "Yeah, you already mentioned that. Well, we can't all fight giant monsters for fun." Before I could tell them that it wasn't exactly fun at the time, Pixie perked up and pulled out her student handbook. It was a bit thicker than mine, and I assumed that rising to the rank of veteran had given her handbook some new functions. The Fae's eyebrows scrunched, and she was silently mouthing out what she was reading. "What's up?" I asked her. Oh, I just got a message from the headmaster.
Geez, the headmaster is attuned to your handbook? I didn't realize you were so popular, I teased.
Pixie rolled her eyes. He's attuned to all of them. The heads of each department can message anyone enrolled in their schools, and professors can do the same with anyone in their classes. Anyway, he wants to meet with me to go over how we'll be handling class tomorrow.
What do you mean? I asked. Wouldn't that be Poultice's job? She shrugged.
Exactly. That's why it's strange. Oh well, I shouldn't make him wait. She said her goodbyes to the two boys who weren't a part of our bond, and on her way out the door, she mentally added, "Don't worry, I'll let you three listen in." Chapter 2. There was a little difficulty ushering Waylon and Andrith out of the room so that the rest of us could listen in on Pixie's meeting. They still had questions about the trip and wanted to start talking about the upcoming classes, but we couldn't have them there and listen to Teed at the same time. And if he was calling Pixie in for a personal meeting out of the blue, it had to be important. Waylon gave me a thumbs up, as if I'd been sexiling them, and I couldn't help but laugh.
I wish. But sadly, there was something more important stealing our attention.
As we added Pixie to our study group with benefits, or whatever it would be called at this point, I had to admit that a small part of me worried about her allegiances. Crazy, right? The guy linked to a dark god, who kept lying to literally everyone around him, was worried about what side his friends were on. At least in my case, though, I knew that I had no real love for the dark god I followed. But with Pixie, she had been at the school for longer than she had known any of us. She had friends, mentors, co-workers, and everything in between. By streaming her experiences during her meeting with Teed, in a way, she was betraying both him and the school she worked for. I wasn't sure she would do it. I thought she might have some lines that she wouldn't be willing to cross, even if they might hurt us. But I was pleasantly surprised with her pragmatism. After all, it wasn't like the headmaster had offered to help Pixie free her family from slavery, so who really deserved her loyalty? In any case, I was glad to have her on our team when she made her way to the base of the Silver Spire in the center of campus. Much like the time I had been up in his office, some guards led Pixie inside the dazzling crystalline building, then had her stand on a stone platform. Moments later, there was a bright light. When it faded, she found herself in a dimly lit room that hung in the sky. "When you said his office floated above the spire, I thought you were kidding," she said, along with a spike of panic. Her vision flicked around the room, taking in a few dark, cloaked bodyguards spread throughout with their arms crossed, countless books covering almost every surface, artifacts sitting out in the open, and finally, to the headmaster himself. Celestro Teed sat back against the edge of his desk, looking up at a globe of light sitting atop a long, thin length of wood. Deep black skin contrasted with his long white hair. Combined with the dark irises in his eyes, he reminded me of the yin-yang symbol. Black and white checkered robes emphasized the resemblance. His arms were crossed, and he focused hard. After a few silent moments, he let out a sigh and lowered his eyes.
"Thank you for joining me, Miss Severdian."
His deep voice took on a slight echo, despite the room having no walls for his voice to bounce off. This did not seem like a man, nor an elf, but more. From the way pillar holders were referred to in texts, this was what I would have imagined one would be like. Not some slacker janitor from another world. People would be awful disappointed to learn that some kid from Rhode Island held the mythical power of the seer. Oh well, I would just need to keep them from finding out until I had a few more powerful artifacts under my belt to dazzle them with. "What was it you wished to speak to me about, Headmaster?" Pixie's light voice rang out while the dark elf only watched her, studying her face in just the same way that he did with the ball of light a few seconds earlier.
"I am afraid your department will be experiencing another episode of upheaval."
I scrunched my eyebrows, looking over to Lily and Aether, but both of their eyes were closed so they could focus harder on what Pixie was showing us. I would have asked them if they'd heard anything about this, but considering how we'd only been on campus for a day, and that we hadn't left each other's company the entire time. I doubted they knew any more than myself.
You've been helping your interim department head, Professor Poultice, with her classes, yes? After a quick nod from Pixie, Teed continued. Well, you'll be taking them over until further notice. Our elemental friend has decided not to return from her trip to Wisteria. According to her students, who she sent along without her, she simply woke up one morning and her entire demeanor had changed. She gave them a letter, which they were to bring to me, that detailed her resignation and otherwise refused to explain. The woman hasn't even been on campus, and yet most of her belongings have already been removed.
As the headmaster detailed Poultice's disappearance in his plain, straightforward manner, my heart and mind were practically racing against each other, and I couldn't tell which one was going faster. Professor Poultice had been on my mind practically since we left Farnham. I knew that, having failed to kill Philo, she would punish me. But after finding out that Philo was supposed to kill me, and that I had been heading into a trap, well, I wasn't entirely sure what to expect, because that would depend on the story Philo told her family. But I had good reason to be sure that the Shadows weren't happy with me. Now that their highest-ranking member on campus was gone, there was a weight lifted from my chest. There was still Brock, who they could send after me, but at least that fight would be much more even. It was possible, of course, that more Shadows lay in wait, but I couldn't do anything about them if I didn't know they existed. My best bet was to focus on my studies, increasing in power so that I could defend myself against whatever may come. "Did the letter say why she left?" Pixie asked, her vision rocking back and forth as she shook her head in disbelief. It was a little disorienting.
Only that she had more important matters to attend to. Now, a part of why I brought you here was to ask you this. Did she tell you anything prior to that trip that may have clued you in on what she was about to do?
Not at all. To be honest, though, the other professors I've worked with have always been far more friendly. Poultice rarely spoke of anything other than her work. I was an assistant to her, not a friend or even a protege. Teed nodded and turned his gaze out upon the dark landscape below them.
If you do come across anything of note, then please let me know. For the moment, I will take over as the head of the History and Archaeology Department. We do have someone in mind as a replacement, but she has some loose ends that need tying up before she can return. While I am very busy with my duties as headmaster, I will drop in from time to see how you are doing, perhaps even take over a lecture or two. It has been such a long time, I almost miss it,
he added, mostly to himself. He straightened abruptly and walked around his desk, picking up a book and falling into his chair.
That will be all for now. I'll stop by sometime this week to speak with you again, unless you had any other questions.
When she nodded, he quirked an eyebrow. Well, my group was supposed to put together a report about our trip for Miss Poultice. There were a few items we wanted to discuss with her, and you in particular.
That was putting it lightly, I sent with some sarcasm.
Lily reached over and slapped the top of my hand, silently telling me to keep quiet.
Teed nodded slowly. Yes, I heard you were sent to Farnham. Did you find a way down to the old capital?
We did, sir.
Then I think another conversation is in order. But I would like for more of your members to be present at that time. For now.
He trailed off and glanced back to the platform in the center of the room. Pixie nodded and gave a polite goodbye, then disappeared as soon as she stepped on the stone. Outside her own room, which was apparently an apartment in town, was where Pixie reappeared moments later. It was late, and the streets were empty.
What are the platforms even for if he can just send you anywhere he wants? I asked.
She sent back a wry feeling. He's the headmaster. I'm sure he does everything for very particular reasons that we aren't expected nor meant to understand.
Yeah, well, I guess that conversation was just another one of those things I'm not expected to understand.
Right? Why would your professor just ditch the school when she had just been promoted? All she had to do was take care of her department, and she would have been made the permanent head soon enough, Lily added. It must have had something to do with my failed mission, but I wish I knew more. It didn't tell me where Poultice went, or why, or whether she would be coming back for me. That was the worst part. At least, if she had threatened me before she disappeared, then I would know to be wary of any dangers. But not knowing was even worse.
Maybe whatever they learned in Wisteria changed something for her. Could have been a powerful or expensive relic that she finally located. Something that would be worth leaving the Academy for, I suggested.
I guess it's not impossible, Aether commented, not sounding certain about my explanation, but also not offering a better one.
Do you know anything about the other group's trip? I asked, directing my question toward Pixie.
It was a strange, subtle function of the bond. Even without seeing each other, she just knew I was asking her, and not just because of context clues. Except for that meeting, I've been with you three the whole time. All I know is where they went, Wisteria. I'd heard of the city, and knew it was located somewhere to the north, but not much else.
Right. I guess we'll find out more tomorrow, then.
As Pixie made her way into her apartment, I sent her a friendly feeling.
You sure you don't want to come back to our place? We might as well celebrate our safe arrival home.
I nudged Aether, who had opened her eyes by now. I could tell because she was rolling them. Almost as soon as the meeting ended, both her and Lily started getting ready to go to bed. You always want to celebrate, you horn dog, Aether sent, chuckling. Lily snorted a laugh. Pixie answered more seriously. No, it'll be nice to sleep in my own bed again. I'll have a lot to do in the morning to get ready for class anyway, so I'll catch up with you then. And despite my offers, both Lily and Aether had similar excuses. We just got back from a rough trip. Let us rest. We need to get prepared for our classes tomorrow. We slept together literally last night, and I am literally still sore. Let us rest. Laughing at my greedy self, I made a quick trip back to my dorm. I hadn't even stopped in since getting back on campus, so there was a lot to unpack. At the very least, I'd need a change of clothes for class the next day. When I stepped into my room, though, I found an unexpected surprise in the form of a small red envelope. It was sealed with black wax with a teardrop pressed into it. Nothing else in my room was touched. Paranoid, I activated my pillar ability and looked through the walls, but found no one in the hallways. I pushed my vision further toward the stairwell and even out to the pathways outside, but didn't notice any suspicious activity. Whoever left the note didn't stay to make sure I got it. Then, very carefully, I scanned through the letter itself. I couldn't read the images my power fed me, though I saw the writing on the folded-up paper. My main concern was checking for poison, though. There was nothing in the envelope but the paper, so I reached to break the seal. Then I remembered Pixie's lessons and pulled in some of Fall's power. As I scried the letter with my meager abilities, I wondered if I would even be able to sense it if the item had been cursed. When I didn't sense anything, I wasn't exactly comforted. Still, I picked at the wax and pulled out the letter inside. It didn't burst into flames or anything, so I figured it was safe. Dear friend, your exploits last month did not go unnoticed. I received the hint you left in that final strike and have come calling. Our Lord has given me a most important task, but I am unable to complete it on my own. Luck would have it that I witnessed your display, and I simply must have a meeting. I have a job for you. If you wish to discuss it, wrap the black ribbon around your right wrist. My man will find you. Kind regards, the patron. I reread the letter a few times, thinking through the references this patron made. He was vague enough that someone who intercepted the letter might not know what it was referring to. But to me, it was clear. This patron was a shadow. Since he attended the exams, he saw me use Vethris's power to kill the dragon, and now he wanted to use me as some kind of insider to whatever scheme he had cooked up. My mouth went dry as I considered the possibilities. Anything from assassination to simply spying crossed my mind as I rubbed the black ribbon between my fingers. It was simple and soft, not enchanted nor cursed. Nothing about it would tip someone off that I was a shadow. and yet just holding it felt like I had a spotlight shining on my back. As much as I wanted to ignore it and hope that the problem would go away, I knew I had to meet this patron and figure out what he wanted, if only so that I could sabotage his plans. Chapter 3. It was difficult to think of anything but the mysterious man who called himself my patron as I headed to my first class since returning to Aether Academy. The girls were no distraction, as they were too focused on their own return to classes and part-time jobs to spare a thought. Pixie, being a member of the school's faculty, rose earlier than any of them. By the time I had gotten out of bed, I could already sense the orange girl in the library. It was only a few minutes from her apartment. I reached out to ask about today's class, but in this case, her loyalty to her job won out. She refused to share any details, but assured me that it would be an interesting day. As if any since I'd come to this world had been dull. What would have been bland textbooks in my world were instead ancient tomes, sometimes filled with closely guarded secrets that no one in my world had ever known. I was a pioneer reading into the history of not just an unknown civilization, but a world full of them. If I ever did decide to return to Earth and shared these findings, they would make me the most celebrated archaeologist in history. But it would also risk letting a flood of other members of my world into this one, and I didn't want to do that. Who could tell what a war between magic and technology would mean for either world? From what I could tell, the people here weren't any more peaceful than those in my world. It seemed equally likely that ambitious citizens from both versions of Earth would be eager to cross over and seek out wealth or power on the other side. Hell, I didn't even come here on purpose, and those were my objectives too. For the sake of both worlds, and not to mention myself, that was one secret I thought should always stay closely guarded. Before I knew it, my feet had taken me to class, and I was greeted by a group of friendlier faces than I was used to. Their curiosity regarding my group's field trip was bubbling over, and I was bombarded by questions as soon as I sat down. Did you hear about cultists? Did you find the ruins? Why did those other girls join you anyway? I was only able to answer the first with a nod before Pixie loudly cleared her throat. Everyone tore their eyes off me, and then they all widened at once as they landed on the dark man standing in front of them. Headmaster Celestro Teed stood with his hands clasped in front of him, with a serene expression on his face. His black and white checkered robes hung down to the floor, and long white hair rested on his shoulders before tumbling further down his back. Everyone silenced as quickly as if the air had been sucked out of the room, and merely seconds later, they were a picture of the perfect classroom. I was sure that on everyone's mind was the same question. When did he get there? At the corner of my eye, I saw one of Teed's bodyguards leaning against the wall just outside the classroom. A few always remained by his side, even within the safety of his own campus. His voice was deep, smooth, and to the point. By now, you are all aware that your previous professor has left the academy. As her departure was rather sudden, we have had some difficulty in finding a replacement, but rest assured that one has been found. We have a plan, and it will merely take time to set in motion. As for your daily lectures, they will be taken over by Pixie for now, though I may step in occasionally. My present duties keep me busy, and covering for a missing department head will only stretch me further, but I will do what I can. Regarding the reports you have been assigned, I will be meeting with Pixie's group this Saturday, and your former professor's group this Sunday. Take today to discuss them with your peers, then the week to polish your work and present the final product to me then. As for now, I leave you in Pixie's hands. She is going a little further than a student's responsibilities normally stretch, so do go easy on her. Then he held up one black finger. And never forget to work hard. Those men camped beyond our borders are just the slightest representation of the dangers our world has to offer. With a grim nod, the headmaster walked out a brisk pace, his cloaked bodyguards trailing behind him. The students were still watching in awe as one of the most powerful mages in history left them behind. His presence was captivating, and now that I was getting a better sense of the magic all around myself, I felt a strange sensation. If Fall's power were truly a river, as I had originally imagined, it was like Teed's presence caused ripples in its waters, or like sticking a twig into a puddle and waving it around. The river flowed and ebbed around him, while it ignored the rest of us. Pixie's small voice paled in comparison to Teed's. She spread her hands out and made an awkward laugh. I know I'm nothing compared to a 3,000-year-old elf, but do try to stay focused. After a brief introduction regarding the direction she'd be taking the class, which resembled the more hands-on approach that she used whenever she filled in for Poultice, Pixie moved on to our trips. The other group went first, letting August take the lead, though I got the sense that they didn't have much of an option. The air elemental was never slow to take control of a situation. On the first day, she even tried to get me to do her and her twin sister's homework, but managed to snag one of our other classmates instead. August eagerly stepped in front of the class as her voice took on a lecturing tone. The trip to Wisteria was uneventful, so I won't bore you with those details, but there wasn't a slow minute once we made it to the city. She spoke of pickpockets, aggressive merchants, beggars, and their eventual arrival at their inn as if it were an epic journey. I glanced over at Erlaya, the only orc member of our class, and she was barely paying attention. She shook her head and rolled her eyes at her peer's exaggeration, but otherwise was absorbed in a drawing. It was difficult to see from my angle, so I craned my head and almost gasped at the amount of detail Erlaya was able to pack into her depiction of the city's gates. The road leading up to Wisteria made Farnham look like a slum. It was lined with flowering trees whose petals carpeted the path. People of all kinds, many only half-drawn, lined up and waited before an ornate city gate that rose to more than 3 times their heights. Erlaya must have felt my gaze, because she glanced over at me from the corner of her eye. Her hand twitched, as if reaching to cover her artwork, and she stopped herself. Her dark green lips curled into a smile around her thin tusks, and she angled her notebook toward me to give me a better view of her work. Her grin widened as awe overtook my face. If even her mid-class doodles looked like that, what was she capable of when she really tried? August cleared her throat. When I looked back to her, she was glaring at me, and it only took a moment to realize why. Everyone else in class, not counting Pixie, was literally on the trip August was describing. I was the only person not present, and I wasn't even paying attention. I made a pained expression, and the autoquill on my desk lifted into the air, ready to take notes. When I raised my eyebrows to her, August scoffed, but continued. The sphere they went searching for turned out to be fake, but Poultice found a book that could not be opened. The collector, while not a mage himself, had a fascination with magic, and particularly old relics. As he wasn't wealthy, he could rarely afford the items that caught his eye. But this supposedly useless book was different. It had passed through countless hands, or so the man said, and as every one of them failed to find a way to look through its pages, the book lost value. What started as a challenging vault containing untold mystery was soon regarded as a useless old trinket. Unlike many others, however, the man refused to believe that such an artifact was worthless. All he needed to do was find the right person or method. And that brought him to us, or rather, us to him, August corrected herself. He parted with the book willingly, just asking that we keep him updated on its contents as soon as we opened it. Professor Poultice wouldn't tell us anything about the book, or why it was so important. Her eyes lit up as she reached the point in her story that she had clearly been building up to. She cradled it like a treasure, though none of us ever saw her open it. Then, one night, she awoke suddenly and simply left us behind. Our own chaperone. She packed only a few necessities, but of course took the book with her. We only know about it because Erlaya happened to have trouble sleeping that night. I glanced over and saw the green girl's face take on a slightly red shade. She gave an embarrassed shrug. Of course, she had no way of knowing that our professor was abandoning us, so I don't blame her for staying silent. But the one question none of us has been able to answer is why. It had to be the book. The worst part is that the name is in some old language no one even knows. August lifted her hands and waggled her fingers, lowering her voice to a mocking tone like she was telling a ghost story. The iterad virtutum, whatever that means. She scoffed, but I struggled to maintain a similarly aloof reaction. Isn't that, Pixie's voice started in my head.
Yep.
The very same book I stole from the former head librarian's own office, except this seemed like a complete original copy, and now it was in the hands of the shadows. Great. I had no doubt that it would end up in the lady's hands, spread open to reveal all its mystical secrets. Anyway, we went to Wisteria, got the book, lost our chaperone, but made it home safely. Any questions? I cleared my throat and spread my hands.
Well, yeah, a lot, actually. But I don't think you'll be able to answer them. It doesn't make sense that she would just abandon her group like that. But if that book was really so powerful, she must have seen it as an opportunity.
Right, well, she could have at least waited until we made it home, August grumbled as she returned to her seat. Right, Jessie added from the other end of the room. Maybe then the Knights wouldn't have harassed us on our way in. She shivered, as if even the memory creeped her out.
The same happened to us, I added, Pixie confirming it with a nod. I'm not sure even the headmaster could walk through that crowd without being insulted.
They're certainly too stupid to know the danger they're in, August said, tightening her hands into fists. Her sister, April, a couple chairs down, chuckled lightly and shook her head as if the Knights were children. Pixie rose from behind her desk and cut us off, like any good teacher, bringing the conversation back around to the class. She hastily assured us that the Knights were being dealt with and asked me to present the findings from my group's field trip. They all found it far more exciting than a trip to some old book collector. I, on the other hand, was still reeling from the fact that the rest of the class was so close to the real iterad virtutum that they had been in the same room as such an artifact and had no idea. To them, it was just some boring field trip. Poultice must have done a good job downplaying the book's importance in her refusals to tell her students what it was about. They were all on the edges of their seats as I walked through my adventure, from the prisoner we interviewed to the ancient city we found, and the slithering inhabitants we fought against. The treasure trove of artifacts, however, I didn't mention. Even within the academy, if word got out, it could send a rush of grave robbers. As a group, we had decided to tell Teed almost everything, but to trim down the story we gave everyone else. Even without those details, the other students were raptured and impressed. They couldn't get enough of my account of our battles with the basilisks. Since I had used my pillar ability to render the second basilisk blind, I formulated a lie that held some truth. That I had stayed back to distract the creature while the rest of the group fled. Then they shot fire at it from above while I climbed out of the sewers. To be fair, that was the actual plan. It just went sideways when a real basilisk was involved. By the time my story was over, most of the class was invigorated by the excitement, but a few were bitter. August, though she listened to my account as intently as anyone else, made a comment about how irresponsible it was for the school to put us in that situation. I could tell she was just envious, her trip being far more mundane, so I paid her no attention. On the way out, Erlia walked up beside me and gave me a bump with her elbow. "Remind me to join your group for the next field trip," she quipped, smiling around her tusks. Her image was a bit frightening when we first met, but I noticed that the more I grew accustomed to seeing orcs around campus, the more I saw in her. Her muscled frame was thinner than the others of her race, and once I got used to the tusks, she had a pretty cute smile. I thought of the night I had with my group just before we made the trip back into town, and mentally added Erlia to the picture. The tusks might prove difficult to work around, but I was always down for a challenge.
Oh, I think we'll be glad to have you.
Chapter 4. The second phase of basic classes for students at Aether Academy was almost finished. We were all getting acclimated to our new schools, slowly specializing our abilities, and thinking about where we wanted to take our talents in the future. There was a buzz about the arena before martial arts class with High Healer Fowley about what classes everyone would sign up for when they finally opened up. No one was more excited than our professor himself, because, as he told us with the widest smile I'd ever seen on the stony man's face, the class's exam was his favorite part. It was a martial arts tournament, of course. It would take place over the next 2 weeks and allowed the use of dull wooden weapons and shields that were gathered in barrels in front of the brackets. We could use magic to defend ourselves, but not attack. Even dull weapons could injure someone beyond healing, and now that we were full students, they actually cared about our safety. For every battle, Fowley explained, he or Bobo would be in attendance with a few assistants to heal any injuries. There would be no weight classes, no separation between genders or races, just straight-up duels. It didn't seem completely fair, but as Fowley noted, they were preparing us for the real world, and in a real battle, the enemy wouldn't care who you were, just that you were in their way. We had conveniently already paired up and sparred with each other just last week, so Fowley took the results of those matches and split the groups into 2 brackets, winners and losers. At the end, the triumphant student that remained from each bracket would face off for a prize. Our performances would be graded, and even students who lost the first round would keep getting scheduled to spar each other, if only to show off their skills. He saved the worst part for last. Anyone who didn't pass would be forced to take the class again. Except, Fowley didn't teach the same basic martial arts class year-round, so they would be forced to repeat the class next year. Since it was a prerequisite for some classes, that would limit the options of any student who failed. I found myself in the winner's bracket, facing off tomorrow against someone I had never met. As I was always more focused on my own training than on watching those around me, I had no idea what to expect. My opponent was human and male, though a little shorter than me, so at least it would be a fair match. Boba, of course, wasn't participating, and would instead help Fowley oversee the fights. I still wasn't sure where I stood with him, but he hadn't been as much of a dick ever since Fowley taught me how to throw the big green orc over my shoulder, so I wasn't questioning it. While I wasn't terribly worried about my chances, the rest of my group didn't feel the same way. Looking around at the rest of the class, they weren't alone. Mages weren't known for their physicality, so many of my classmates were scrawny, more fit for reading books inside than getting rough in the dirt. There were more than a few grumbles rising up around me. One hit me harder than the rest, though. Lily was shifting her feet and utilizing a recent development in our bond, blocking each other out. It was difficult to tell sometimes. We had a constant awareness of each other, but still had to home in on each other's emotions to know what they were. Only in extreme shifts of emotion would they be automatically felt by the other members of the bond. This, I assumed, would have been one of those cases, if Lily hadn't prevented the bond from transmitting her feelings. She wasn't able to get the message to her body, however. Lily still fitted it in place, her fingers getting anxiously caught within the fabric of the winter robes she wore over her dark green battle dress. She looked up at me with a sweet, if false, smile, so I grabbed her hand and pulled her closer. "We'll get some extra practice in this week, just to make sure you're prepared." Her thin hand felt weak in mine, and her smile was no stronger. But it did get her to open her emotions up to me. A flood of anxiety and nerves hit me within seconds. I felt my own hand almost start shaking before I held it firm. Andrith was just behind us. The thin half-earth elemental stood next to my neighbor and the first friend I made in this world, Waylon. While the latter seemed as bored as he was in any class, the former was as nervous as Lily. He leaned forward to say, "If you don't mind, I'd like to join." Andrith winced as he asked, and I was quick to nod. They were probably the 2 highest-ranked members of my acolyte class, but there was no way I would let them fall behind just because they were small. Besides, why should it matter?
If they were good at everything else, they should be allowed to have a few flaws. But no, the school wanted us to represent them perfectly. I'm not sure I'll be the best teacher, but I would never turn away an eager student, I told him.
If you don't mind one more, I think I could be of assistance. The rest of my group's heads whipped around to see who owned the voice I was already familiar with. Erlia held a sheepish smile that looked wrong on an orc. She hastily added a wave when all my friends' eyes landed on her, and sounded out of breath as she said, "Why not? I mean, I don't want to intrude. It's just that, well, martial arts is a part of orc culture. We learn to punch before we learn to walk, so I think I could teach a few humans." I let out a laugh that I hoped would comfort her.
No, that sounds like a great idea.
Then I turned to my group to introduce them. When I mentioned Lily and Heather's names, Erlia nodded with a deeper sense of familiarity. It didn't take long for her to warm up to us. So you two are Jake's notorious girlfriends." Lily blushed and gave an awkward shrug, but Heather didn't mind admitting to our unorthodox relationship one bit. "Not that I'm judging," Erlia added when she noticed Lily's reaction. "But my class won't stop talking about you three. When our professor told us that some students from outside the class would be joining Jake's group for the field trip, you two became this big mystery to the rest of us." "Well, I hope we don't disappoint," Lily said. "Oh, not at all. You're far prettier than I would have guessed. No offense," she added, looking at me for some reason.
Lily blushed, but Heather just shrugged, glanced at me, and nodded.
Erlia continued. "Really, though, you three got lucky. All my group did was ride out to Wisteria and ride back. Jostis was interesting, but he wouldn't talk about anything but that book he couldn't even open. If the Iterad Virtutum was really so important, you'd think someone would have figured it out by now, right?"
Lily and Heather's reactions were varied. As expected of an elf, old compared to us, but an infant to her species, Heather kept her cool. It was only in our minds that she said, "The what?" Lily, on the other hand, dropped her jaw, and her eyes bulged. Erlia looked confused.
"Oh, did Jake not fill you in yet?" "No, he didn't," Lily bit back, sending a frustrated feeling through the bond.
I held up my hands in a defensive gesture. Hold on now. I only just found out about this. Of course I was going to tell you about it. I glanced over at Erlia. We just prefer to keep some conversations private. Our trip, for example, and any information or relics we recovered fall under the History and Archaeology department. They might not want everyone at school knowing their activities. I shrugged. That seemed to placate Lily. She nodded and added, "Fair point. If there are any shadows around, we don't want them hearing about a trove of artifacts just waiting to be uncovered and put to use." Lily shivered. I cringed on the inside, but didn't allow anything to show. My identity as a shadow was safe, for the moment. With Poultice gone, the only person who knew about me was Brock, and he doesn't seem to care about anyone but himself. I felt a little less pressure to keep that unwanted connection hidden, but was no less anxious to cut myself off from Vethris. He was a rich source of power, but that didn't mean I was comfortable being on the same side as some godly Voldemort. After a small meal, most of my group headed to a sort of gym on campus. The people in this world didn't work out the same way as mine, but they did spar. Often. So, there were a couple buildings on campus that allowed for students to fight whenever the weather was bad, or the hour too late to use the arena. As we reached the room, which had floors covered in real grass despite being on the second floor, a few orbs of light hovering just below the ceiling, and some wooden weapons hanging on the walls. I suddenly heard from Pixie. "You take a sword and a crown from Alexios Magnavius, and all of a sudden you're too good for the library?" I sent back confusion. "You were supposed to work tonight, remember?" Why, yes, now that she mentioned it, I did remember. So it was with much regret that I left 3 cute girls behind just as they were starting to get all sweaty and start wrestling. Or whatever lesson Erlia had in mind. Andrith was a lucky guy. I wouldn't have minded letting those 3 throw me around for an hour or 2, but instead, it was my fate to throw a mop around the library basement. We were still short-staffed, after all, and it wasn't like there was another class of acolytes to take over the grunt work yet. That wouldn't come for several months, but I was already eagerly awaiting the new crop of students' arrivals. Pixie was waiting for me on the first subfloor, her arms crossed, while the book hovered in front of her, and the mop lazily worked nearby. A page flipped softly on its own, and her dark eyes flicked up at me. "I know. I'm beyond late. I'm sorry," I said, as sincerely as possible. Pixie was busy enough with her own studies while also teaching my class and working for the library. I silently kicked myself for letting myself forget about my work. Pixie nodded and snapped her book shut. "Well, it's all right. There's a lot going on these days. It's easy to forget." Then her eyes narrowed in a stern but cute expression. "Don't make it a habit, though." "Yes, ma'am," I chirped, taking the mop into my hands before I remembered how to use it. I pulled in some of Fall's power and shaped it into the best hands I could make. It had been a little while, so their shape was a little worse than usual. The mop started off in jerky motions that got smoother by the second. Pixie's serious expression dissolved into a smirk, and she nodded. She leaned up on her toes to give me a kiss. "Have fun, Jake," she added in a sarcastic voice as she left me, sending one small orange hand back to slap my butt, like she was a coach sending me in to play. I chuckled and glanced back at her, but Pixie played it cool. That didn't stop her from giggling, though. Hours later, the first basement floor I had access to was as spotless as I could manage. While I spent the time reading a book about gods, hoping to find some nugget of information that could release me from Vethris, I didn't find anything useful. There were allusions to people who had lost their magical abilities somehow, but no explanations. Disappointed and sore, I headed for the janitor's closet that would release me upstairs. As easy as it was to hold the mop up with hands of magic, doing so for hours at a time was exhausting. Instead of calloused hands, this work resulted in a sore spirit. It was like my veins themselves had been used up and tired out. It was a strange new feeling that came whenever I overexerted myself magically, and I still wasn't used to it. There were some potions in town that helped with the soreness, and helped restore a person's abilities sooner, but those were all closed, and I didn't think Lily had gotten that far in her alchemy practices yet. Before I left the building, though, I slipped my right hand into a pocket in my black robes. I rubbed a dark ribbon that was somehow more black than my robes between my fingers, and thought about it as I stalled in the middle of the library's first floor. I took a seat nearby and pulled out a book, only pretending to read it. Really, I was trying to look at my peripheral vision. The patron's letter implied that I was being watched at all times. There was no other explanation for how they could know when I wore this ribbon. But as much as I looked around myself, I didn't find anyone suspicious. No faces peeking around corners or hastily hiding behind books. So it was with Aether and Pixie in mind that I wrapped the black ribbon around my wrist, hoping that it wouldn't be cursed. I tried my own meager scrying abilities on it and found nothing, but that didn't mean much. A powerful enchanter could easily hide their work from a novice, Pixie had told me. So, as I tied it into a knot, I squinted my eyes and waited for something to happen. When my hand didn't shrivel and fall off, I assumed it would be safe. Maybe the guy wasn't lying after all and really did need my help. Poor bastard. I stepped out into the cold night. There was something about the weather that made my bond with the girls more difficult. I couldn't tell if it was just the cold or the snow, but it acted like static for our minds. It had fallen slowly but steadily ever since we arrived. I was eager for the weather to change, but worried it would just get worse as we reached the depths of winter. Snow gathered around every wall and piled up beside the uncovered pathways. A warming enchantment that I didn't understand, but apparently was present in Aether's home city, kept the walkways dry and safe. While the stones stayed warm, though, the people didn't. Students waddled by in their abundant layers, often conjuring balls of flame in front of themselves, not for light, but for warmth. Just as I was about to shove my hands within my robes to stay warm,
I remembered the ribbon. How would they know I was wearing it if I covered it up? Reluctantly, I held the ribboned hand by my side. There wasn't much snow, but even the light drifting flakes would make spotting the black fabric on my wrist difficult. Oh well, they were the ones who insisted upon it. I rounded the stone pathway that led to my dorm and let out a sigh. Maybe it would take a few days before they noticed and approached. Disappointed, but too cold to wait around, I walked around the building to reach Heather's apartment. Chapter 5. It would have been impossible not to smile at what I walked in on. Robes were thrown over every chair in the kitchen, and it looked like the girls had partially undressed on their way to the bedroom, where a tall blonde girl wrestled the shorter brunette on our large mattress. Heather sat on top of Lily's chest, her long blonde hair hanging down and grazing the tan girl's face, while Heather held her wrists out to either side. A red-faced Lily struggled to fight her way out, while Erlia did her best to coach from the sidelines, whenever she could stop laughing or nibbling at some cheese and bread on a small end table. Lily's feet battered against the deep red blanket. Her head battered a few pillows off the bed, but Heather didn't budge. They all turned in my direction to the sound of the door, and Lily used the distraction as a last-ditch effort to win the match. Her cute face puffed up as she strained. The pale crescent moon scar below her left eye stuck out more than ever on her bright complexion. After a lot of effort, and no progress, she collapsed back against the soft bed, breathing heavily and letting her eyes fall shut. Her whispery voice was lighter than ever. "Maybe we should trade places for a while. Better yet, why don't you show me how it's done, Erlia?" Heather's head started shaking immediately. "Oh no, I'm no match for her." "Well, neither am I," Lily shot back. Then they looked at me. "You never got any practice in. Why don't you hold Erlia down so she can show us how to get out of it?" Lily said, as Heather finally let her up. I gave in without a fight. A part of me was looking forward to getting a little closer to Erlia. She tried to decline, but the girls insisted that she fight someone of her own strength for once. From what I gathered, Erlia must have been putting the two of them on their fine asses all night. When the orc girl laid down in our bed and I stood at the edge, I felt some blood heading south, which was understandable. Erlia had a great fit body, and despite its green complexion, I found her pretty damn hot. She looked nervous as I planted my knees on either side of her waist, pinning her wrists to the bed. I tried to avoid pressing myself against her too much, so that she wouldn't know I was starting to get hard. But during the struggle, it would be difficult to manage. As I expected her to begin, I looked down at a surprisingly nervous orc. Her eyes trailed down my body behind rapidly blinking eyelids. She bit her lip and sucked in a deep breath. I couldn't tell if she was nervous or turned on. Then she kneed me in the balls and scrambled out from under my strangled groans. While I cradled my sack in moderate pain, both Lily and Heather burst out laughing. Lily reached out, and just as I expected her to heal the pain away, she simply rubbed a sympathetic hand over my back. "What?" she said when I gave her a dirty look. "It's not a serious injury anyway, and I haven't read anything about healing those yet. You don't even want to know the sort of things that could happen if it went wrong." She was right about that one. Didn't make me feel any better, though. Erlia was hunched over by the side of the bed, breathing heavily. "I'm so sorry, Jake. I just felt trapped and panicked. It was so stupid of me." As Heather fought back laughter, she corrected our new friend. "No, that was the best lesson so far. Now we have a secret weapon to use against at least half of our potential opponents." "Please don't ask to practice that move on me," I groaned into the blanket. Lily patted my shoulder. "Oh no, I think that one was pretty clear." Erlia chuckled and seemed to lighten up a bit. "Right, good. Well, I'm still sorry, Jake. I hope the pain doesn't last too long." After a quick glance outside, she left us behind to make the cold trip home. Meanwhile, Lily and Heather were still laughing, and I was still in pain. They turned me over on my back, and Lily put me in the position I had Erlia in earlier. As the pain faded, I found myself getting hard again as she wiggled her hips on top of me. "Think you can get out?" she said in a sultry voice. With a cocky grin, I thrust upward and bucked her off me, quickly pouncing on top. It was only a matter of seconds before the situation was flipped. I had a tight grip on Lily's wrists, and she was looking up at me with anticipation. Before I could say anything, though, Aether crashed into me. I didn't bother fighting back as she mounted my hips. "You didn't even give me a chance. Do you think they'll let me have a helper in my match?" Lily asked sarcastically, kneeling beside us. "No, but I think I might be able to help you. I have a few ideas I wanted to talk about," Aether replied. Then she looked down at me. "Later," she added, and smirked. Her voice took on a comforting tone and reached down to caress the front of my robes. She ran her hand down my shaft, then lightly rubbed my balls. "We need to take care of our friends." "Oh, right. After such a savage attack, I'm sure they could use some love." "My thoughts exactly." Aether dismounted and pulled my robes to the side, while Lily pulled the waistband down. All my pain was forgotten as their hands ran over me. They washed me in their warm, soft flesh, running against my pelvis, around my shaft, holding my balls in a soft, warm embrace. Their kisses were even better. Lily laid soft, delicate kisses all over my balls, while Aether jerked me off lightly. It was intoxicating. They chased away my pain as if it never existed. When Aether finally took me into her mouth, I let out a long groan. Lily bit her lip and watched my reaction hungrily. Soon, Aether came up for air and Lily took over. I couldn't decide which one of them was better, but I knew I never wanted them to stop. Suddenly, I thought of our fourth member, still toiling away back at the library. I called out to her, but it was more difficult than usual. I had to push and focus harder than ever, and the responses I got back were still weak. I sent her the image I was enjoying of Lily and Aether taking turns on me. Pixie immediately sent back a feeling that mixed jealousy, sarcasm, and heat. "You started without me? If we wait much longer, we'll fall asleep. So get over here or you'll miss out." Her response came after a short pause. I wish I could, but I'm swamped. Poultice was a busy woman, and you know who's picking up most of her work? Her former assistant." I wanted to console her, but didn't know what to say. It was also a little difficult to focus on anything else when my cock was in Aether's mouth. Before I could reply, Pixie kept going. "But I could do something else. A little break couldn't hurt." As her voice cut off, she started sending us her sight. Pixie was in Poultice's old office, which she was taking over. There were bookshelves, filing cabinets, and a desk absolutely covered in papers anywhere other trinkets weren't taking up space. But all I could focus on was the sexy Fae thrusting a hand down the front of her robes. Aether and Lily paused at the same time as the images hit them. They froze and seemed to be staring off into space. Anyone who didn't know about the bond would probably think they were on drugs. Lily bit her lip, and Aether's face turned a deep red as she started idly jerking me off. The farm girl's whispery voice was the first to speak up. "I think I'm ready to get started. Aether?" The blonde girl gave a regal nod, as if they were deciding what to do about the local peasants. Both Aether and Lily started disrobing at the same time. Lily's tight tanned body slipped out of her nightrobes, revealing a small mound of brown stubble. Aether, on the other hand, removed her robes, but was still wearing her usual corset. When it was half unlaced, and her massive chest began to spill out, I took one nipple into my mouth as soon as it sprung free. I ran one hand over Lily's smooth, tanned thigh, reaching toward her mound while playing with Aether's chest. What came next made me burst out laughing. They moved toward me at the same time, glanced at each other awkwardly, and paused. "You go ahead," Lily offered. No, I got to play with him more already. It's your turn." "Aether, please. You were helping me out today, so you deserve to ride him first."
Okay, I see what you mean, but think of it this way. If... Maybe you should just do rock, paper, scissors before I fall asleep over here, I cut in, laughing. Of all the moments to be overly polite, did it really need to be when they were each about to ride me? It was just about to happen, and the anticipation was killing me. They glanced back at each other, confused this time. Do what? Aether asked. Meanwhile, Pixie sent a very confused expression from a quarter-mile away. What's going on over there? My eyebrows shot up. Right. That's not a thing here. To Pixie, I sent, They can't decide who should ride me first. Then, out loud, while Pixie's laughter rang in my head, It's a sort of game where I'm from, usually used to settle disagreements. Rock, paper, scissors. I made the hand gestures for each as I said their names, then went through the rules of which choice won out over which. But how do we know what to choose? Lily asked. You don't really. That's the idea. It's random. But, I added sagely, if you can get into the other person's head, maybe you can figure out what they're going to choose. Okay, I'll try it out, Aether said. Then their two fists hung over me. In unison they chanted, Rock, paper, scissors. Except for Lily, the last word came out as a question. The farm girl looked confused, and her hand stayed in the form of a rock, while Aether chose paper. I clapped my hands once. All right, Aether wins then. And I grabbed her ass, anxious to stop stalling. But no, Lily had something else on her mind. How did you do that? She asked, not angry, but genuinely curious. She picked paper, you picked rock. That's how it works, I said, trying to rush this conversation because I felt my little friend deflating. Aether looked down at me and smirked. Then she shook her head. It's not just that, Jake. Remember how I said I wanted to talk to you about something? Lily nodded. Well, that was it. I had an idea earlier, but I wasn't sure what would happen, so I didn't want to try it on Erlaya. Well, you know that reading minds is impossible, but influencing them isn't. So it was almost like scrying, but instead of searching for some feeling, I tried to overwhelm you with some sort of mental pressure, she shrugged. It's a new idea. I'm not sure how else to explain it. No, that makes sense. I felt like I couldn't think straight. It was almost like I was dreaming for a few seconds there. I forgot what I was doing, why my hand was a fist in front of me, and what decision I was even trying to make. Aether, that's amazing! In my head, I heard Pixie's voice. Since the other two girls didn't respond, I assumed she only reached out to me. Does this usually happen? Never, I sent back, laughing. Pixie responded with a wry feeling. Then she sent me what she was seeing. One small orange hand was still thrust down her robes, slowly running circles over her mound. Maybe I can keep you entertained while they're distracted, she purred. But it was difficult to focus on what was in my mind when both Lily and Aether were right in front of me, and not to mention completely nude. But they were more focused on their own conversation than anything else. I know, right? I had no idea it would work so well. Aether gushed over and started listing a few possible applications, the most important of which was helping Lily out with her upcoming matches. After a quick, relieved hug, they finally looked down at me. Oh, don't worry about me. I'll just be right here when you're finished. Aether rolled her eyes and reached down. I was still hard, thanks to Pixie's encouragement. It was a good thing those two had gotten naked before they went off on a tangent. She took me in a firm grip. Well, you don't lose focus at all, do you? I smirked and shrugged. Finally, feeling as if I'd been waiting forever, Aether climbed over me and lowered herself. I sunk my head deeper into the mattress as her center took me in. She was soft and wet and warm. Her smooth body felt so perfect under my fingertips, but not nearly as good as it felt to be inside her. While she started slow, Aether quickly ramped up her speed. She ground against me in agonizing rotations of pleasure, while I held a heavy breast in each hand. Laying next to me, Lily had taken a note from Pixie
who was still playing with herself at the library and sending us the image. I kept feeding her my sight as well so that she could watch Aether riding me and Lily touching herself. Not wanting to leave her out, I moved one of my hands over to take over for Lily. She had the slightest bit of stubble over her mound, more like peach fuzz than anything. I grazed lightly against it on my way down to her entrance, and when I pushed a finger inside, Lily let out a light gasp. Then she looked over and kissed me hungrily. Our lips ate at each other, while one finger, and later two, explored her tight channel. When Aether started breathing heavily, Lily pulled away from my lips to look at her friend. Aether's face was twisted tight with pleasure, and her lips were in an O shape. Her hands planted on my stomach as she slowly rose and fell into me. Lily smirked at me and pulled away to turn her attention on Aether. She grabbed the blonde girl by the back of her neck and pulled her in for a hard kiss. Lily pushed her tongue into the other girl's mouth, just as Aether's orgasm overtook her. My fingers kept pumping into Lily as I watched them make out. Aether's muscles relaxed, her lips untightened, and she sucked Lily's lower lip into her mouth, then released it with a pop. Breathing heavily, Aether climbed off me and collapsed to the side. She slapped Lily's tight ass while the farm girl took Aether's place. Lily sat on top of me, and I took a moment to enjoy the warmth of her pussy. Then I wrapped my arms around her toned back and lifted off the bed. In a quick motion, I turned and dropped Lily onto the bed without my cock ever leaving her. She let out a yelp of laughter. Aether merely watched us with a smile, still recovering. Now, I had no problem with the girls riding me, but sometimes you had to take control. Sometimes you just wanted to do things your own way, and the girls had already taken things too slowly. So, since she was already warmed up, I let Lily have it. I pulled her body to the edge of the bed so that I could stand on the floor while I pounded into her. Her tan hands wrapped in the blanket, her face contorted with pleasure. It wasn't long before Aether lowered herself next to Lily. She took one of the tan girl's hands out of the blanket and moved it to one of her breasts. Lily smirked and started pinching one of Aether's nipples, who let out a gasp. From a quarter mile away, I heard, "Keep looking at them, Jake. I'm so close, so fucking hot." Pixie's voice trailed off. The girls must have heard her too, because they went at each other as ravenously as ever. Their tongues danced, and their hands explored each other, while the sensations of Pixie's orgasm traveled through the dense air and let us know exactly how good she was feeling. Somehow, Pixie would need to get back to work after that distraction. I did not envy her. Lily pulled away from Aether only moments later. Her eyebrows were pulled together, and her teeth clenched. She let out a soft, "Oh," but even without words, both Aether and I knew what was happening. The blonde girl didn't let Lily go that easily, though. She rose, and soon had her breasts hanging over Lily's face. The farm girl took one pink nipple into her mouth and opened her forest green eyes to look up at Aether while her orgasm rocked her body. And it could not have happened soon enough. I was about to explode as it was. The last few minutes had been the most perfect kind of torture, and releasing myself into Lily was the most amazing feeling. Even as we finished and came down from our high, Lily and Aether didn't move. The taller girl sat over Lily, letting the farm girl play with her chest. Lily squeezed and compressed Aether's boobs, releasing one breast, only to grip the other one while she played, and I simply sat back, watching. And from not so far away, a little voice piped up. "Now go to sleep. You're distracting me, and I have a lot of work to do." Chapter 6. Classes went back to normal as we continued to follow history through the rule of Emperor Alexios Magnavius's children, after his death caused the empire to split up into several kingdoms. Except, of course, he didn't die. He was still sitting in a cell about 6 floors beneath my classroom. Knowing that some of this world's established history was completely false made listening to it a bit awkward. The way Pixie avoided mentioning the fallen ruler made it clear that she felt the same way. As weird as it was for me to learn something I knew wasn't true, she had to teach it. Pixie made it work, though, simply noting that we had already covered Magnavius, so we could move on to his children. Whatever happened to their father might have been dicey, but their own lives were well documented. Not that I was able to focus much anyway. We still hadn't had the chance to speak with the headmaster about our trip yet. That would come this weekend. So, for the time being, we had to sit on the knowledge that one of the world's greatest and most terrible conquerors was not killed, but instead taken captive. Also, he was immortal. I had to wonder if anyone else knew that secret. Magnavius's life was so long ago that most of the people, elves, or any other race involved in it would have died by now. I had heard of races like elves that were effectively immortal, but even they usually didn't live more than a couple thousand years. When you live that long, an accident was bound to happen eventually. Teed was believed to be one of the oldest elves to ever live, and likely the oldest anything alive. So, was the headmaster the only person on the planet who knew Alexios still lived? Did any other workers in the prison even know who he was? For a moment, I thought of the janitor that cleaned those floors, having no idea that he was walking by one of the most famous men in history. I wanted to know more about the situation, but knew I had to be careful about investigating it. There was my connection with Vethris that I still wanted to sever, while having no idea how to do that, and the meeting with Teed where we would reveal the crown we found beneath Farnham, the memories it held, and the implications, while also hiding how we made it into the throne room in the first place. Because, just like anyone else, I wasn't sure how far I could trust Teed. If he found out about my pillar ability, he might just want to steal it. It was a lot to deal with. All the lies, they were getting to be too much. I had to keep track of which lie I told to which person, what their allegiances were, whether I could even trust what I knew about them. The only people I could be certain about were the girls I had formed the bond with, Aether, Lily, and Pixie. I knew I could trust them, and yet I continued to lie to them. If they could really understand my situation, though, would they hold it against me? It wasn't like I chose to be a shadow, and I was doing everything I could to find out how to leave that organization behind. I could only hope that I would be able to cut myself off from Vethris before anyone found out. I also hoped that none of that day's material would be on a test, because I was so caught up in my own problems that I didn't take any notes. Then again, I had a mental connection to my teacher, so I was pretty sure I wouldn't have to worry about passing tests ever again. The tournament that capped off our martial arts class was beginning. The arena floor, much like the pathways around school, was magically heated to remove the snow, and 2 large circles were engraved in the dirt. Bobo would oversee the matches on one side, while Professor Fowley took care of the other. A few white medical tents were set up close by for the inevitable injuries. I thought of all the bruises and the few broken bones I had endured during the endless training, and just wanted it to be over. Then I thought of the blood-red sword I took from Alexios Magnavius's throne room. We trained with staves, but not swords. Even if I did figure out what the sword could do, I still had no skill with it. After the previous week spent struggling against Boba, I wasn't looking forward to a week or two of straight fights, especially if the medical tents were needed, until I heard about the prize we were all fighting for. They called it a source. It looked like a simple light blue crystal ring. Professor Fowley held it between his thumb and forefinger and explained.
Now, before you ask, the crystal shapes itself to its wearer. A source is capable of storing some of the power you borrow from Fall, but the task of filling it is a skill of its own. It's a slow process that requires deep focus. Essentially, you use your own body to refine the magic and focus it within the source. Then in battle, for example, you can use the full of your strength, and a little extra from an object like this.
His eyes swept across the crowd, the ring glittering in front of him as he held it out for all students to see.
As you might expect, it's an expensive little thing. Larger ones exist, of course, but the bigger a source, the harder it is to fill. It's like the object wants to be empty, and the more power it can hold, the more it resists even the smallest amount. So there are limits. In many ways, a small source like this is more useful than a large one. This prize shall be awarded next Friday to the winner of this tournament. So, fight well, and good luck."
With that, he called out the first pair of names that appeared alongside the huge brackets. As there were over 100 of us, Fowley explained that we would simply start from the top and progress downward as each fight ended. No one would fight twice in one day, so if they had extra time, Fowley had a few ideas to use it. That was all he would say on the matter, though. Then the fights began. Of the members of my group, I was up first, though I was in the 5th match of the winner's bracket against someone named Gwyneth Teague. Not a name I'd heard before, so I had no idea what to expect. As only 2 fights happened at a time, the rest of the class either sat in the stands on either side of the arena or found open areas to train. The orc girl, Erlia, was one of those that started warming up for her fight, though she already looked ready in her light leather armor, boots, and simple white trousers tucked into them. She looked like a knight out of armor. She started stretching out her limbs and glanced over at me with a wave and a smile when she realized I was watching her. Erlia was toned, almost muscular. Her body wasn't as soft as the other girls, but I didn't mind as much as I might have predicted. Instead, I found myself wondering what the rest of her body looked like. While I waved back at her, a small elbow jabbed at my ribs. "Better keep an eye out for her. She looks sweet now, but once you're on the other side of the ring, she won't be so friendly," Lily said. I chuckled.
"For that matter, you had better hope you don't get matched up with me, either. I love you, Lil, but there's a source on the line. I had no idea what they were until today, but I sure as hell want one." She rolled her eyes. "Well, I won't get my hopes up. I just don't want to embarrass myself," she grumbled. Her shoulders slumped, and she fell into her seat, crossing her arms. I grabbed one of her slight hands and pulled her right back to her feet. She looked shocked, and one of her hands sprung up to keep a dark green witch's hat from falling off her head. She wore a tight-fitting battle dress, as she and Aether had grown used to during our martial arts classes, but they had begun wearing tights beneath the dresses as well, that kept the rest of their skin warm. Before she could ask, I turned to Aether, Andrith, and Waylon. "We're going to go get private lessons from the best student in class, so if you're worried too, you know what to do." Then I turned to walk down the wooden steps. I wasn't surprised to hear each of them get up and follow. Erlia perked up when she saw us approaching, and I suddenly felt awkward about asking her for more help. See, as I walked over to join her, I took a deeper look at my bracket. After a couple rounds, assuming both I and Erlia won our matches, we would be facing off against each other. Lily needed help, though, and I wasn't much of a teacher, so I asked Erlia for some help. "Me?" she asked, jabbing a thumb into the space between her breasts. I shrugged, only offering as an explanation, "You know what they say about orcs?" She was the one who had told me what they say about orcs, after all, and even the bookish Erlia looked as athletic as any human. Her lips curled into a sheepish smile. "Well, I didn't get to cover much in our last lesson," she said, referring to just a few days ago in Aether's bedroom. The memory made me smile as well, thinking of Lily mounting me, and Erlia growing nervous as the sexual tension in the room rose beyond its flashpoint. Lily laughed. "Maybe this time I'll spend a little less time on my back." "Don't count on it," Aether quipped, stepping up beside the shorter farm girl and giving her a playful bump. "Oh, you want to get started then? Perfect. I needed someone to practice against." But before Lily could lunge, Erlia spoke up in a rushed voice. "Maybe we should start by choosing our weapons?" She offered a polite smile and pointed a hand toward the wooden barrels filled with spears, swords, axes, and more. The current fighters, and most of the students who were training on the sidelines, had already chosen their weapons, so there were only a few stragglers left trying to make their decisions. Erlia walked right over to a barrel filled with axes as long as her arm, with a notched wedge at the end of each of them. It was a basic weapon made of polished wood, like the rest, but it would do well for training and sparring. Even the axe's blades were just more wood. "Well," Erlia said upon her return, quirking an eyebrow while she started to limber up,
getting used to the weight of the weapons in her hands. "Have you all thought about what you'll use?" I nodded and walked straight over to the barrel of swords. They were a similar size to the red sword hiding under my bed, but not as heavy. Still, they would be good practice. I was stuck on the next decision, however, regarding my offhand. Another sword or a shield? Then I glanced down the line of barrels. There were spears, maces, flails, even a small box on the end filled with gloves that had thick wooden knuckles. Not many people went for those. Considering that I hadn't trained much with swords yet, I went with a shield. It was a plain kite shield, a little smaller than my torso and heavier than I would have liked. It would be difficult to keep risen for a longer fight, as every blocked hit would eat away at my energy. But I couldn't just count on dodging or parrying everything. I also hadn't trained my magical defense enough to not mind getting hit. According to Fowley, it was possible to enforce an area of the body such that even the sharpest blades could not cut it. Such an effect used a lot of power, but could be trained to extreme usefulness. As it was, the process of even predicting where a blow would land and then enforcing that area was too much to think about during a heated battle. When I turned to face the rest of my group, I found that only Waylon had already chosen. He leaned against a single longsword that was nearly as tall as he was, with a blade that started as thick as his wrist and tapered to a point.
"Let me guess. That's what your dad fought with."
He grinned back at me and shrugged.
"Might as well use the only weapon he taught me to use."
"Any ideas?" Erlia asked the rest of them. Whereas Andrith and Lily didn't know where to start, Heather was deep in thought. It took Lily poking the taller blonde girl for her to snap out of her thoughts and explain herself. "I just can't decide whether to use a staff or a spear. I don't see myself using a spear after this tournament, so there isn't much point in learning how to use it. But I'm not sure a staff is as practical." "Do you want to wear a shield with it?" Erlia asked. When Heather shook her head, she said, "Staff, then." "What about me?" Lily said sweetly. "I don't think I'm strong enough for a shield like that." She pointed at mine. "Or a weapon that size."
Waylon shrugged. "It's not that heavy."
"For you, maybe." "I think I have an idea," Erlia said, holding up a finger, asking us to wait. Then she sped over from one barrel to another and returned with a pair of options. She had found smaller shields, used more for parrying than blocking, and paired one up with either a rapier or a short spear. Lily quickly went with the smaller sword, explaining, "I don't want to tire myself out." Meanwhile, Andrith had made his choice as well. A spear with no shield, despite Erlia asking if he had forgotten to grab one. Instead, he smiled and held a hand out to the ground. A solid piece of rock flew up and floated beside him in the rough shape of a shield. As we all looked on in shock, he added, "What? The professor said we could use defensive magic? I don't have much practice, but this little guy should keep me safe without making my arm tired, leaving me to focus on poking my opponent with this thing." He held up the spear like it was a foreign object. I clapped him on the shoulder, impressed by his creativity.
"I think you'll be a much more formidable opponent than anyone expects."
He let the rock fall to the ground and gave a humble shrug. Once we had all grabbed our weapons of choice and returned to the open area Erlia had chosen, the fights had begun. It was difficult to do anything but watch. I wanted to know how skilled my future opponents were, but we all knew we needed practice. Erlia had us split into pairs. She was my partner, taking Boba's place. Although she was smaller and seemingly less aggressive, I didn't think I had a much better chance against her than the larger orc. While Heather and Lily and Waylon and Andrith tested each other out slowly, I insisted that Erlia come at me full force from the beginning. I was sure I could take it. For about 2 seconds. I held my shield out in front of myself and the sword out to the side, figuring that I would wait for an opening in her defenses. 2 axes would make for a lot of openings. Or so I thought. But as soon as we began, she proved her orc heritage to be strong. She charged at me like a berserker, swinging her axes out in front of herself with reckless abandon. Instead of blocking them, she was able to hook one axe's wedge just inside my shield and pull me off balance. As I stumbled forward, I was soon eye to eye with a wooden crescent. You sure you don't want me to take it easy? She asked with a proud smile.
Maybe a little bit. Chapter 7. As my fight approached, I broke off from sparring with Erlaya so that I could get some of my energy back. She watched the other two pairs fighting and kept jumping in to give pointers. Andrith's floating shield proved to be an almost impenetrable defense. Why he was even a little uncertain of himself yesterday, I had no idea. He was able to maneuver it freely and keep Wayland's sword from even coming close to his body. Meanwhile, his spear kept scraping against Wayland's ribs, or stopping just short of impaling him before the two fighters paused and reset. To have said that Lily was struggling would have been an understatement. Learning to parry Heather's staff was difficult and clearly pained her wrist whenever she caught a blow. And even then, her rapier may have poked a hole in Heather's chest if it were real metal. But as wood, it hurt, sure, but didn't hold much of a punch. The result was that despite Lily scoring more hits on Heather as time went on, they did so much less damage that Heather was still clearly the winner. With Erlaya's help, though, they were both improving. My opponent was a human boy a couple inches shorter than me. He had chosen a flail, which I thought odd, and a shield that matched my own. The weapon looked strange, with a 2-foot-long wooden chain and smooth ball at the end, but I had no doubt that it could crack my skull if I let it. He didn't look particularly muscular, so I figured I had the advantage, thanks to Jacobus's apparently tireless work ethic. The flail was a wild card, though, and I had no idea what to expect from it. The boy, Wynneth, came forward with his shield raised and swung his weapon across his body in wide arcs. I blocked a few, the wooden ball bouncing harmlessly away, and thrust my weapon forward, but could find no easy openings. Instead, I tried to strafe around my opponent, to get behind his shield. It seemed he had the same idea. We were at a stalemate, slashing sword and crashing flail, each capable enough to swing a weapon, but not skilled enough to get behind the other's shield. Not until I missed a thrust that Wynneth sidestepped, and he managed to wrap the flail's wooden chain around my weapon. He wrenched it out of my grip, and I heard a satisfied grunt, almost a laugh, escape his throat. But he was off balance. Taking the last chance I could find before the fight turned in his favor, I lowered my shoulder behind my shield and charged forward. I bowled into the guy and knocked him flat on his back. His arms spread out beside him, and I planted a foot on his shield, pinning that arm down. The other tried to raise the flail, but before the wooden ball had even lifted, I had that hand by the wrist and held it steady. I cocked my left arm back and slammed it in across Wynneth's temple, just as he was trying to suck in air. His eyes shot wide, and pain flared in my knuckles. By the time I pulled my arm back, Boba was pulling me away and declaring me the winner. Lily took my left hand in between hers as soon as I rejoined the group. She turned it over, had me flex the fingers, and finally closed her eyes. She pulled in some of False Power, using it to heal the pain in my hand. Nothing was broken, but whatever bruise may have formed was no longer a problem.
That was impressive, she sent, looking up at me with innocent eyes and biting her lip. How much longer until class is over? Her eyes flicked down to my waistband, and I gave her a cocky grin.
Not soon enough, I whispered into her ear,
and then laid a quick kiss just below it, on her neck. Lily sighed and leaned into me before clearing her throat. Her eyes went to the brackets, where her name would come up soon. The heat I felt from her through the bond changed to apprehension surprisingly quickly. As she was in the loser's bracket, there was a good chance she would be matched up with someone as small as she was, but that didn't seem to make her feel any better. She had barely learned to use her weapons of choice, and it was little consolation that her opponent would be at the same disadvantage. Andrith was the next to fight. He didn't use his rock shield at first, but his opponent's staff easily swept Andrith's spear aside after only a few moments. The taller boy then swept Andrith's legs out from under him and swung his weapon down. The earth burst around Andrith, and a shield caught the blow. Andrith rolled and jumped to his feet, blocking every blow from his opponent with a dark gray, vaguely circular rock. With every second, Andrith clearly grew more confident. He stopped scrambling to defend himself and relaxed his shoulders, letting his floating shield do most of the work, while his frustrated opponent wasted his energy. The shield didn't give, nor did it crack. After a few blows, the boy glanced back at Fowley, who was watching the match with a wide smile. Understanding that no help would come from him, the boy spun and swung his staff right at Andrith's head. I could only assume he hoped one last powerful outburst could smash the shield, and his opponent's head to pieces. But as before, the staff bounced away harmlessly, and the hard collision knocked it out of the boy's grip. Meanwhile, Andrith had thrust the tip of his wooden spear an inch into the enemy's chest. He let the weapon fall from his grip, and a pair of medical assistants rushed in to help. He returned, smiling wider than ever. Andrith was the first student to use magic in such a way to turn the tides of his battle, but I was sure his display would give rise to many similar ideas over the coming days. Erlia dispatched her opponent easily, overwhelming them with numerous blows until she was able to turn aside their shield. She stopped only inches short of splitting their head in half. Waylon's fight wasn't nearly as quick or impressive, but he ended victorious with the tip of his sword held to Green Elemental's throat. Then came Lily's turn. I stood behind her opponent and fed Lily my vision, in case it could prove advantageous. Luckily, Lily was paired against April Filament, the nature elemental from my history class, who had lost her fight to her twin sister. She was an even match for Lily in size and likely skill. A spear was her chosen weapon, though it was a bit shorter than the others I'd seen. The two stared each other down like prey forced to fight by a crowd of predators. They approached slowly, Lily gripping her thin sword tight, and April turning the spear in her hands anxiously. She jabbed it forward weakly to keep some distance between them, and on the third time, Lily slapped the spear aside, darting in to stab at the other girl's chest. The blow, that might normally have run her through, instead left perhaps an inch-deep hole in the nature elemental. She jumped back and held a hand to the spot. The blood welling around her fist made her more desperate and scared than ever. The weak thrusts that had only been meant to keep Lily away turned into wide, sweeping swings with too little time in between them for Lily to get inside. Suddenly, April set her feet and started jabbing as quickly as she could. Lily managed to dodge a couple times and block a few more before she found an opening. Her rapier made another small hole in her opponent's shoulder. April yelled out in a frustrated, childish cry. She sent a burst of air at Lily's shield, knocking it aside and pushing her off balance. Then April charged forward and used the butt of her spear to shove Lily to the ground. In her frustration, she stood over Lily and prepared to thrust her spear downward. I pulled false power into myself, preparing to either block the blow or strike at April before she could land it. But almost as soon as I had started, Fowley was there to stop her. He took the spear roughly from her hands and grabbed her by the wrist. "I will have no offensive magic, Filament. Don't think I didn't see that gust of air you used. You are disqualified. Lily Oakhart is the winner." A triumphant laugh sounded in my throat, and I ran forward to help Lily up and congratulate her. The farm girl took my hand and dusted herself off, but refused to crack a smile. I saw tears forming in her eyes, and tried to comfort her as she left the arena behind. "I lost," she insisted, too angry to speak. Her small feet stomped toward the pathway that led back to campus. As much as I tried to tell her otherwise, she would not accept it. Chapter 8. With so many official matches, and even more between students who had been eliminated but still needed the opportunities to show off their skills, there was never a slow moment in the arena. The next day, Erlia and I both won our second matches, and had been casually avoiding each other ever since. As a result, she didn't join the group as we left the arena behind. Our next match would be against each other, and likely happen at the end of the week. I wasn't sure whether I never wanted it to happen, or just wanted to get it over with. She was quickly becoming a close friend, and I didn't want to hurt her. I also didn't want her to hurt me, which was far more likely. As we left class, the conversation turned to what 2 classes we would sign up for once the tournament was over. Lily was notably silent, and I knew it was because she didn't want to think about the possibility that she might not pass the class if she didn't improve. Aether was the quickest to give an answer. "Enchantments and curses, and mental scrying," she said, giving me a knowing glance as she said so. Neither class was a surprise. Aether had taken an interest in scrying, both into minds and objects, before we had even gone to Farnham. After the traps they had encountered, and the desperate situation they found themselves in, it made sense that she would want to be more well-prepared for the next time. "Nice," Waylon responded. "Me too. For the mental scrying class, I mean. Need to know how to lie if I want to be a politician, eh?" He jabbed me with an elbow, and I had to grin. Some things didn't change, no matter what world you found yourself in. I hadn't made my final choices yet, but the mental scrying class was on my list for similar reasons. I was already in a habit of lying, constantly, and as the people around me became more skilled with mental scrying, they would be able to detect whether I was telling the truth. Learning to defend against that eventuality was already on my mind, and I knew no better way. Aether didn't seem excited to hear that Waylon would be in her class, but she perked up when I told her I would be joining them as well. She actually wrapped one of her arms around mine and pulled me closer. "Well, maybe we should set up some extra time to help each other study," she said, though the feeling I got from her said that we would do anything but study. I couldn't help but return her grin. "That and fire element," Waylon continued. "I guess you'll be signing up for earth element, eh, Andy?" "Intermediate earth, actually," he grinned. "No shit," Waylon exclaimed. "How'd you manage that?" Andrith gave a humble shrug. "Well, you know I arrived at campus early and helped out with some research. The leader of that project put in a good word for me. It's a good thing because the basic class would be awfully boring." Waylon gave him a light, friendly shove. While he teased Andrith for being so far ahead of the rest of us, I pulled a small black ribbon from one of my pockets and freed the arm Aether had grabbed onto. I wrapped the ribbon around my right wrist. I wasn't scheduled to work that night, but had some free time and decided to spend it helping out at the library's book return room, hoping that this time the strange patron would notice my signal. "And you, Lil? Any ideas?" I perked up and started listening again when Waylon brought the conversation back around. The farm girl gave a weak shake of her head. "I was about to get some food, though, if anyone wants to help me think about it." Aether and I mentioned that we would be working, while the two boys already had other plans as well. Lily sighed. "I was going to see if anyone wanted to spar with me, too, but I suppose not." She slumped her shoulders and let her eyes wander out to the forest on either side of us. I slowed down my pace, and she was so distracted, she almost crashed into me. Before she could apologize, I grabbed one of her hands and gave it a squeeze. "I'd love to hang out with you tonight," I said with a smile. Her eyes lit up. Then she took on a guarded expression. "Wait, I thought you had to work." "They can sort the books without me for one night." She wrapped her arms around me, stopping me in place. My robes muffled the words, "Thank you," as they were whispered into my chest. As winter approached and snow fell more often, the dining square became more and more vacant. Only a few students dotted its tables, where they were forced to clear areas for themselves. Lily and I grabbed bowls of beef stew from the burnt bookmark and started making our way back to Aether's apartment. That's the wrong way," she said, when I took an unexpected turn. Lily froze in the path, looking irresistibly cute bundled up in tight robes, with a scarf wrapped around her neck. Her tan cheeks were a rosy red, and her breath blew out in visible puffs. I looked over my shoulder at her. "Not the wrong way. It just doesn't lead where you thought we were going." She tilted her head a little. Then her mouth formed a small O, and she hopped off the path to join me. If it weren't for the snow, we would have still been following a path, just one packed down by students' steps instead of paved by cobblestones. The slick snow made it a little slippery, but I didn't mind holding Lily's hand for balance. Eventually, I led her to a small, half-frozen pond that I normally only saw from the distance on my way to class. On one side was the campus, and on the other is the same forest we walked through to reach the arena every day. A small bench overlooked the pond. I heated it as we approached to melt the snow, and gave us a small area where we could enjoy ourselves while remaining dry. We settled in with our hot stew and a few pieces of bread to dip in it, and ate it slowly as we looked over the wintry world. Lily was quiet for a while, though the feeling I got from her was contentment, so I was happy to leave her be. Eventually, though, I had to bring it up. I leaned over and bumped her lightly with my shoulder.
Now, I know you've already given a lot of thought to what classes you'll pick. You wouldn't be able to help yourself. And don't worry about not making it through our class. I won't let you fall behind.
I put on a warm smile and hoped that it would work. Lily pursed her lips and stirred her soup. "Oh, I have," she whispered. When she looked up at me, she had tears in her eyes again. She wiped them away. "I was so excited to get started with a real alchemy class. Not just the basics that they've been teaching us in the regeneration school. And ever since the High Botanist showed off her familiar, I've wanted one of my own. Her little twig looked so cute hopping around on his little roots." She held her hands out in front of herself in a cute gesture that imitated the familiar's little feet tapping against the ground. She stopped abruptly and frowned. "But I might not make it." A sob broke free of her chest, and I set my soup down so that I could wrap my arms around her.
"That's not going to happen,"
I reassured her, but I knew that words alone would not be enough. Not wanting to rush her, I let her cry for a few minutes.
"You said you wanted to practice, right? Well, let's find somewhere to spar."
Lily let out a long breath and nodded her head weakly. As I rose from our bench and started walking away, my foot caught on a root that the melted snow had uncovered. My empty bowl flew from my hands and stuck in a bank of snow. Lily reached out and managed to wrap a hand in my robes, but that only served to unravel them while I tumbled into the snow. Before I could get annoyed, though, I heard Lily giggling. She had a hand over her mouth, and her shoulders kept twitching with restrained laughter. I rolled over onto my butt and looked up at her with a droll expression, and she burst out laughing. It was so much that she didn't even bother trying to help me up. As I glared at the root that had tripped me up, I had an idea. Just as Andrith had used the earth to create a shield for himself that ended up being a major advantage, Lily could do the same. But instead of rock, hers could be made of roots, and they could grab onto her opponent's weapon as easily as this one grabbed my ankle. Lily was skeptical at first, uncertain that she could even do it, but that was just the bad mood talking. The laughter had helped, but she was still feeling down about her prospects. Instead of leaving our spot and sparring, we decided to use the very root that tripped me up as her first shield. The process was slow and difficult. Lily knelt over the gnarled wood and held her hands around it, infusing it with magic and trying to shape it to her will. She didn't have as much skill as Andrith, but the process seemed more difficult for other reasons. Dirt could be shaped easily and packed tight to make a strong shield. He didn't use rock or metal for a simple reason. They were more difficult to work with. At a moment's notice, I was sure even Andrith would have trouble finding a rock of just the right size, or breaking a larger rock to make it. Lily's root shield posed a similar problem, but we figured that if she could shape roots into a shield just once, then she could use that same shield until it broke down. So, while pulling the roots out of the ground and winding them together was a painstaking process that left us both covered in sweat, and even left me feeling drained from the power she pulled through me as she coiled the roots together, it was all worth it in the end. The result was a roughly circular shield of wood twisted around itself about the size of Lily's forearm. Spaces between the roots and twigs would allow a weapon to slip through, at which point she could use the shield almost like another hand, latching onto the weapon painlessly. Putting it together left us both exhausted, but using it in battle would be as easy as levitating anything else. And as Lily grew more experienced using magic to influence her chosen element, nature, she could make something even larger and use it even more efficiently. I was excited about the possibilities, but mostly just happy to see Lily happy again. She was anxious to try out her creation, but it had taken a lot of time and energy already. Her eyes were wide and brimming with life. She was tired, but satisfied with the work that made her so. I grabbed her by the shoulders and leaned down to give her a kiss.
I think we've both had enough for now, Lil. Besides, Aether's been alone at her room for the past half hour, wondering what's kept us so long. Even Pixie made it home before us, I added.
She worked so often lately that the rest of us were sleeping by the time she was on her way home. As a result, she often stayed at her own place because it was a shorter walk from the library and wouldn't require any of us to get out of bed to open the door. Lily chuckled and rolled her eyes. Ugh, all right, she dragged out the word. I guess we can go home. Then she looped a few fingers through her new shield made of twigs and roots, little leaves poking out here and there. She let it hang down by her side, while her opposite hand reached for mine.
Chapter 9. The next morning, I made a visit to my dorm room before heading off to class. Since Pixie and I were both going to the library, she offered to accompany me, but I told her I would simply catch up. Waylon was walking out and saw me heading in.
Doing the old walk of shame, eh?
He added a wink. I grinned and passed through the entrance as he held it open for me. Have you seen Aether, Lily, and Pixie? What do I have to be ashamed of?
Ah, shut up, he shot back, laughing. We can't all be as lucky as you.
As I walked the rest of the way, I found myself idly hoping that Waylon and Andrith could be as lucky as myself. Not that they would need 3 girlfriends exactly, but I still hoped they would find someone, whatever or whoever it was that made them happy. I didn't want to be flaunting my relationships in front of people who didn't have any, and I hoped that they didn't ever think I was bragging. My thoughts were cut short when I stepped into my room and found a person sleeping in my bed. They weren't armed or seemingly threatening in any other way, so I was more confused than anything else. I think you've got the wrong room, man, I said, walking over and poking him hard. When a small middle-aged man turned his very plain face to look up at me, I jumped back. He cursed and hopped out of the bed, holding his hands out before himself. Please, don't blow me up. I was sent by my Lord Hatham after we had some difficulty contacting you. The way the man cringed backward, shielding himself with his arms, was strange and a bit pathetic. I wanted to reach out and pull his arms down, but I knew that any movement would just set him off. Instead, I spoke slowly. All right, look, I'm not going to hurt you, but I have no idea who that is. Why don't you just tell me what he wanted and why you're sleeping in my bed? It was difficult to hide the annoyance in my tone. His squinted eyes shot wide, and he turned his head to grumble a few more words that I assumed were curses. The patron, Lord Calidus, he ordered me to deliver a black ribbon to you not so long ago. Yes, right, of course, him, yeah. I have it, by the way, right here, I said, pulling it out of my pocket. I've been wearing it, waiting days for you two. Yes, my lord, you have. He nodded quickly. It was strange having him address me as a lord, but I let it go. Being at the academy, most of the people I met with thought they were better than me. As faculty, or more senior students, most were, in a way, but still, it was nice to be appreciated for once. But, the man continued, I have waited for you here on multiple occasions, only for you to never show up. Last time, I waited a few hours and left, and apologies for this, my lord, but the patron, as he would rather I call him in public, bade me to stay as long as was required to make contact. He wrung his hands together. I tried sleeping on the floor, I really did, but I have a bad back, you see. He turned and hunched over for emphasis. It's fine, I said, having decided to wash my sheets as soon as I found a stranger desecrating them. But what do you want? I repeated. I have a class to get to, so... I made a gesture with my hand that meant speed it up. Right, of course. Apologies, my lord. I rolled my eyes. My patron would like to meet with you, in person, to discuss some divine work, if you catch my meaning. Yes, I know what you mean. When? As soon as possible. I glanced out the window and chewed that over. The best I can do is tonight. I'm a student, you know. I have a schedule to stick to. "Of course, my lord. Please accept my humble I cleared my throat again and gave him a flat look. "He wishes to meet with you at the Lazy Lion. He has taken a room there and sends me out for anything he needs. All you need to do is tell the innkeeper that you're there to meet with your patron. She'll know, and she'll take you up to see him. He'll be expecting you, my lord." Then the man made a quick, practiced bow and pointed himself toward my still open door. "Unless you had any questions for me?" "No, please." I shut the door behind him, and only then did my heart begin to race. Did that man even appreciate the risk he put me in by doing this? That he could have been captured and eventually killed if the wrong person had seen him breaking into my room? Thinking back to how nervous he seemed, maybe he did know the danger he was in. At least I could be sure that Waylon didn't notice a man slipping into my room, else he would have said something when I passed him by. I had to hope that, if my own neighbor didn't notice, then neither did anyone else. I spared a moment's thought for how he even made it into my locked room, but the shadows had their ways. Hell, the lady literally opened a portal and stepped right in. I tried to shut out the strange meeting and go on with my day, but it wasn't easy. Pixie gave an interesting lecture on ancient relics, telling of several that were mentioned in old stories and never seen again. It should have been fascinating, captivating. I had my autoquill take notes, but they only consisted of a few names and dates, with no details surrounding them. Seeing Erlaya in class reminded me of our match, and that thought distracted me momentarily, but not for long. Instead, I worried about what the Lord Hatham would ask of me. His servant was a particularly fearful man. If he was that afraid of me, when the only thing he knew about me was that I served the same god as his master, then how bad must his master be? What kind of job did he need my help with? I stewed on the possibilities. Nothing good came to mind. I wished that I could simply pause my classes and take care of this problem separately, instead of juggling it all. But there was no use. Pixie, and later Lily, asked me if something was wrong, but I used my match with Erlaya as an excuse. Heather's fight came first, but I was so preoccupied that I barely paid any attention to it. Until she was about to lose, anyway. Heather had her abilities, but hand-to-hand combat was not one of them. She made decent use of the staff she chose, but she just wasn't skilled enough with it to beat her opponent. In a moment of desperation, she tried something new. While offensive magic was prohibited, we didn't quite know how broadly Fowley's definition of offensive was. Of course, shooting a ball of flame at someone would count, but what about messing with their head? Mind reading was off the table, as was control, but Heather had already found out that she was able to add a sort of static to a person's thoughts. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was disconcerting, like suddenly finding yourself drunk when you hadn't had a single drink. Well, that was how Heather's opponent suddenly became. A mace blow that would have certainly knocked Heather out clumsily flew a few inches too high, and Heather was able to slam her staff into her confused opponent's head before the poor elemental girl even knew what was happening. As Fowley called the match in favor of Heather, he looked disturbed. He rubbed his chin in thought and walked over to help the girl up, asking Heather to stand by for a moment. After a few seconds, he watched one of his medical assistants take the girl away, and he added, "That was a good move, Miss Denevere, but a little too close to offensive magic for my taste. I applaud your creativity, and I think you may have chosen the right school for yourself. But in future matches, I cannot allow you to use that ability." Heather looked disappointed, but she nodded. When she returned to us, she shrugged. "Well, it was worth a shot. At least I know it works now." When my match finally came, I wasn't even worried about it. I had more at stake than my fighting record and reputation. Compared to being forced to undertake some dark, potentially murderous task, sparring with a friend seemed so simple. Fowley called us up at last, and we met each other at the center of a circle drawn in the dirt. Erlaya reached out a hand, and I shook it. Her skin was soft, despite the hard look of her muscles. "No hard feelings, right?" She held an awkward smile. "Right," I nodded. distracted by my thoughts even when I was about to fight. Erlia frowned, so I tried to cheer her up by adding, "Just please don't split my skull open." She chuckled and then shrugged, as if she'd think it over. Then we backed up until we stood on opposite sides of the circle, and Fowley called for us to begin. In her other matches, Erlia had charged forward like a predator planning to overwhelm smaller prey. None of them lasted long, as the inexperienced students had no way to deal with her relentless onslaught. This time, though, she stepped forward cautiously, letting me meet her in the middle of the open space. She let me attack first, easily parrying my thrust with one of her axes, then swinging the other directly at my shield. We circled each other, each waiting for the other to attack. With a sword and shield, that was my entire strategy. With 2 axes, though, fighting defensively wasn't Erlia's thing. She was taking it easy on me, and I knew it. "Come on," I said, shaking my shield. "I asked you not to kill me, not to treat me like a child." Her eyes widened, and she pursed her lips. "It's just weird. I don't want to hurt you." I jerked my head toward the medical tents. "As long as you don't go for the head, nothing you can do will be permanent." I wasn't sure whether that was true, but it seemed to help. After a few more seconds, Erlia shrugged. "Are you sure?" Fowley's voice boomed from the sidelines. "This isn't a debate, acolytes. Get to it." When we made eye contact again, I nodded, and Erlia's face tightened. Before I knew what was happening, a booted foot slammed into my shield, and I was sent off balance. I waved my arms, trying to stay upright, and an axe slapped my shield to the side. A moment later, Erlia stepped on one of my feet, and her shoulder rammed into my chest. I fell backwards, and the breath rushed out of me as I hit the ground. Erlia dropped to her knees, pressing one onto my chest, with her 2 axes poised over my neck. Then she smiled. "Be careful what you wish for, loser." Then she winked and jumped up, offering me a hand. Sucking in a deep breath, I let her pull me to my feet. "Didn't embarrass me too badly, did you?" "Don't worry about it. My last match was done in half the time." "Good enough." Lily's next fight came after a few others, and she was itching with excitement. Not the nervous anxiety that had affected her before. Now, she wanted to try out her shield, and I was just as interested in seeing it in action. When the time finally came, she shot me a knowing look, and I couldn't help but reflect her smile. I had lost, and would have no chance at winning the source. But with her new shield, maybe Lily had a real shot. It would be something new that no one else had seen or trained against, and so might even give her an edge versus Erlia. First, though, Lily had to prove that she could make use of that root shield. It garnished a lot of attention as Lily walked up to join her new opponent, a boy my size but thinner. He would have a size and strength advantage, and the spear he chose gave him a longer reach as well. I gritted my teeth at the poor luck, as I'd been hoping Lily could test herself on someone easy. "Where did that come from?" Aether asked. Based on their eyes, it seemed like everyone else thought it as well, so I explained out loud that we had put that shield together the previous night. "I thought I felt something from you too, like an echo or something. Somehow, I could tell that one of you was using a lot of power," she replied. Fowley peered at Lily's shield suspiciously. "It's only wood," the farm girl pointed out, holding it toward him for examination. He approached the 2 combatants, rubbing his chin and eyeing the shield. "No thorns on it?" Lily shook her head. "And those leaves, are they poison ivy?" "No, sir." "Those are good ideas, though," I added. Lily smirked, and Aether nodded beside me. "Then I see no reason to disallow it. Just remember, as you'll be controlling it with magic, you cannot use it for offense." When Lily nodded, he clapped his hands. "All right, then. By the time I step off out of the circle, you may begin." The 2 combatants took a few steps back, the tall boy looking cautious but confident. Lily was such a small girl, with a little pointy sword and a bunch of twigs floating beside her. She wasn't exactly an imposing sight, but I had high hopes. The lanky boy charged in and stabbed at Lily.
It was difficult to even watch without jumping in to defend her. The wooden weapons weren't likely to kill anyone, but that didn't make my urge any less powerful. Lily swept her shield through the air, brushing the spear aside, but just barely. She was still slow and unskilled. When she darted in to stab her foe, he pivoted and slammed the butt of his spear into her ribs. Lily went tumbling to the ground, but she didn't lose her sword. The root shield had briefly fallen to the ground, but Lily brought it close to herself, just as the boy dove in. He brought the spear overhead and pounced, bringing the weapon down at Lily's chest. The dull spearhead sunk deep with a thud, and I heard a gasp. One of Lily's hands reached up, holding her rapier, as it cleanly stabbed between the boy's ribs. He struggled for breath, and agony was written plain as day on his face. The boy clutched at his chest and stumbled backwards. Valley raced forward, and I could see a blue glow start surrounding him as he prepared to help. I spared the injured boy no more thought, as he was in good hands. Instead, I raced over to Lily, Aether right behind me. As she rose to her feet, I saw the root shield wrapped just below the spearhead. The shield had latched onto the boy's thrust and redirected it toward the ground, then held it there while Lily's sword found one of his lungs.
I think that's a win anyone can be proud of, I said, brushing some dirt off Lily's robes as I helped her to her feet. She smirked back at me.
I think you're right.
Chapter 10. Hours later, I stood in the dining square on a cold night. It was dark, but the moon worked with the lights that hung beside every pathway to keep the slick pathways lit. As far as the girls knew, I was working an extra shift at the library. Luckily, the lazy lion was close by. If anyone asked, I could easily use the excuse that I was just slacking off, or starting my shift with a drink. Either explanation would be better than the truth. The inn was a small, cozy place with a large fireplace and several rugs covering the floors. There were only a few tables, with only a few customers. Not a rough sort, but not wealthy either. The lazy lion was better than average, perhaps, but not where I might expect to find a lord, nor even a shadow. They belonged in the kinds of inns hidden in alleyways, where the games of dice were as dangerous as the clientele. It was oddly normal. I spoke to a polite woman who knew exactly who the patron was. She seemed excited, actually. The poor man stays cooped up all day and night. Only visitor he gets is that old servant of his. It'll be good for him to see a young face, she said with a kind smile, as she led me up some stairs. He's the third door on the right, she explained, pointing. I nodded and thanked her. Moments later, I took a deep breath to calm myself and knocked on the door. There was a shuffling sound and some movement. A lock clicked open and a chain rattled. Then the man who I found sleeping in my bed opened the door. Please, come in. He stepped aside and waved his hand. The room was cramped. A bed was pushed into the corner to fit a desk between it and a small fireplace. A wardrobe stretched from floor to ceiling in the corner opposite the bed. Only embers remained of a fire I suspected was very recently put out. It had the effect of leaving the room so dark that it was difficult to make out the servant's features, even as I passed him by. A large man with a thick mustache and long hair that could have been black or brown sat behind a simple desk with his hands steepled beneath his chin. A few loose stacks of papers sat in front of him, as well as a book and an unlit candle. The seat he left open for me put him between myself and the fire. It gave him a dull red glow and made his body seem darker by comparison. Sir Calidus, I presume? That's right, my lord. Hatham nodded. I was elated to see your triumph over the dragon not long ago. A small thing, perhaps, but difficult for any young student. I myself attended the Whisperwill School for Wizards and Witches. He chuckled and shook his head. They would have never pit us against such dangers. It is no wonder Aether always sends such interesting candidates to the games. But that is no matter. Not for now, anyway. If you can help me with this job, then perhaps we can work together in that as well. He paused, and I got the sense that he was looking into my eyes. It was simply too dark to tell, but I tried to keep my face stiff and cold.
Just what you would expect from someone willing to betray their classmates.
You mentioned a job, I said, then nodded for him to continue. Right, indeed. There is a man at this school of legendary renown, apparently. He is an obstacle to our true lord and needs to be removed, ideally through exorcism, so that he may live the rest of his days a weak, disconnected prisoner. You needn't worry. I will provide one of the knight's priests that has been trained to do the job, a so-called inquisitor. All you need do is provide the opportunity.
I nodded along, understanding most of that. He said it in a way that assumed I knew what he meant, so I didn't want to ask too many questions. From the context, though, it seemed that the knights had found a way to cut people off from their gods. I had heard of similar stories in the papers, but thought they were just bullshit. If I could help this man with his plot, perhaps this inquisitor would be able to help me as well. It might need a bit of tough love to get him to do it, but it could work. At the very least, it was a solution to my problem. I just needed to find a way to use it. Excited by the information I had just learned, I nodded.
Sounds simple enough. Who's the target? A man named Celestro Teed, your headmaster.
I slumped forward and my jaw dropped.
The headmaster. You want to exorcise probably the most powerful mage in the world?
Lord Hatham crossed his arms and nodded. I could only imagine there was a smug look on his face, but the only part I could see very well was the mustache. There was only one possible explanation. The man was an idiot. Even with an insider's help, there was just no way to bring down the likes of Celestro Teed. I had only seen a few glimpses of his power, but he was a star surrounded by candles, from what I could tell. Even Vethris' superior source of power wasn't enough to bridge the gap between us. I was relieved. I had stepped into this room ready to lie and sabotage whatever plan was set before me. But that wouldn't even be necessary. It was no lie to say that I had no idea how to help this mission succeed, and I wouldn't need to sabotage it to make sure it failed.
I can see that you are awed by my ambition. It is exactly for this reason that I offered myself for such a task. Only the most difficult and valuable of favors truly deserve the attention of the true lord, don't you think? Right, of course. He will certainly be pleased. What sort of plan did you have in mind? Perhaps together we could subdue him, but I fear the headmaster is too strong for that.
Far too strong. Not to mention the bodyguards that went everywhere with him. Hatham paused.
Oh, I would not be of any use. My abilities are used for diplomacy, not war. I am an organizer, not a fighter.
He gave an awkward chuckle.
Besides, a lord does not mingle with his cook. He simply orders his meal.
I stared back at him flatly, raising an eyebrow.
So I'm the cook in this scenario?
His arms flung up.
But of course. You are a peasant, are you not? Don't think yourself my equal just because our lord has found some use for you. I will provide the poison, the priest, and the overhead, but you must do something, dear boy.
His sudden indignation was like a blow to the face. How dare I think him my equal? This idiot is as below me as anyone could ever be. A part of me wanted to set him on fire, or see whether I couldn't boil the water in his body from the outside. But while I lied sometimes, or pretty often, I only did it out of necessity. I wasn't a bad person, and wouldn't resort to anything like murder just to keep my own secrets. No matter how much of an asshole this guy was, I wouldn't hurt him unless he tried to do the same to me. Instead, I tried to see it as an opportunity. I bowed my head and apologized.
I forgot my place, my lord.
Those words were particularly hard to get out.
Such a task will take time, and I might need help in the form of gold, if not muscle, but I will see it done.
There was one word of his that stuck out and needed explanation.
You mentioned poison.
Hatham cleared his throat. When he spoke again, his voice was still a little agitated, but there was a light tone of pleading to it.
Of course. The Cloudist poison is used in every exorcism. The knights would be blown up without it. He slammed a large hand into the table and began to laugh uproariously. "The fools have no idea what they've done in sharing it with us, but that is no matter. We need only slip a small amount into your headmaster's drink, or even poke him with a tainted needle, and his body will become as rigid as a rock. Cuts him off from magic, paralyzes the body, and yet leaves him conscious. Quite the invention indeed. Came from some sort of sea creature, if you can believe it." He nodded to himself a moment, then added a hopeful, "So, you'll do it?" Well, that changed things. With a poison like that, the Knights could exorcise anyone. My first priority was finding and using Haytham's Inquisitor. But his source of poison was equally important. If the Knights had that kind of weapon, maybe they weren't as outmatched here as everyone thought. Well, if this fool was going to give me free rein on the job, then who was I to turn him down? I could always string him along, asking for a bit of gold or information here and there until he lost interest. And at the right time, I could pretend to have a plan in motion. Then I'll ask about the priest and the poison, get myself exorcised, and report Lord Haytham as a shadow. I might even end up with a sample of the poison, if not knowledge of its source. I could see it all unfolding before myself already, so I gave a firm nod. The man nodded proudly. "Very good. I will forget your little bout of insubordination, as long as you do your job quickly and quietly. As I've said, I will provide you with a priest, and if you need some more men for the task, I may be able to set that up as well. As for gold," he rifled around on his desk a bit, pushing papers aside, and finally finding a small pouch. He snatched it up and tossed it to me. "That should be enough to get started. I'll be expecting a weekly report, you understand. Here, every Friday night. I want you to tell me precisely how you have brought us closer to our goal. Do you understand me?" I bowed at my waist, trying to hide a smile and hold in a burst of laughter. "Yes, my lord." "Thanks for the free gold, idiot." He dismissed me with a wave of his hand. "Off with you, then." I turned around and nodded to Haytham's servant as the man opened the door for me. A few months' wages at the library now sat in my hand, all for one night's work. There was no way in hell that I was even going to waste my time trying to find a way to get Teed alone so that some priest could exorcise him. Even with enough poison for him and his bodyguards, that would require a small army. All I would really need to do was meet up with Haytham once a week and tell a few lies. I could do that. It was starting to seem like the only thing I was good at. Those mental magics classes were starting to look like more of a necessity by the day. But if Haytham didn't detect me lying today, then he probably didn't have the ability. Still, it was a grim risk to leave to chance. Not that Haytham seemed like the kind of man with many abilities. Quite the opposite, in fact. Only a useless noble would assign such a job to a stranger, offering little in the way of help, expected to take full credit for the job in the end. In a way, I was saving his life. If Haytham found anyone else for this job, the most likely ending would involve both of their deaths. He would be out a lot more than one purse of gold in that scenario. I was doing him a favor by ripping him off, truly. I laughed about it all the way home. Then I laughed at myself a bit as I opened the door. Lily and Aether perked up from their places of study. The latter was sitting cross-legged on her bed, with a few papers and a book laid out around her, while the former sat at the table, with a set of materials she was mixing in a beaker. "Short shift?" Lily asked. I opened my mouth to ask what she meant. Then I remembered and almost laughed. I had told them I was heading to work, and forgot to actually do that after meeting with Haytham. Well, I had already been trying to think of a way to explain the pile of gold in my pocket, and an easy one came to mind. I pulled the purse out and threw it on the table. "Who needs work when you have luck?" Lily's eyebrows climbed her forehead, and Aether sprung up from her seat on the bed. She stood in her doorway moments later, her arms crossed as she leaned in the frame. "Not bad. You'll have to teach me your ways," she said with a smirk. Lily scoffed. "One lucky night doesn't mean you'll get free rein with all our gold. I've seen too many poor fools' lives ruined by gambling in my old village to let it happen to us." Lucky for me, I have another addiction to distract me from gambling.
Lily scrunched her eyebrows. I'm not sure substituting one addiction for another is really the best idea. I shrugged, walking over to her slowly. One of my hands slipped under her robes and took one of her small, firm breasts into my hand. Her heart beat faster as I whispered in her ear.
That depends on the addiction.
Chapter 11. All ready to see Teed? Pixie asked me as I walked into the library the next morning.
I nodded. Ready as I'll ever be. We'll give him the crown for now, but I'm going to hold on to the sword. I'd hate to keep recovering powerful artifacts just to have them confiscated.
Pixie grinned. Better be careful with them, then.
And when am I ever not careful?
She scoffed and walked away, her arms filled with books and papers. I let my eyes fall down to her perky ass in that battle dress. After sharing the image with the girls, Pixie glanced back at me and shook her head, but I could distinctly see the smile she was holding back. Lily sent a satisfied feeling. You must run a lot, she mused. Pixie didn't respond, but I got a faint hint of embarrassment. As I dealt with my janitorial duties and tried to avoid thinking about them, I instead directed my mind toward the coming changes. Getting deeper into mental magics was a must. I had no reservations about that choice. It was the other that I kept rethinking. There was a magical martial arts class that was a more advanced version of what I was already learning from Fowley. The basic class I was currently taking was there to make sure we all met a certain minimum standard, not necessarily to make us into great fighters. The next class in that sequence wouldn't make me a great fighter either, but it would be a step in the right direction. It wasn't the only choice, though. I knew that I wanted to specialize in one of the elements, but still hadn't decided between fire and air. 2 elements were already covered. Andrith was our resident earth expert, and Lily would soon be that for nature. Of the remaining elements, water didn't interest me, but both fire and air had several interesting applications. Fire provided the best offense, but mastering air would mean I could learn to fly. I could also, of course, dabble in multiple elements, but that would take time away from mastering one of them. I thought over the possibilities, and I watched the mop moving back and forth. Water built up around it and slowly faded away, being transported to the sewers by some unseen magical mechanism. Getting a wry idea, I grabbed the mop with 2 hands and held it out in front of myself like a longsword. I had done this a few times back in my old job, but after getting water everywhere, it wasn't as fun as it seemed. With the mop Tuvian made, though, that was no issue. Like a true nerd, I swung the mop around, pretending to spar against unseen opponents. I sliced through Boba's thigh, then ran him through. I parried one of Fowley's thrusts and swept off his head in one clean swing. Countless foes came at me from all sides. I sidestepped each attack perfectly and imagined every drop of water that flung from my mop was a small bead of magma as it flew through the air. I must have looked ridiculous, but in my head, it was awesome. I could see my future self, having become a badass through years of struggle and battle. The mop was a blood-red sword wreathed in flame that lashed out like a living weapon. No, not flame. Lightning. As I swept the sword in front of myself, I saw an arc of electricity fly out, electrocuting anyone in its path. And then I knew. First, I would need to learn the sword. Being better than most of the other students wasn't good enough. I needed to master it. The magical martial arts class would get me some experience with the sword, but also teaching me to incorporate magic into my attacks. That was the foundation I would need before I could throw my chosen element into the mix. Lightning was still technically considered fire, just an advanced form of it. As a result, there weren't distinct lightning element classes, so I would likely need to go with fire. I wished I could start sooner, but I knew it would be worth the wait. I'd be lying if I said I didn't picture my character in Skyrim with lightning crackling as it shot from his extended hands. The other elements just didn't feel as cool, as awesome as that did, and it ultimately made the decision simple. mental magics, and magical martial arts. I could start there, then move on to fire classes, and figure the rest out from there. I set the mop back down and kept working as I fed it some power. The rest of my shift passed quickly, as the power fantasies that ran through my mind distracted me easily. But next came Teed's meeting. As my shift neared its end, that conversation started taking up more and more brain space. I had already gone over it with the girls, and we knew what we were going to say, and leave out. But that didn't mean I wasn't anxious. The ancient elven headmaster had the sort of intimidating bearing that would make even the most confident person question themselves, looking into the eyes that had seen thousands of years, and lying to them was a scary prospect. When I met back up with Pixie, the feeling I got from her was about the same as my own. I found her leaning against a bookshelf on the first floor of the library, tapping one outstretched foot quickly. She held a thin notebook to her chest, with slips of paper sticking in several directions, and held a weak smile. "Ready?" she asked. The other two girls were listening through the bond, but stayed quiet. They sat on the fourth floor, pretending to study, but they probably looked more like they were sleeping. That or thinking very hard. Tilting my head back and forth, I replied, "Meh, sort of. Might as well get it over with." Pixie chuckled. "Oh, stop. Your confidence is overwhelming. But you're right. I'll feel much better once we've spoken to him about what we learned." She glanced around, and I nodded. One could never know the allegiances of random eavesdroppers. I held out a hand, and Pixie smirked, slipping hers into it. Her thin orange hand was soft and warm. Her presence in my mind the same. Having her, not to mention Aether or Lily, always in my head was surprisingly reassuring. Each member of our bond was like another source of everything we needed. Power, knowledge, strength, even love. We made our way to the classroom I visited every day, where two of Teed's bodyguards stood outside, their arms crossed, faces shrouded by dark black hoods. They didn't react as Pixie and I approached. We merely walked right by as if they were statues. It didn't matter how many times I encountered them. I couldn't feel anything but uncomfortable around their utter silence. The headmaster, who outshone his bodyguards in every way, sat behind Pixie's desk. He was leaned back in her chair, reading a book when we walked in. He slowly set it down and stood, waving a hand toward the seats closest to him. When we took them, he sat back down at the same time and folded his hands in front of himself. His long white beard hung below the desk. Dark black hands reached out of wide sleeves, and two dark eyes seemed to take in the entire world at once, understanding every bit of it. "I understand that you had some things you wished to speak with me about regarding your trip. Your former professor was not entirely forthcoming with its purpose, so do be detailed in your story's retelling." Then he gestured for us to begin. I glanced over at Pixie and launched into our rehearsed report. Almost every detail was included. The little inn we stayed in, the boy who helped us find entrance to the old capital, the prisoner who had his vision burnt away by the basilisk. Teed's eyebrows lifted slightly as I spoke of the first basilisk we fought, but he asked no questions until we reached the most crucial part of the story, the throne room. As I glossed over the details of how we got in, Teed's eyes slitted. I thought I saw questions forming, but none came, until I mentioned the crown. His interest was plain on his face, even if he hadn't stopped me to ask, "Do you have it with you?" It had been his first interruption, whereas the rest of the time he listened in rapt silence. The sudden question might have thrown me off if I hadn't been expecting it. Pixie pulled the fantastic crown from a pocket within her robes, and Teed's eyes widened in shock. He took it from her hands before she could set it on the table. "I never thought to lay eyes on it again," he said, holding Magnavius's crown in front of himself respectfully. "Have you seen what it can do?" I glanced over at Pixie, and we nodded together. "I activated it unintentionally, and it showed me the last memory it had ever stored." Teed nodded slowly. Suddenly his eyes glazed over, and I knew that he was seeing what I saw. It lasted only a few short seconds, and Teed sighed afterwards, setting the crown on the desk.
Then I assume you have some questions. Allow me to answer those I can predict. That man was a menace. Alexios Magnavius, who owned this crown, and that palace, wanted to add the rest of the world to his never-ending list of possessions.
A smile crept onto Teed's ancient face.
He was handsome, charismatic, regal despite his humble beginnings, and ambitious beyond compare. We were good friends for many years, the likes of which does not often occur between humans and elves. Our lifespans differ in such a way to make it difficult. Alexios, on the other hand, the truth has fallen away to time, but he did not build his empire on one lifetime alone. Through a mix of luck and perseverance, he managed to claim a pillar that had been lost for centuries. It made him immortal, and that made his ambition boundless.
Another sigh. His smile faded.
My old friend changed after that. Before, there were times that he would become so single-minded that he would forget the rest of the world. Only his dream of an everlasting life and a kingdom to go along with it mattered. At first it was an idle dream, not something he even entertained as realistic. But once his years were no longer numbered, that changed. Nothing could satisfy him. He became a conqueror that time could never forget, and taking him down was the hardest time of my life. The memory you saw in this,
he tapped the crown with one black finger,
was my darkest moment.
There was a long silent minute where I wasn't sure whether Teed expected anything more from us. I didn't want to move, so I merely reached out to Pixie.
Should we leave?
She sent back a feeling that resembled a shrug. His voice was heavy when he finally spoke again.
Your former professor should certainly have known better than to send you on such an errand. I don't know what put that idea in her head, but she is not here to ask, so I will not dwell on it.
I felt a weight lift from my chest at that. If Teed had decided to pull on that loose thread, it could reveal that both Poultice and I were shadows, that she sent me to Farnham to bring back another shadow who had murdered one of Teed's underlings. Teed tapped the crown again.
I will keep this safe, and see what information I might take out of it. As all its memories are thousands of years past, I doubt there will be any more than nostalgia. Was there anything else you wish to tell me?
Pixie shook her head, and I felt her relief at being allowed to leave. I, however, wasn't done.
When we returned, Headmaster, the knights camped outside the gates harassed us. I won't repeat what they said, but I do feel that they are more dangerous than we thought. It's only a matter of time before a fight breaks out. So, why don't you just remove them?
The headmaster shook his head slowly. He looked truly ancient then, and tired.
We at the Academy try to use our powers to help those around us. With the power to influence the world comes the responsibility to improve it. There are, however, some schools, and indeed gods, who do not feel the same way. The result is an inconsistency among mages, those who help and those who hurt. Naturally, this gives rise to the question, as a whole, is magic beneficial to humanity? To those of us at this school, the answer is an obvious and emphatic yes. But to the many disconnected people out there, it is not so simple. Many of the knights, for example, are victims of some magic-fueled tragedy. Their leaders have, for years, known that this is their best method of recruitment, to find those victims and offer them a way to fight back, to spread those stories of dangerous, overpowered killers who could squash them like a bug. That fear is extremely motivating.
Teed's dark eyes halted on mine, then shifted to Pixie, and I knew she felt the weight of his gaze just as heavily as I did.
It is for that reason exactly that I allow the knights to remain on our doorstep. We could wipe them out, yes. Bring forward and execute every one of them who heckles one of our students, as they did the two of you and your friends. But what may hurt them today will help them tomorrow. The knights will take the story of the terrors within Aether Academy and use them to drive recruitment throughout the continent, bolstering their number and electrifying their members. They will shout, "See? See what those monsters are truly like? Do you still wonder why we wish to destroy them? Would the world not be a better place without them?"
Teed paused and let his words sink in.
There are many who only need a little prodding to say yes. They may be misguided, but I don't want a war on my hands. Even the ignorant are innocent. Sometimes.
A strangely kind smile pulled at his usually serious lips.
I understand your worries, but I assure you that we are in the ideal situation. The Knights are trying to provoke us. As long as we don't bite, they will disperse. They know they cannot threaten us without overwhelming numbers, which they do not have. As such, they will not make a move, and neither will we. The best thing we can do is ignore them and allow them to waste their resources until they move on.
I nodded along, having some difficulty finding any fault in Teed's logic. There was, however, the plan that he knew nothing about, that a certain lord was hiding in town, planning to use the Knight's resources to bring Teed down. Unlikely as it was, if Haytham had any reason to think that he could even be successful, then surely the Knights had something up their sleeves we did not yet know about. The Inquisitor he mentioned to start, and the poison next. But who knew what else they were hiding? With no way to warn him without giving myself away, I simply bowed my head.
I'm sure you're right, sir, but I worry about my fellow students' safety. There are strange stories coming in from other cities.
Teed waved a hand and cut me off.
I assure, these are merely stories, likely made up by some knight trying to make us fear them for a change. If they have a weapon that could allow them to rival us, well, that would be an encouraging story for potential recruits to hear, yes? But of course, if such a weapon existed, then we would certainly be seeing it here. If the Knights are truly so angry and armed, then surely we would have seen as much out of them already. Instead, while their numbers have increased, all that has resulted from it was a bit of noise. I appreciate your concern, Jacobus, but even if all those men gathered out there were to charge on us at this very moment, I would not even need the help of my guards to sweep them aside. Of course, sir. Thank you for saying so, I added.
Seeing it as my only opportunity to do so, I ventured a little further.
One last thing, Headmaster. I wondered if you might need an assistant of sorts. As you said, after the High Historian Tuvian was murdered and his replacement disappeared, you've been very busy. If you could use some help, and I could learn from one of the greatest mages in history at the same time, I would love to do so.
Teed looked shocked for the second time that night.
I suppose you are a student of history. Here I sit before you, like an enigmatic tome that holds thousands of years' worth of stories, fresh for the picking. There are many who would take up a similar position if offered to them, but few who I would allow to do it. I shall think on it, Jacobus, but I can promise you nothing.
With that, he rose. I bowed my head and hurried to thank him on his way out. Teed only nodded and politely wished the two of us a good night. After he left, Aether spoke up in our minds. "I didn't realize you were such a suck-up, Jake." Pixie smirked, looking like she could finally relax. Lily responded before I could. "I mean, was he wrong? Isn't Teed one of the most powerful people alive?" "He is," Pixie sent back. "But he's also one of the busiest, with the highest standards. He has plenty of those bodyguards to do his bidding without needing any help from us. It was a fine thought, though. Working as Poultice's assistant definitely taught me a lot. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to work under Teed."
"Exactly," I responded. "If I want to be the best, I need to learn from the best."
There was also this little detail regarding a noble shadow who wanted me to get close to Teed so that we could exorcise him. But I left that part out. I would never go along with the plan. But it did give me the idea of latching on to the headmaster and learning whatever I could from him. He was an unparalleled fountain of knowledge, and I thirsted for the ancient secrets that hid in his mind. I also made particular note of the information Teed left out. He told us that Alexios had been immortal, and that it allowed them to become great friends. He even mentioned that the day that friendship ended was the darkest moment of his life. What he decided to leave out, that I already knew anyway, was that Alexios Magnavius was still sitting in a dim cell about 7 floors beneath us, as he had been for countless years. But I couldn't blame the headmaster for that little lie of omission. We all had our secrets. Chapter 12. I returned to my room that night to grab a few things, and was barely in the door by the time Waylon was knocking. It opened automatically as I willed it to do so, and my friend held up a stack of papers that he then threw on my desk. "Might as well keep yourself informed if you're going to be friends with one of the Aether Chronos' newest journalists," he said proudly. "Really? You?" "Yeah, me. What's that supposed to mean?" "Aren't journalists supposed to be, insightful or something? Observant, good listeners, that sort of thing?" "Fuck yourself. I can listen just fine. And if you turn to page 5, you can find out for yourself." Then he held up another newspaper that was bound by a bit of string wrapped around it. "Have you seen Andrith? I've been meaning to give him one too. Now that I'm actually in it, they give me a few free copies of each issue." "Very cool," I said, with as little sarcasm as possible. "But no, I haven't. I am heading back to Heather's room, though, so I'll share this with them." "Are you sure? I can get them copies," he insisted, jabbing a thumb over his shoulder. "I'm sure you can, man, but I think we're good." Yeah, well, let me know. I'll go find Andy." He waved a hand over his shoulder as he left. Before he could get far, I stuck my head out of my doorway and called his name. Waylon looked back at me with a bored expression. "Congratulations, man," I said with a nod. "Thanks, mate." When I stepped back inside, the words on the front page grabbed my attention. As if in response to my conversation with Teed, there had been another pair of murders in Wisteria. A mysterious loud weapon that left no magical residue was used, yet again to kill unsuspecting mages before they had any chance to defend themselves. There had been a few disappearances as well, but notably no mention of exorcisms. It made me wonder what the Knights of Eradication were planning, as no other group would target mages like that. It was chilling news, but I had no doubt as to the truth of Teed's words. He was more than capable of dealing with the Knights, no matter what threat this new weapon held. As most of the competitors had already been knocked out of the class tournament, there were fewer official fights than most days. Boba kept pairing up fighters who had already been eliminated, critiquing them as they fought, instead of simply refereeing. Fowley oversaw the real matches, but since they didn't have anyone fight more than once on any given day, there were only a few of them. 8 fighters remained, 4 on either bracket. Waylon had lost to a crafty boy who knocked him out of bounds, so the only fighters left that I knew were Erlia, Andrith, and Lily, surprisingly. She had taken to her root shield quickly, and it proved to be a huge advantage. Lily had won the first fight of the day, and she approached it with confidence. She was far different from the girl who had won but regretted it almost a week ago. She had changed out her rapier for a short spear, presently using it like a walking stick. Her shield floated a foot to her left, while she approached a fire elemental. The slightly red man had a smirk that was unsettling. "Want me to get in his head?" Heather offered. "Thank you, but no." As if he'd been giving Lily a chance to respond, Fowley suddenly called for the fight to begin. The fire elemental was armed with a pair of flails. He swung them wildly as he charged at Lily. She tied one of them up with her shield, wrapping its roots around the dude's weapon and pulling it off target. While she tried to dart in and stab at his ribs, though, the elemental swept his other weapon close enough to stir the hair on Lily's head. She had to roll out of the way and bounce to her feet. The man smiled like before, and looked at the root shield struggling to pull his flail from his hand. He pulled back at it, bringing it a little closer. Then he opened his mouth and breathed fire. I felt Lily's fear as flames engulfed the shield she had so painstakingly created. She moved it out of the fire, releasing her opponent's weapon in the process, but his breath followed it. Lily snarled in anger as her creation turned to ash. It floated in between them, a mass of fire blocking their view of one another. "Lily, now's your chance," I sent her, hoping she would get the idea. Within an instant, she pulled back her arm and flung her spear at her opponent. But that wasn't something we had practiced. While it was a powerful throw for someone with such a small frame, her opponent merely ducked out of the way. When his breath subsided, there was nothing left of Lily's shield. She turned to Fowley. "I thought offensive techniques weren't allowed." He merely shrugged.
"He didn't try to set you on fire, did he?"
Lily pursed her lips and looked terrified as the elemental stalked her. Weaponless, she looked hopeless. And yet she felt confident. I had no idea why, until the length of wood rose into the air behind her foe. Suddenly, Lily started laughing in the face of the man who thought he had already won. He looked at her, confused as he swung a flail at her head. Before his weapon could come close, though, the tip of Lily's spear ran him through from behind. "Had that idea days ago," she explained. "After all, I can move a wooden weapon around just as well as any shield." The elemental looked like he had been betrayed as he fell to his knees. Fowley ran to the boy's side and paused to give Lily a proud nod, which made her beam. Her smile was wide as she walked over to rejoin our group. Waylon looked at her with his jaw loose and his eyes wide.
"Where in the fuck did that come from, farm girl?"
Lily held a hand over her mouth while she laughed. Meanwhile, a boy bled from a spear she had just stabbed through his chest, just several yards away. "What can I say? I want that source," she shrugged. Her smile faltered for a second, and she added, "I wished he didn't burn Rudy, though." "You named your shield?" Aether asked, amused. Lily's eyes widened, as if she didn't realize what she'd said. I put my arm around her before she had to answer.
"I think it's a great name," I said, "and I'll do whatever I can to help get his successor ready before your next fight."
Lily shot me a smile. "Thanks," she sent. Then it was my turn. It was only a sparring match, but we were to take it as seriously as ever. Bubba called my name out and nodded to me when I approached. A small and nimble Fae was my opponent. He wielded a sword in his right hand and a dagger in his left, and looked like he knew how to use them.
"See if you can fare better against this fly than you did against my cousin,"
Boba teased. My eyebrows pulled down as he called for the fight to begin. A sword slammed into my shield as the boy spun, his dagger swiping at my face. But I couldn't stop looking between Erlaya and Boba. There was some resemblance, but they were also some of the few orcs I had seen. I assumed their shared features had been due to their similar race, not shared blood. Suddenly, the prospect of adding Erlaya to my harem of girlfriends became a much more dangerous possibility. Not that I planned on doing so exactly, but it had crossed my mind, especially when I found her and Lily wrestling in Heather's bed. Boba seemed the type to warn me against treating Erlaya badly, and the type to back it up. I had beaten him once, but that didn't mean a real fight would be similar. If I did choose to move forward with Erlaya, I would need to do so carefully. And I could start by getting on Boba's good side. He softened a bit after I beat him, but impressing him further couldn't hurt. Getting beaten by this scrawny Fae, however, would hurt in more ways than one. So, I pushed all thoughts of green people out of my head and focused on the slightly orange one in front of me. He was quick, but having difficulty getting by my shield, even as distracted as I was. I stayed on the defense, only occasionally swiping back whenever I needed an opening to recover, waiting for the right moment, the right strike. Finally, the boy made a stab at me with his sword that I pretended to block. Instead of catching the point on my shield, however, I turned my body so that the blade ricocheted off my shield, and the momentum carried the Fae boy off balance. Then I reared back and slammed the shield into the side of his head with all the force I could muster. His head snapped back, and his arms waved at nothing in particular as he collapsed to the ground with a dazed look in his eyes. A part of me felt bad about it, but I knew that boy could have taken one of my eyes out with the right thrust. He would have gotten over it, and so would I. At least a concussion would heal, and probably more fully in this world than even my own. As I looked away from my fallen opponent, I found Boba approaching. He was clapping his hands softly, calling out for one of Fowley's medical assistants. He bowed his head to me briefly and said, "Guess I won't need to step in and save you after all," he teased. Then he turned his attention to the student who needed help. As I left one fighting area, two of my friends approached the other. Andrith and his earthen shield made it through each of his fights with little difficulty, and Erlaya was no different, except that she didn't have anything but her own skill and ferocity in combat. All the students gathered around their circle to watch two of the most promising students go at it. Even Boba refrained from calling another match so that he could stop to watch his cousin with pride. "Good fight," Lily said, coming up behind me as I replaced my weapons where I found them, to be repaired and maintained. I turned to smile at her, and Aether right behind her, and sent, "You too. And you would have made it just as far if Fowley let you use your little trick." Knowing I was referring to her, Aether rolled her eyes. Even her mental voice sounded annoyed. "It isn't fair, but it's over now. At least I won a couple fights. It should be enough to pass the class. And now I know that my little trick works, so it was worth trying just for that." I started walking toward the arena where Erlaya and Andrith stood facing each other, and the two girls followed. "What do you think of her?" I said, nodding toward the orc girl. She looked fierce with her dual axes, and while she could look cute when she smiled, her small tusks made even the most slightly serious expression look deadly on her face. "She could toss me around any time," Lily said immediately. I turned and gave her a surprised look, but she just shrugged. "What? You know how I felt when we were wrestling. She had an oddly comforting, strong presence. Like yours in a way." "I'm glad you think so. Aether?" "Our people haven't been known to get along, but I do like her. Orcs are usually so savage and simple. Erlaya may appear that way when she fights, but she is gentle and thoughtful at all other times. And if she doesn't mind helping us learn to fight, maybe she wouldn't mind helping us grow stronger in other ways." When I glanced over to Aether, she winked at me and I laughed. "Sounds like we're on the same page then. I don't quite know how to approach it, but maybe we can make it work." I shrugged. "You think she likes us enough, though?" As I said that, the fight began, and Erlaya's eyes scanned the crowd. When she found me standing beside Aether and Lily, she smiled at us and seemed to relax. "Yeah, I think so," said Aether. A moment later, Erlaya's demeanor had entirely changed, and she charged at Andrith. As with all his previous fights, Andrith was able to swing his dark brown shield of packed dirt around to catch each of Erlaya's blows, though he struggled to do so more than ever. Every arc of her axe cut away a piece of it, and soon the shield was covered in gouges wherever chunks hadn't broken away. And yet, every time Andrith struck back at Erlaya, she deftly turned her body aside, and he found his spear thrust into open air. It was all he could do to defend, strike back, reset, and do it again. Erlaya managed to grab hold of his spear, clearly intent on breaking it, but he was lucky to pull it out of her grasp. After so many savage blows, Andrith's shield had had enough. It burst to pieces in the air under another blow from Erlaya, and the dirt rained down on the boy it used to defend. It blocked his vision, and Andrith brought his spear up as if to clear the dirt from his eyes. But Erlaya was quick. She swept his feet out from under him and kicked the spear to the side. Andrith lay in the dirt, with his eyes closed and arms laying limply at his side, laughing. As soon as he could clear his vision, he accepted Erlaya's outstretched hand and climbed to his feet, while Fowley announced an end to the day's matches. "How's it feel?" Waylon called out, as if the win had been his own. "Not fun having dirt thrown in your eyes, is it, Andy?" And as he walked over to join them, Andrith was still rubbing at his eyes. "No, and I'm sorry, okay? It was still necessary, and I don't regret it either." Waylon clapped him on the back and grinned. "Good enough." Chapter 13. Aether grunted, and Lily squealed. Sadly, not for the reasons I would have preferred. We all had a free night, so we decided to train, of course. Lily was in the finals, and I was struggling to hold back my shock. I would never have expected the smallest member of our group to survive the longest, but her shield was a defense that no one had been able to counter until it burnt to ashes in her last fight. As Aether had lost as soon as she wasn't able to mess with her opponent's head, she wanted more practice. I considered myself a solid good enough,
and would rather the three of us were working each other out in the bedroom. But I was easily outnumbered, and so I mostly sat nearby while the girls fought. As Lily grew more skilled with her floating spear, Aether fell further behind. Lily's spear wasn't perfect. Hands of magic could grab things much more easily than real ones, but they still took much practice to master. As a result, they were still very clumsy. She dropped her spear often, but recovery was as simple as a thought. Since Aether couldn't be quick enough to capitalize on Lily's dropped weapon, it was back at Aether's throat before the blonde girl could get too excited. Instead, she only grew more frustrated, and they took a break. While Lily set to work recreating her root shield, I worked with Aether. We both felt slightly weak as Lily pulled power through us, but not enough to stop us from sparring. Aether struggled more against my sword and shield than she had against Lily, though Lily didn't have her root shield at the time. They were evenly matched, spear against staff, but Lily's skill at using magic to hold the spear gave her the advantage. Even without that kind of advantage, though, Aether couldn't get by my shield. I slowed down, feeling bad as she grew angry with herself, but that only made her snap at me. Lily took her time on her shield while the two of us worked up a sweat. Eventually, I had to stop. Aether was beating against my shield furiously and uselessly. Without messing with my head, she just wasn't skilled or strong enough. That didn't make it easy to accept, however. I'm just helpless. Jake, see how easily you beat me? I'm useless. Why even bother keeping me around? Her fists balled up in my robes. Lily stopped her work to watch sympathetically, and I squeezed Aether a bit harder to get her to stop insulting herself. Then I pulled one hand up to wipe the strands of yellow hair out of her teary eyes. You're handicapped, Aether. If you were allowed to use all your abilities, you would beat me easily. Want to try it? Because the last time you practiced on me, I don't think I could have taken 2 steps without falling down. Never mind blocking a staff. You've already proven that you can fight, Aether. Just not like this. I pointed down the wooden weapons. You don't need to be good at everything in order to be useful. Hell, I'm an idiot, but that hasn't turned you away, has it? She snorted a laugh. You really aren't, Jake, but thank you. She looked over at Lily, who was smiling as warmly as possible. We all have our own specialties, right? I nodded. Guess I'll just stick to mine. Her voice was still a bit sad, but before I could say anything, she pushed away from me and held up a hand. Don't worry, I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything. I am good at some things. I just need to remember to focus on them. That's right, like your mental scrying. And we still need to know what Alexios' sword can do. And maybe I'll let you practice messing with my head, if you help me learn to defend against it. You can't be the only person who has ever thought to use it against people. Aether nodded. So, you mentioned you'll be in class with me and Waylon. Have you picked your second yet? I peeked over at Lily, who was back working with her new shield. It would be smaller, more focused on grabbing than blocking. I think I might keep on with Fowley, learn more about how to fight combining weapons and magic. If that sword we took from Alexios' throne room is anything special, which I'm sure it is, then I might as well learn how to use it. Plus, think of how much better Lily's shield makes her. She seemed like one of the weakest fighters in the beginning. Hey, called out a small farm girl a couple dozen yards away. You know it's true, I called back, to which she tilted her head back and forth, grumbling something to herself. Anyway, that shield of hers is a huge advantage. Magic is a huge advantage, as long as we are able to use it. Lily's one of the best because she found 2 ways to use magic. First, in creating and using her shield. Second, in using magic to hold her spear instead of her hands. If a few simple creative ideas can make her into one of the best fighters in class, then I want to learn a hell of a lot more. Aether nodded and grabbed one of my hands. Her smile was a long way from the tears that rolled down her cheeks just minutes ago. See, now I feel foolish for worrying about it. It's only a class, and I think Fowley was happy enough with my first fight that I've already passed. Once we're out in the real world, the fights we get into won't be neat and orderly like this tournament. Any dirty trick we can come up with will be useful. So, while you slice away at the next basilisk, or whatever attacks us next,
I'll be standing at a distance, she smirked. But I'll be there, messing with its head or enchanting some rock to fly down the beast's throat. Lily held her new root shield over her head. And I'll be right there next to you, Jake, using this baby to keep us safe.
Well then, I think we might just be unstoppable.
The following morning's history class began with a surprise guest. 2 of them, actually. Headmaster Teed finally made an appearance after claiming that he would stop by once in a while over a week ago. He spoke to someone who he asked to stay outside until he introduced them, and then walked in regally, his arms crossed behind his back, his checkered robes grazing the floor he walked on.
Miss Averdian, I hope you don't mind my intrusion.
She shook her head as nerves got the best of her. Teed's presence always made her overly conscious of herself, what she said and did, as if he was always judging her and she had to get everything just right. He bowed his head to her, then turned to face the class.
I won't delay you long, but we did have an important announcement to make regarding our beloved library. As a result of our recent difficulties, we have made the decision to split the former High Historian and Head Librarian posts that were held by the previous leader of this department. We still seek a historian, but the librarian is one I think you all know well.
He held a dark hand out toward the door and nodded. A matronly woman with brown hair reaching past the glasses that rested on her ears stepped into the classroom, and my heart felt a jolt. It was Ruthie, who had worked right under Tuvian until he had been forced to fire her. Forced by my actions. I felt a renewed pang of guilt for what I had done to her, and as she happily greeted each of the students, whose names she still remembered, I tried hard to return her kind smile. Well, at least it had worked out, in a way. She was back working at the library, in a more senior position than she left. It was just a shame that she couldn't have taken it up earlier and shared Tuvian's responsibilities with him. She gave us a short introduction, and the pang of guilt grew deeper. Ruthie's hands clapped together, and her eyes sparkled. Oh, I'm so happy to be back working with you all. I want to thank Headmaster Teed once again for the opportunity, and let you know that things are going to be running very smoothly around here very soon. I've always had ideas that Octavio wouldn't entertain. She darkened for a moment as she said his name, but recovered quickly. And I'm excited to see the good I will be able to do over the years, passing down the knowledge that so many people have worked to bring together. With a nod and a smile, she waggled her fingers and left to get started on her new work. Teed watched her leave and spoke when she disappeared into the hallway.
I was glad to learn that each of you found success on your recent trips, short-lived as it may have been. You are not quite ready to rise in rank, but we may have greater need for those types of excursions in the future. Book of Great Lost Knowledge, old artifacts, or simply gold. The school can benefit from them all. Take your next round of classes seriously, because you may need those skills come springtime. I will leave it at that for now, he said with an oddly amicable wink. He gave Pixie a stiff nod, who returned it with a nervous wave, then left. The elemental twins started whispering to each other as soon as the headmaster was gone. Their pseudo-slave, Brim, was reading something in the seat between them, trying to ignore their chatter. Elia raised her hand to ask a question, at which point April had the same idea and thrust her hand up as well. Pixie gathered herself quickly. First of all, if either of you have questions about any upcoming trips, I don't know anything about them. Both girls put their hands down slowly. Right. Well, as you can tell, the headmaster was pleased with the accounts we gave him over the weekend, and he thinks you'll all be ready to take those kinds of missions on regularly. I'll let you know more as soon as I do. Elia glanced over at me with excited eyes, then to Jess. They must have bonded on their trip with our old professor. I hadn't seen them so much as speak before. As a few students started whispering to each other, Pixie raised her voice. So, that means you need to choose your next classes carefully and take them seriously. No one was seriously injured last time. Barely, I sent her. Though I may have slapped your ass once or twice. I'm sure it healed by now. Pixie cleared her throat, and when she began speaking again, the corners of her mouth kept pulling into a smile. And we want to keep it that way. What, me spanking you, or people not getting hurt? Do basilisks count? Don't make me turn you off, because I figured out how, and if you aren't nice, I won't teach you what else I've learned. My eyebrows climbed, and I looked back at her dumbstruck. It was, evidently, the reaction she was hoping for. She went on to essentially warn us against getting ourselves killed, because if even one of us wasn't ready, then the rest would need to wait as well. I, for one, felt pretty confident. Considering that I had already taken down a pair of basilisks and could hold my own in basic combat, I had a decent foundation. As long as they didn't send me into a literal dragon's den next time, I was pretty certain I'd be fine. And I just might be able to sneak out an artifact for myself, just like last time. The blood-red sword still sat under my bed, wrapped in cloth, but I knew I would find a way to use it eventually. I only wished I could have gone back to Magnavius's throne room for more, but the school would be sending back a more official excavation to pick the palace clean. It was easy to get distracted by what I might find on those future trips, though. No matter how interesting Pixie's lectures were, they didn't compare to a prospective increase in power. Pixie could dedicate a day or a week to it, but I still didn't much care for the Wisteria family, nor the city that was named after them. If they had some old haunted crypt sitting on the edge of some unexplored property, oh, I'd love to hear that. But the founding of their house was not nearly as captivating. Pixie did catch my attention again when she mentioned a string of unexplained deaths in the family that led to much of its wealth being concentrated on a single member. This woman allegedly had an interest in artifacts, and quite a collection to go along with her fortune. Could be an interesting person to look out for, if I was ever in the city. Chapter 14. Erlia was slow to leave class when it ended, and I knew exactly why. I waited for her in the hallway and said, "You're really that afraid of Lily? I mean, she's gotten better, but she's half your size." The pretty orc smiled around her tusks. "Maybe I'm just afraid of hurting her. Ever think of that?" "Well, you didn't seem afraid of hurting me." "You aren't a cute, wispy girl who seems like she would break as easily as a twig," Erlia answered. "Yeah, well, you don't know me that well. I could be," I quipped. Erlia stopped in her tracks and grinned at me. She chuckled, shook her head, and kept walking. "She thinks you're cute too, you know," I said, following along beside her. Erlia blushed and walked a little faster, but didn't say anything for a minute or two. "No, she doesn't," came out eventually. It was a low murmur, uncertain, and waiting to see whether I would contradict her. And of course I did, with a little bump from my elbow for emphasis. "She does. Told me so herself." Her eyebrows shot up. "Really? I didn't think humans would find my people attractive. We are so different from you, after all." She waved a hand over her mouth, touching her tusks lightly with thumb and forefinger. That takes some getting used to," I admitted. "But I imagine it's the same for orcs. Humans must look strange to you all, but that doesn't mean some of them can't be beautiful." Erlia blushed even deeper at that word. Then she shook her head. "It's not the same. Smaller tusks like mine are considered feminine. Some women even file theirs down just to look fashionable, but a lot of more traditional orcs don't like that. Makes them look too human." That was a strange thought, an orc concerned with looking fashionable. I kept needing to remind myself that they weren't that different from humans. "You must be some kind of beauty queen where you come from, then," I said idly. Her tusks were so small that they could be considered cute, like when a kitten bares its fangs. Erlia almost tripped. I've received some compliments, yes, but I would never have expected to hear them from a human." I burst out laughing. It was hard not to, watching Erlia squirm as she was. Just to make it a little worse, and also because it was true, I added, "Well, maybe this will help you get used to it." Then I stepped in front of her quickly and grabbed her by solid shoulders. She was built like a female rugby player, and I was sure she could have plowed right through me if she wanted to. Luckily, she didn't. "Lily's not the only one, Erlia. I think you're really pretty. Hot, if I'm being honest. It seems like mages around here rarely work on their bodies, so they're all soft, if not downright pudgy. Erlia made a weird face at that, so I kept speaking before she could interrupt me. Point is, in my book, a fit body like yours is as sexy as Lily's or Heather's any day. I would have added Pixie to that list, but other people weren't supposed to know about my relationship with her. Even in this world, banging one of your teachers was frowned upon, even if she was only taking up the position temporarily. The teaching, I mean, not the banging. That, I hoped, would last a lot longer. As soon as the word sexy left my mouth, Erlia let out a bark that almost sounded like a laugh, but was more an expression of disbelief. She soon let out a long sigh and started laughing to herself. "Okay, you're messing with me. Now it makes sense." She gave me a friendly shove. "You don't need to tease me just because I have a crush on your girlfriend, Jake. Consider yourself lucky to have her all for yourself." First of all, I don't have her all to myself. Aether and I share her, as we share each other. And second, I wasn't messing with you. I like you, Lily likes you. Aether hasn't gotten to know you as much, but she's on her way too. I don't know if you're aware of this, Erlia, but you're actually one of the best students in our class. You're friendly, smart, and fine as hell. Better get used to people liking you because you're pretty awesome. By the time I was finished speaking, we emerged into the arena grounds. Even if we hadn't, Erlia was at a loss for words. A part of me felt guilty because I had just gotten her even more riled up than she already was, and she had to fight against a girl she had a crush on, a girl who was much smaller, who Erlia would probably need to hurt badly if she wanted to win. As much as I had wanted to win that source, I was glad not to be in either Erlia or Lily's situation. Even if I knew they would be healed immediately, I wouldn't be able to hurt seriously someone I cared about. Lily was already near the circle she would be fighting in. She stretched her legs, while Heather stood nearby, giving her words of encouragement. Andreth and Waylon had a conversation of their own a few feet away. They all perked up as I approached with Erlia, though it was Heather who called out a greeting. After a weak smile and sheepish wave, Erlia broke off. She murmured something I couldn't hear, then walked over to Boba, who was standing on the opposite side of the circle from Lily. He gave me an inquisitive, savage look. Though, on second thought, all his looks were savage. Something that Erlia had mentioned earlier crossed my mind, that small tusks like hers were considered feminine. I took that to mean that large tusks were masculine. It was typical for men to be so attached to the size of certain body parts, so it made perfect sense. And yet Boba, who was a veritable green giant, had his tusks filed down to the point of being unnoticeable. There was certainly nothing else about him that gave off any impression but masculinity, so his almost non-existent tusks seemed strange. Well, there was nothing to be done about it now. Lily's cute face was twisted into something serious. She seemed focused on something in her head, and she dealt with it by stretching over and over. Her new root shield lay at her feet, a little smaller than her previous one, more specialized to quickly grab onto an opponent's weapon than block their attacks. I nodded to Andreth and Waylon, then crouched in front of Lily and put a hand on her shoulder. "You can do this," I said. Her fierce eyes flicked over to mine. "Are you sure?" I heard the silent plea in my head and nodded. She took a deep breath. "Well, that makes one of us." "Two," Heather said from a foot away. "4, actually." "It's like we've said," I explained. "If you can tie up one of her axes with your shield, then you can take her with your spear. With 2 axes, she can match your speed, but with 1, she'll be overwhelmed. Especially now," I grinned, thinking of how Lily's spear skills had improved. Her own hands were dainty, weak little things. Hands of magic, however, were a different story. As Fowley called her name, I felt a jolt of nervousness run through Lily. I squeezed her hand, and though she was focused on Erlia, she squeezed back. Then she pursed her lips, nodded at me, and slowly walked to the center of the circle. Her root shield floated by her side, and her spear was resting against her shoulder. She wore tights under her dark green battle dress, and her brown hair was up in a ponytail. "You think she can win?" Waylon asked. I nodded. It'll be tough, though. Erlia's good, but Lily has a few tricks up her sleeve. I haven't seen Erlia use anything but speed and ferocity to win. Oh, it's worked every time, but she hasn't been changing it up. Compared to Lily's unconventional weapons, plain axes just seem boring, slow. Then I shrugged. But what do I know? Waylon clapped me on the back. Right, I wouldn't want to face off against that twirling spear, but Erlia's something else. Even without the axes, I feel like she could snap me in half. That's because she could, Aether quipped. Waylon pretended not to notice. Should be a good fight, he added, giving Aether a side glance. Lily and Erlia were exchanging some words in the center of the arena. It could have just been because of the fight, but I thought I could see the orc's face turn red. Her knuckles were white from gripping the pair of axes, and she looked nervous. When Fowley called for the match to begin, Erlia nearly jumped. She gritted her teeth and said something to Lily, who nodded. Then they took a few steps back and composed themselves before truly beginning. Erlia sprinted forward, all signs of her previous trepidation gone. Lily surprised us by rearing back with her spear and throwing it at the oncoming orc. Erlia ducked out of the way, then stepped to the side, trying to keep both Lily and the spear in front of herself. The long length of wood rose from the place where it stabbed into the earth and pointed itself at Erlia. She looked from the spear to the unarmed girl, back to the spear, and darted after Lily. But it was only a fake-out. As Lily's spear darted in, Erlia jumped back and grabbed onto the spear with one hand, dropping one of her axes in the process. Lily's weapon lurched and spun in Erlia's grip, trying and failing to break free. It did get her off balance, though. Without a weapon, there was little Lily could do to take advantage of the moment. Erlia struggled to control the spear in her grip, inching herself toward Lily with every step. Meanwhile, the tan farm girl thought furiously about what she could do. "Any ideas?" she asked, reaching out to us. "Ideas for what?" Pixie sent from her office in the library. She was doing some research, reading an old Fae journal. "She's fighting Erlia," I explained quickly. "Lily against Erlia? Please make sure you don't get hurt." "I'm trying to help, but you're hogging up the airwaves." "Airwaves? Well, shit." I made something up quickly. "It just means the waves of air that bring our thoughts to each other. That was what the book called it anyway." It seemed like a decent lie. Better than, "Oh, it's just some advanced technology from a world you don't know exists. No big deal." Meanwhile, Erlia continued trying to get closer to Lily, while Lily tried to pull the orc away with her spear. "Blind her with your shield, then attack," I suggested. "Attack with what?" "Whatever you have. Punch, kick, pull her hair, jump on her back or something." Lily gritted her teeth. She didn't reply, but it was soon obvious that she took my idea to heart. Her shield flew toward Erlia, who swiped her axe at it like she was trying to kill a fly. It was quick, though, and spun in the air like a leaf. The root shield flew around Erlia's arm and latched onto her face. Through cracks in the shield, I could see her eyes shoot wide. She lashed out with her axe, swinging wildly just to keep Lily at bay. "Now squeeze," Aether sent. It took a second for me to realize what she meant. Evidently, it took Lily that same second, because just then, Erlia cried out. She dropped her weapons, and both of her hands snapped up, trying to wrench the web of roots off her face before it crushed her skull. Lily grimaced at the sight. Fowley snapped, "Release her." After mere moments, and Lily did so immediately, she apologized profusely, and Fowley explained, "Careful. One more offensive move like that and you're disqualified. I'm already allowing you to control your weapons with magic. Don't push it further." After another apology, and a minute to allow Erlia to recover, they were back at it. Lily had her spear back, and it floated next to her shield a few feet in front of herself. She used both of them to keep her distance from Erlia, careful to avoid letting the orc grab hold of her spear again. She jabbed in several times, only for her spear to be knocked aside. Except one time, Erlia pivoted and pinched the spear between her arm and her body. Then her axe came down and split the weapon in two. The side without the spear tip fell to the ground before Lily picked it up again. She seemed to struggle more, now that she needed to control both sides of the broken spear at once. But Erlia looked suddenly worried. What was supposed to incapacitate Lily's weapon only gave her another one.
2 small lengths of wood now faced off against Erlia's 2 axes. She focused most of her attention on the spear tip, and as a result, the other side was able to hammer into her several times. It was still only a piece of wood, though, so while it surely hurt, it wouldn't be enough to end the match. Lily was doing great, turning Erlia's strategy against her. With 2 weapons and a shield, she was relentless, and the orc girl couldn't keep up. She grew tired and slowed. The root shield wrapped around 1 axe just above Erlia's hand and pulled it upwards. Then the 2 lengths of wood trapped the other axe between them, doing the same. With her opponent's hands held up, Lily snatched a rock off the ground and charged forward. Erlia only looked on with pity, however. Her face twisted, and she said something. It was only 1 word, so I could read it on her lips easily. "Sorry." She waited for just the right moment. Then, Erlia stopped struggling. She released both axes at the same moment, spun, and unleashed a roundhouse kick to the side of Lily's head. It connected loudly and sent the small girl down into the dirt like a rag doll. Erlia let out a sound like a choked sob and dropped to her knees, already apologizing to her new, and hopefully not former, friend. It was hard to watch, seeing a girl that I may very well love get knocked out by another girl I was interested in. The fact that they were becoming fast friends only made it more complicated. My urge to rush in and protect Lily was on high alert, and it was a relief when Fowley called the match. Aether and I dropped to the ground beside Erlia, whose hands gripped one of Lily's. She was awake already, but nursing a killer headache. "Hey, you two," she muttered. "Please don't touch me. The whole world is spinning."
"That was amazing," I said. "Both of you. I can't believe how strong you've become, Lil."
She smiled and winced. Erlia patted her hand. "I'm so sorry, Lily. Please forgive me." "Don't worry about it. I would have done the same to you if I were such a badass. At least now you won't have to follow through with it."
"With what?" I asked.
Erlia blushed again. You'll find out later." Lily's eyes were closed, but she raised 1 eyebrow. "You don't have to, you know." Erlia squeezed her hand harder. "I know. After a fight like that, though, well, I think you have a lot to learn about my kind." Then she looked up at me and Aether, smiled, and added, "All of you." A moment later, a few medical assistants pushed us aside and started working on Lily. Fowley grabbed Erlia and started announcing her triumph over the tournament, bringing out her prize. It was disappointing that none of us had won the source, but at least Erlia was a friend. Perhaps she would let Aether study it, and one day recreate it. And yet I couldn't focus. As I watched Erlia accept her prize, I bumped Aether with an elbow.
"Do you know what those 2 meant? About following through with something?"
Aether shrugged. "Must have been some kind of bet." Erlia celebrated with her cousin, showing off the small orb that looked like a large blue pearl. She closed her eyes, and it glowed a bright, fluorescent version of its color. Seeing her new magical item made Erlia burst into the biggest smile I had ever seen on her. It was beautiful. Chapter 15. Hours later, while I did some book returns at the library, and Aether practiced muddying my mind up, Lily was allowed to return to our room. She was feeling completely back to normal, but it had taken some time. Either way, I was just happy to know she would be fine after taking such a hard kick to the side of her head. Since I wasn't able to get much work done anyway, both Aether and I left to see how Lily was doing in person, rather than just hear about it. Lily was already lying in bed when we arrived, with an alchemy book resting against her chest. She let it fall as we walked through the door, and greeted us with a sweet smile. Aether walked over to the bed and sat down next to her, grabbing one of Lily's hands. "I'm sorry you didn't win, sweet thing." The pet name caught me off guard, but it was cute watching the 2 girls speak to each other in such a loving way. Lily's other hand cupped Aether's cheek. "Thanks, but that's one loss I can be proud of. To be honest, I didn't think I had a chance, so I'm just happy I made it difficult."
"You did more than that. You were healed, but I bet Erlia will be bruised all over for a week at least, I said, sitting on Lily's other side. She nodded with a smile, then rested her head back and closed her eyes. Feeling adventurous, I crawled onto the bed and laid a kiss on Lily's throat. I don't see a bruise on you, though. Are you too sore to... She knew what I meant. Her neck bulged under my kissing lips, giggling playfully. Too sore for that, you horn dog. My head is healed, but it's still throbbing. I leaned back away from her. All right, fair enough. What were you and Erlia talking about before the fight? I asked, changing the subject since Lily wasn't in the mood. I figured she wouldn't be, but, well, it was worth a shot. Lily smirked. You'll find out soon. I like Erlia. I could tell she felt bad about having to fight. And I did too, so I just said a few things to encourage her, that's all. Okay, I said suspiciously. But since she didn't seem willing to share more, I changed the subject yet again. Well, how about your next classes? Is that something you can tell us? I already have. Basic alchemy and natural magics. It'll be nice having the rest of the week off to get ready for them. I already have all the books I need, she added excitedly. I tapped the book resting on her stomach. I'm guessing this is one of them? As Lily nodded, the door burst open. Pixie walked in with a large bottle of clear liquid. She held it up. I hear congratulations are in order. But I lost, Lily laughed. Yeah, but you made it to the finals. I'm sorry, but that's farther than I expected, and I still think it's cause to celebrate. I was already taking the bottle out of her hands. No need to explain, Pixie. I'm always down for a drink. What is it anyway? I asked as I brought it to my lips. The clear liquid burned as much as anything I'd ever tasted. Not just from the alcohol, but from spices. It wasn't easy, but I got it down. I couldn't imagine the girls all being able to handle it, but I held it out to Pixie after I was done. She looked horrified. Jake, that wasn't a drink. It was an alchemy ingredient that I heard the new students would need. Is essence of dragonwood harmful, Lil? She gave me a sympathetic look and laughed. No, not really. You might have a few, fiery trips to the bathroom tomorrow, though. Erlia was noticeably fidgety in the next morning's class. She showed off her new source as the elemental twins asked her questions about it, and every time her eyes landed on mine, they immediately darted away. I tried to make her feel more comfortable around me, figuring that she might think I was mad at her for, well, roundhouse kicking one of my girlfriends in the face. Admittedly, I was at first, but I also knew it wasn't fair to Erlia. At least she didn't cut Lily open or chop anything off. Hell, Lily stabbed a guy through his chest just a few days ago. Getting kicked in the head was nothing compared to that. But still, no matter how friendly I tried to be, Erlia seemed to be ignoring me. The rest of the week's afternoons were free to give the acolytes time to pick their classes. Each school sent a few of their more friendly senior students to the acolyte building to answer any questions we had and help us sign up for their school's classes. Everyone seemed in a rush, though, so there were lines at every booth. When I saw Erlia heading toward the martial arts booth, which itself fell under the regeneration school because it was overseen by High Healer Fowley, I broke away from my group and got in line behind her while everyone else found one of their own classes. Erlia's blue eyes widened when they saw me, and she tried to play it cool by offering a friendly smile, but it just looked awkward. Are you embarrassed to be seen with me or something? I mean, you beat me in the tournament, but I thought I put on a good show. She blinked a few times. You mean, Lily didn't tell you? Tell me what? Erlia let out a weak laugh. Well, you'll find out tonight. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm just a bit worked up. She was tapping one foot and glancing around the room, as if she expected to be attacked any moment. Worked up was an understatement. Don't like crowds, huh? She paused. I don't mind them, as long as they consist of the right people, she added, as if that meant something deeper. I gave her a squinted look. So are you really just going to keep hinting at something? Or are you just going to tell me what it is?
Erlia let out an awkward laugh and swatted at my arm. Stop it. You'll find out later. Then she glanced at Lily again. When I followed her eyes, she tried to play it off like she was just looking around the room. Oh well, I figured. If she really didn't want to say anything, then tonight wasn't so far away. I did try scrying her mind, though. It did not work. When I reached the front of the line, Boba's unfriendly, smiling face greeted me.
You must be a masochist, he said in his deep voice, rumbling with soft laughter.
I jabbed a thumb over my shoulder to indicate the other people in line.
As long as I'm fighting one of them, I think I should be good.
He pursed his lips and tilted his head from side to side.
Might be. I'll be working with Erlia myself, but if you can make a few of those chumps look bad, maybe I'll let you join us.
Are you forgetting who won our little duel? Boba's face darkened, and I immediately regretted bringing it up.
Kid, no one here specializes in plain martial arts. I fight with a warhammer as big as your head, and I don't just swing it around, if you know what I mean.
I didn't, actually.
Isn't that kinda what you do with a hammer, though?
Boba rolled his eyes.
I mean magic. I'm not used to fighting without it. That's the only reason you beat me. Fighting you without killing you is like having both hands tied behind my back. But what am I saying? If you're really going to sign up for this class, you'll find out soon enough.
He grinned.
Now that your basic classes are over, we'll be moving pretty quickly. My cousin can keep up, but you, well, there's a reason she knocked your ass out of the tournament in the 3rd round.
I scoffed, but before I could fire back, Boba held up a hand. Then he pointed it down at several lists of names.
Just sign up or don't. There's a line behind you, remember?
Whatever, I grumbled, finding the list that read Magical Martial Arts, and doing as he said. I had to admit, I was intrigued by what Boba said about himself. It made sense that he couldn't show off his real abilities during our fight, and it made me wonder what he could really do. Just how far ahead of me was he? Well, I would start finding out next Monday. After that, I went over to the mental magics booth. Waylon had already gone through, but Aether waited for me after signing up for enchantments and curses. She stood in front of me, so I leaned over her shoulder as we spoke.
Do you know what Lily has planned later?
Aether smirked and backed up just enough for her ass to graze the front of my pants. She raised her eyebrows. I resisted the urge to grab her by the waist and pull her toward me.
Not that, I said. With Erlia.
Aether looked around for the orc girl. Oh, her? I don't know. She's probably just coming around to show off that source of hers. I'd love to check it out after this next round of classes are over, Aether mused to herself, continuing to watch Erlia. I nodded to myself. It made sense that Erlia would want to show off her new magic item to us, and it made sense that Lily could have asked Erlia to promise to share her prize with us. Lily would have promised the same to her had she won. But it didn't explain everything. Why would Erlia be so nervous and evasive if the truth was so simple? She might still feel awkward about that kick she gave Lily, but that explanation still felt hollow. It continued to eat at me as I signed up for the mental scrying class, but there was little I could do about it but wait. Chapter 16. Later on, back at the room with Lily, Aether, and Pixie, I figured we had the perfect time to get a little exercise in. After all, we had made it through another step in our journey at Aether, so we had to celebrate. But Lily kept shutting me down, insisting that we wait because Erlia was going to be coming over. The spell in my pants remained ready to be cast at any moment, so I just gritted my teeth and tried to be patient. Aether sat across the table from me, leaning down over her book and propping herself up with one elbow. When she noticed me looking down her shirt, she pulled the neckline a little lower, winked, and went back to reading. That made it difficult to focus. Lily, meanwhile, laid in bed with her book, facing the opposite direction, wearing a battle dress with no leggings. The result was a perfect view of her firm ass, the skirt of her dress doing little to hide the bottom of her cheeks. And when she moved her legs in just the right way, well, it became extremely difficult to focus. Even Pixie kept scrunching her face up in the cutest way while she was reading. She stuck the end of the pencil in her mouth, idly gnawing on it, and for whatever reason, that did something for me too. It was getting ridiculous. Even watching them occasionally yawn and stretch, letting out small, cute, satisfied sounds made me feel a twitch in my pants. At least when Erlia showed up, I had a distraction from the beautiful ladies around me. That distraction, however, happened to be beautiful as well. Erlia walked in, looking almost like a different person. Her hair fell down past her ears in dark waves. Black eyeshadow made her eyes stand out against her green skin, and the simple leather armor she often wore was replaced by a set of robes that made her fit frame look fantastic. She stepped inside with a shy smile and waved at Lily. When she noticed how casually we were all dressed, she asked, "Is it too much? I knew the makeup was overdoing it." Then she reached up with one of her hands as if to wipe it away, so I grabbed her by the wrist. "No, you look amazing," I said, with a little too much surprise in my voice. It made her smile anyway. I started looking around her for where she was carrying the source, but didn't see any unnatural bulges in her robes. "Jake," Aether said, "I know she looks good, but you don't need to check her out so openly." I tried to say I wasn't doing that, but no one would listen. Instead, Erlia moved the conversation away from how she looked by speaking to Pixie. "I'm surprised to see you here. Were you helping these three study?" Pixie smirked. "Something like that." It grew quiet for a moment, and Erlia looked over at Lily. Stared at her, more like, at which point Lily hopped down from her seat on the bed. She trotted over and looped her arms around one of Erlia's, pulling her toward the bedroom. I shared a confused look with Aether and Pixie. "Don't worry," Lily said, noticing the three of us. "I told her about us." Seeing our reactions, she mentally added, "Our relationship, not the bond. Don't be silly. If you haven't caught on by now, she has a crush on me and Jake. I don't know about him, but I feel the same way. So..." Her voice trailed off in my mind as she made Erlia sit on the edge of the bed. Lily winked at the rest of us, then slowly planted her legs on either side of the sitting orc. Erlia looked nervous, but excited. She breathed heavily, and when Lily tilted her head downward, Erlia sprung forward to meet her lips. Works worked quickly, apparently. She had gone from politely sitting on the bed to savagely returning Lily's kisses in mere moments. After a few seconds, Lily pulled back and looked at the rest of us. "I forgot to tell you what me and Erlia made a bet on." Erlia was busy kissing Lily's neck, which was apparently too distracting, because she pulled the orc away by her hair. "Hold on a minute. There are some things you need to know first." Erlia looked confused and more embarrassed than ever when the rest of us filed into the room. Pixie hung back by the door, peering in with most of her body hidden behind it. "Are you sure about this?" the Fae asked. Lily sent back an immediate, "Yes." But Pixie was still uncertain. Erlia was one of her students, after all. Getting involved with me was already a risk. Lily and Aether were different. They weren't in Pixie's class. She didn't grade their work. "You don't need to do anything you don't want to," I reminded Pixie, while reaching out to grab her hand. She squeezed me back. "Thank you, but no. If you're all in, then so am I." While we had this mental conversation, Erlia kept looking between the rest of us. It must have looked funny to someone who couldn't hear us, especially because Pixie still made facial expressions when she spoke in her head. "Anyone care to clue me in on whatever you four are doing right now?" Erlia asked finally. Lily, perched on the girl's lap, put on a warm smile. "Just getting a few final approvals," she chimed. "No objections, then?" When I, Pixie, and Aether shook our heads, Lily nodded. "It's decided. You're one of us now. That means you get to hear about the bond. Lily squinted her eyes and lowered her voice to a rasp. Erlia looked over at me. Is she joking?
Nope. This is going to sound weird, so I'm just going to put it all out there. As I explained, I pushed off the wall and took a seat next to Erlia. I found out about a way to mimic humans' connections with gods, but between multiple humans. That means we can share in each other's powers, feel each other's locations, emotions, have mental conversations, and who knows what else, honestly. The book I read it in was incomplete. I shrugged. The orc girl's eyes continued to shift between everyone else in the room, constantly suspicious that we were messing with her.
Mental conversations? Like the one you had, a minute ago?
I nodded, and her eyebrows climbed.
And what's this about sharing power?
Well, we can all pool our resources, so to speak. Instead of individually casting 4 or 5 different spells, we can feed all that power into a member of our bond and allow them to control it. Effectively, any one of us is as powerful as all of us.
Wow, was all she replied. Then she seemed to give it some thought. So, how is this bond formed? We're born connected to fall, so... She raised an eyebrow, clearly at a loss and waiting for us to fill her in. Figuratively and literally, in my case. Lily answered first by laying another kiss on Erlia's surprised lips. Lily? The orc girl asked. Aether sat on my other side and started running her hand over the front of my robes. It seemed like I had been hard for hours, and just that small touch felt amazing after waiting so long. I put my hand behind one of her pointed ears and pulled her in, using my free hand to free up my robes. I heard an, "Oh," as a realization hit Erlia. It was mixed in with sounds of pleasure as Lily started kissing her neck. The farm girl giggled and perked up. Still sure you want to join us? Erlia gave me and Aether one last uncertain look before she nodded to Lily. Then you'll need to know how to form the bond. It isn't just sex. We need to help each other climax, and in that perfect moment, fill our partners with our power, just like you would an object. But it isn't possible to fill a living thing with magic. Lily tapped Erlia on the nose. It usually isn't possible. Then she reached over and grabbed the front of my shirt between my loose robes. At the same time, she pushed Erlia toward me. An inch before our lips met, the orc paused. She gave me a shy smile and pointed 2 fingers at the small tusks on either side of her mouth. Just try to avoid the pointy bits, she joked. Nodding, I leaned in. It was like making out with someone with 2 lip piercings. A little strange, sure, but not as hard to get used to as I expected. Her tusks were modest, so they rarely got in the way, and the direction they pointed made it difficult for one of my lips to get caught. When I pulled back for air, I was laughing. What? Erlia cried, a hand coming up to block her mouth as if she had food in it.
Sorry, I'm just realizing that the tusks are a lot more intimidating than they should be. I barely even noticed them, I said, going back for more. Erlia smiled and put a hand on my chest as she kissed me back. She tasted sweet, and her body was very different from the other 3 girls. Lily was fit from her days on her family's farm, but Erlia was downright muscular. Where the other girls were soft, she was firm and strong. Her hands pulled at my robes with a strength far closer to my own than I was used to, and that was stranger than even the tusks. While we made out, Aether got up from the bed and then lowered to her knees in front of me, while Pixie started to gather the blonde girl's hair into a ponytail. Erlia looked up at her teacher with a sheepish smile. I hope you're sure of yourself, Miss Smith, Pixie said in a seductive voice. She tied Aether's hair into a knot, then did the same to her own, kneeling next to the blonde. Lily stayed in her place on Erlia's lap, taking turns kissing the orc girl with me. Erlia was clearly a bit overwhelmed, but going with the flow. I shrugged out of my robes, and Aether pulled down my trousers. A gasp came out of Erlia's mouth, and her eyes were glued to me for a few seconds. They flicked up to look at my grinning face, then she blushed a deep red.
I started laughing, but the sound was choked off when Aether took me in her mouth. Her teal eyes looked up at me, satisfied by my pleasure. Erlia couldn't look away. She was in quiet disbelief, chewing on her lower lip as she allowed Lily to undress her. Slender green muscles emerged from her robes, as well as a slim, taut stomach. I diverted my attention from the girl going down on me to help Erlia out of her shirt, taking time to run my fingers down her smooth skin. She looked back at me, and her arms almost flung up to cover her chest, but she stopped them. Then she turned her body to face me. Aether stopped what she was doing so that she could get a good look at our newest member, and we all feasted our eyes. Erlia's breathing sped up as we all looked to her as one. She had faint lines of a six-pack and a fit body that didn't bulge with muscles, but was firm and strong. The body of a world-class athlete, though I got the impression Erlia spent more of her time in the library than the arena. Her chest was modest, with nipples a few shades darker than the rest of her light green skin. I grabbed Erlia's hand and pulled her over to me until one smooth green leg draped over my midsection. I could tell she was nervous, so I gave her a light kiss at first.
"You are officially hotter than I thought," I said, making her laugh a little.
Then I sucked in a tight breath, and Pixie started going down on me. Erlia watched for a few moments, eyes wide as her teacher went down on one of the other students in her class. The scenario made me grin, and I couldn't imagine what was going through Erlia's head. She definitely didn't have a problem with it, though, if the grin on her face was any indication. She was in awe and loving it. Her eyes followed Aether as she climbed on top of Lily, and the two started kissing while mutually undressing each other. While she turned back to watch Pixie, I explored Erlia's body with my hands. I took her slight breasts into my hands, ran my fingers down the small ridges of her abs, and grazed over a mound that was covered in dark stubble. Erlia sucked in a breath and bit her lip. Suddenly, my dick felt cold as Pixie removed me from her mouth and pointed it toward Erlia. "You want to give it a shot?" Erlia's eyes widened, then flew up to my face. She tapped the tip of one tusk with a finger. "But I'm not sure that's a good idea." That was a tough decision. On one hand, sharp tusks. On the other, blowjob.
"Just be careful," I said, wincing just thinking about what could go wrong.
Erlia took a deep breath and nodded. She wrapped her hand around the base of my cock and got herself into a comfortable position before lowering her head. As soon as she couldn't see me do it, I braced myself for the worst. Oh, I trusted Erlia. There was no question about that. She just didn't seem particularly experienced, and I had precious balls down there that could very easily, well, pop. But her tusks pointed slightly outwards, and there was just enough space to fit my dick between them. I felt them poke me a couple times, just lightly, but other than that, I was in heaven. Erlia attacked me like an enemy. She had a tight grip on the base of my cock, and she didn't mind forcing it as deep as she could take it. I could already tell orcs were as savage lovers as they were fighters. When she came up for air, I hopped to my feet and spread her legs. Green lips gave way to a pink center, just like any other woman. To Erlia's left, Aether lay on the edge of the bed with Lily eating her out, and to her right, Pixie lay nude, running a finger lightly over Erlia's stomach. Pixie jabbed her head in my direction, and Erlia got the hint. She looked up at me like a deer in headlights, like prey about to be pounced upon, and she spread her legs for me. I stepped forward and pressed myself into her slowly. Erlia let out a soft gasp and bit her lip. One hand gripped the bedsheet while the other pulled Pixie's lips toward her own. They started making out while I fucked Erlia slowly. When she seemed ready, I picked up my pace. Erlia had to pull away from Pixie from time to time, either because she wanted to watch or just to take a breath. Her light blue eyes rolled into the back of her head, and she languished in the pleasure. Her eyes suddenly shot open as her body started to convulse. Her abs flexed, tightening and loosening as if they were the mechanism sending an orgasm rushing through her body. Luckily, she remembered to do as she was told. Faint blue light came into view around her, and soon passed into the rest of us. I saw the same look of shock on Erlia's face that I had already seen 3 other times. Felt another presence in my head. They were slight, but it was getting crowded in there. Not that I was complaining. And I also wasn't done. Pixie was right there, so when I pulled out of Erlia, I grabbed the orange girl's thighs and pulled her toward me. She squealed with laughter, and her eyes shone up at me as I slipped myself into her warm center. We let out matching groans, and I had to be careful to start off slowly again. I had to remind myself that Pixie hadn't been warmed up. As Erlia recovered, she turned her sights on Lily, who was trading places with Heather after the blonde girl had her first orgasm. Instead of letting Heather do it, Erlia took over, and Heather stayed on the bed, letting Lily lay against her as Heather kissed her and played with her body. Then Erlia knelt in front of the farm girl, who she had knocked out just 2 days ago, and started licking her clit. Watching both Erlia and Heather work on Lily, whose tan face was flush and contorted with pleasure, whose limbs wrapped around the other 2 girls, was incredibly hot. Pixie watched as well, then flung her head back against the bed and bade me to go faster. I started to, but it wasn't long before I was overwhelmed by the pressure building in my waist. "Fuck, Pix. You're too good," I said. She wrapped her legs around my waist. "Fuck, Jake, just don't stop." And as I shot my seed deep into her, I just kept going. As Lily started to orgasm beside her, Pixie did the same. They both squirmed, one writhing in the blankets, the other so wrapped in Heather's body that their hair mingled together. Both of them pressed blue power into the rest of us, and it didn't feel all that different for me. My awareness of Erlia was complete, though since she was the 4th girl to be added to my group, it was a similar sensation. For Erlia, however, it was completely new. She pulled her head out from between Lily's legs with a proud smile. It faded into a confused expression as she started blinking rapidly, clearly processing some new feelings. While I got ready to clean up and take a shower, that was sweaty work after all, I tested the waters. "Come in, Erlia. Erlia, over." Her head whipped around to look at me, confused. "What? What's over?" My sentence," I replied, realizing that, of course, that was another joke they wouldn't understand, and that I was stupid for even making it. Now that Erlia was looking at me while I sent her the words, though, the full realization hit her. "What? How did you do that?" she exclaimed. Pixie chuckled, still laying on the bed, but she propped herself up with an elbow. The sound made Erlia look over at her. "It's as simple as aiming your thoughts at the rest of us. You can also choose to only send them to one person at a time, but it'll take some practice. Don't even get me started on advanced applications." I was about to leave the room, content with knowing that the other girls would teach Erlia what to expect. But what Pixie said reminded me of another thing she said earlier that day. "Hold on, advanced applications? Like blocking each other out?" "That's one of the more basic ideas, yes," she replied cheekily. "Weren't you about to go shower?" "It can wait. Now spill it." Pixie chuckled. "Fine. First of all," she looked at Erlia, who still seemed to be adjusting to the whole talking in each other's heads thing. "It probably seems all jumbled now, since the 4 of us are in the same room, but you will be able to sense something about each of our emotions and locations. If we want to, though, we can block that automatic transmission. Well, we know we can send thoughts and sense emotions, but I don't think anyone realized that we can also sense thoughts and send emotions." "I thought we agreed mind reading still wasn't possible. It's one thing to send my thoughts to someone. It's another for them to just take them from me," I said. "As for the other thing, you're saying we could, cheer each other up from afar by sending happiness or something?" Pixie nodded and crossed her arms like a proud teacher. "Almost correct. With the thoughts thing, it's more about feeling a person's opinions, not actual detailed thoughts. Like, I could ask whether or not you want to fuck me again, she smirked. And I get a feeling from you that the answer would be yes. I don't think you need the bond to know that, I grinned. Pixie had to agree. Then, as a test, I plainly washed my eyes down Pixie's still nude body and tried to send her the feelings I got from it. An sound came from Pixie's throat. I see you're starting to catch on. Chapter 17. The next day, after an interesting history class where we started covering some of the more famous ruins that remained unexplored or undiscovered, the rest of the day was free. All of us had already signed up for classes, and the materials required were just as easy to acquire. I found a copy of my mental scrying classes book in the library and tried to get some of the girls to kill some time with me, but they were all busy either studying for the upcoming classes or working. I had a meeting with Haytham to look forward to, but nothing else to do, and I didn't want to follow Lily's lead by reading my class's entire textbook before the first day. So I took on an extra shift at the library. Ruthie was quickly getting used to her new role, bustling around and keeping her subordinates just as busy as she was. I had been avoiding her, still feeling awkward about the whole getting her fired thing. But of course, she had no idea it had been me, and she was as kind a woman as before I nearly ruined her life. I ran into her as I was walking into the book returns room to start my work. "Oh, hello, Jake," she said, only noticing me when she was a step or two away from running into me. "How are your new classes going?" They haven't started yet, but I think they'll be interesting." "Oh, right. They're still signing up, aren't they? I'm afraid we don't get much interest these days. All the students with a deep interest in history are already enrolled in the school, so there are very few people left who want to take the lower-level electives. But that's none of your concern. Oh, you still have your orb, I hope?" She raised an eyebrow, as if it had been a question. I fished the small white orb from my pocket. "This one?" "Yes. I'm doing away with them, but it's taking longer than I'd hoped. Instead of having objects that are easily stolen or lost..." I winced as she mentioned that. The pause really made it clear that it still bothered her. "I'm having people get directly attuned to the doors they are allowed to use. Much like the dormitory doors, actually, where only the person living in it can open them." I nodded, though I knew that wasn't strictly true. Haytham's servant was able to slip into my room somehow. "That's a great idea. Should be a huge improvement on security. I'm sure you're busy, head librarian, so welcome back." I gave her a polite nod and hoped the conversation would end there. But she stopped me. "Jake, I'm going to give you a promotion. Normally, it would come with a blue orb, giving you access to the 3rd subfloor. But I'll just have that taken care of later when you get attuned to the doors. We're still working out some kinks. Anyway, there are some research materials down there that might be helpful in your studies. Some of the more delicate books are reserved only for members of the library or senior faculty, so it would be wise to make use of them once you are able." "Thank you." I bowed my head a bit and felt terrible. "I won't let you down." Again, I hoped that would be the end of it, but what she said next just made me feel even worse. Her voice warmed, and she was no longer speaking as the head librarian, but as a friend. "Octavio was so fond of you, Jake. I know we aren't supposed to have favorites, but you were the only member of the new class who he felt could truly follow in his footsteps. I have high hopes for you, Jake. Please, work hard and continue to impress us." She gave me a smile, a squeeze on the arm, and within seconds was already talking to someone else about the library's organization. Not for the first time, I vowed to make Ruthie's kindness up to her. She had only ever helped me, and I betrayed her. Not knowing any better, she still held me in high regard. I didn't deserve to be promoted, but I couldn't turn it down. As a result, the conversation had a lasting effect that was hard to get away from for the rest of the day. I didn't doubt that all my lying was necessary, but I hated doing it. It was starting to become more natural, the fake stories popping into my mind more easily. and I found that I lied to my girlfriends hardly less often than anyone else. We shared a secret in our bond, but that was just the tip of the iceberg for me. It couldn't go on forever. I knew I would get caught eventually, and that I was racing against that certainty. But I only knew of one option, and it wasn't hopeful. The Knights of Eradication were basically this world's Ku Klux Klan, and yet I would need to rely on one of them to exorcise me. Considering the story I'd read in Wayland's paper, the process was far from painless. I hoped it was an embellished story, but doubted it. When I reached Haytham's room that night, I had only one thing on my mind: the Inquisitor, who he would use to exorcise Teed. Not that that plan would ever come to fruition. Just like before, the servant, whose name I still hadn't learned, opened the door and stood just in front of it after closing. Haytham rose from behind his desk and held his arms out at his sides. His great beard split into a smile. "My dear boy, do sit." He grabbed a pair of chairs and set them in front of the fire. "Tell me everything of your progress. Have you gotten closer to Teed? Learned his schedule?" He held out a hand, and once I took the seat offered, he called to his servant to bring up some ale from downstairs, then fell into the seat beside me. "Right. Well, I tried getting in with him, but Teed has his bodyguards. They're quiet, but not mindless as some people seem to think. It seems like they act as his servants as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he trained them himself," I added as an offhand comment. But Haytham latched onto it. He rubbed his chin in thought. "Do you think you could become one of those cloaked, quiet folks?" I opened my mouth to answer him, then closed it. I had never thought of that. Teed's bodyguards were a creepy group, to say the least. Silent, with shrouded faces you couldn't see, they always seemed on edge, even standing still. There was something oddly imposing, even threatening about them. They were undoubtedly powerful, but it was a power that I was not drawn to. They might not be mindless zombies, but clearly something was different about them. Still, if I wanted to get information out of Haytham, I would need to keep him satisfied. This was one person I didn't mind lying to. In fact, I preferred it. I paused, pretending to think about how I could join Teed's bodyguards, while I was actually thinking about how I could fool this idiot. "Perhaps," I said slowly, cradling my chin in my hand the way he had done just a minute ago. "I'll need to start asking around. Maybe see if I can get one to talk to me. Though it seemed as likely as getting one of the Queen's guards at Buckingham Palace to crack a smile. Yes, do that," Haytham responded eagerly as his servant let himself into the room. He brought over 2 mugs of ale, leaving a third for himself by the door. The drink was cold and refreshing, if a bit weak. "As for his schedule," I continued, "I don't think he has one these days. With the History and Archaeology Department in shambles after losing its leader." Haytham smiled as widely at the mention of that as if he'd done it himself. "Teed has had to take over, so he's incredibly busy." When Haytham frowned, I added, "But I'll see what I can do." He nodded and appeared to be thinking. Seeing it as my chance to ask questions, I spoke up again. "So, how does the exorcism actually occur? This man you know in the Knights, the Inquisitor, I think you called him, he's willing to work with us?" Haytham eyed me for a minute before answering. "Well, I'll send Chips over there to get him." That had to be the servant's name, odd as it was. "I have a token here somewhere that the Knights recognize, and we know the right man to request. Oh, they'll work with us all right. For now, as long as we have a common enemy. Teed is an important man. His powers will be a loss felt by the entire magical community. That kind of feat is worth working with an enemy." "Of course, that is wise." I tried not to roll my eyes, but Haytham seemed the type of man to be susceptible to a little sucking up. I had to swallow a little pride as I addressed him how I knew he would expect to be addressed. "My lord, it would be far easier to take a few students, even a high-ranking faculty member, perhaps. It would still send fear throughout the Academy, and even the kingdom as soon as the story gets out. I mean, imagine it. Students being exercised within their own walls. Maybe we could warm up this way and move on to Teed." Hatham brightened a bit as I addressed him by his rank, but that look darkened as he heard my plea.
I like your initiative, boy, but no, we can't do that. It would only result in increased security. You say getting teed is already difficult. Well, if he knew there was someone after him or his students, it would be that much harder. Think, boy. I can't do this all on my own. I gritted my teeth. Right, of course. Sorry, my lord.
He nodded, as if he expected those words, and I hated it. I hadn't thought of that hole in the plan I proposed, but, well, I didn't give it a whole lot of thought. Of course, the real plan was just to get close to that Inquisitor. I wouldn't actually exercise a student. Only, maybe Brock. But that was it. I sipped on the mug of ale while Hatham seemed to just think for several minutes. He stared at the fire we sat in front of, rubbing his chin, occasionally taking a drink. He glanced over at me occasionally, then at Chips, and back to the fire. Finally, he chugged his drink and sent his man for more. I declined his offer of another drink, hoping that I could get out of here soon. As soon as the servant was gone, Hatham jumped up from his seat and went to the door. He looked out a peephole, and then ran back over to me. I almost had a heart attack when the supposedly regal Lord Hatham dropped to his knees before me, took one of my hands into his, and started begging. Oh, dear God, help me. That man, that Chips, or whatever his ridiculous name truly is, he is the shadow, not me. Please, kill me now. Say it was on order from our Lord and refuse to explain. That's all you need do, and it will all be over for me. He started to break down, and I feared he would start wailing. I opened my mouth to reply, blinked a few times, and closed it. I didn't know what to do about his situation, but I knew that the apparently dangerous man, who had already broken into my dorm room once, was going to return in just a minute. Thinking quickly, I tried to play the part expected of me. I was, after all, a shadow. Why would I help someone who was trying to betray one of my fellows? Simple. Because it stood to benefit me. I gritted my teeth and tried to look down at Hatham like he disgusted me. It wasn't hard.
Look here, worm. I don't know what makes you think I would help you, but if it's death you want, I can give it to you.
Hatham's eyes widened, and he nodded furiously. I leaned in.
Just tell me, why? That man has threatened to end my entire family if I don't play this part for him. He wishes to play with me like a puppet, leaving himself—
I cut him off, pulling my hand out of his.
Not what I meant. Why should I help you? I mean, what could I possibly get out of it besides the risk of getting caught red-handed?
The pathetic lord started tearing up.
I don't care. Whatever it is you want, I'll do it. Please, just end me now and set my family free of this curse I've brought upon us.
He started weeping into his hands, and I heard a footfall at the base of the steps just outside the door. I reached down and pulled the man to his feet.
Get yourself together, fool.
I figured that periodically insulting him would make me seem much more like a genuine shadow.
There is something you can do for me. Get in touch with that Inquisitor. I don't care how. Get me that token he'll recognize. Arrange a meeting with him. I don't care. I'll do the rest after that.
He calmed down, but only a little.
Oh, do you really think he would give me the token? Chips has it.
His head whipped around to the door as the steps grew closer. Hatham rushed back into his seat, started wiping his eyes and clearing his throat.
Please, I'll see what I can do. Give me the chance.
He gripped one of my wrists so tight that I worried his desperate fingertips would leave marks.
Yes, fine. But do it before the knights leave.
And I had to steel myself before saying,
or else your family will be getting a visit. From me.
When Chips opened the door, the two of us were back to silently watching the fire. I rose from my seat and politely asked Hatham if there was anything more he needed of me. He managed to decline in his usual haughty manner, as if he hadn't been bawling like a child just moments ago. And I walked out the door, more confused than ever. Chapter 18. Hatham was a fraud. It was hard to wrap my mind around when he seemed everything I expected a lord to be like on our first meeting. As the weekend began, I figured I would dig up whatever information on him that I could. Luckily, the school was involved in all sorts of diplomacy. Graduated students from the mental magic school often went into politics as either advisors to rulers or city administrators. To help them prepare, the school kept a repository of information on as many rulers as possible, not just limited to our kingdom, nor even our continent. Even more luckily, I was just given access to the floor this information was located on. It took a little time to figure out how the room was organized, but I found a file on Hatham after only several minutes. Oh, he was a real lord. That much I was able to confirm immediately. As far as being a mage goes, though, he was quite terrible. Brought up with money and opportunity, it seemed that he squandered it all. He went to an elite academy in Wisteria City, where he followed the typical pathway of rich students everywhere. He paid people to do all his work for him. So, when he graduated, he had little skill to show for it. As a noble, though, he didn't need it. He was born with the kind of power most mages would never have: political influence. But as the years went on, and Hatham took over administration of his family's estate, he slowly ran it into the ground. His family seemed to be hemorrhaging money. Until fairly recently. The file had little information on how he was able to recover, but I already knew enough. Having read all the relevant information I could find, I left one of the records rooms. There were several of them covering different topics, and got to work. I had a lot to think about, and mopping floors was perfect for that. As I fed the mop power and moved it around with hands of magic, I digested everything I'd learned over the past 24 hours. Here was the way I saw his situation. As a mediocre mage, and an all-around fool, Hatham must have been quite desperate. He had little magical power, and was running out of what influence he did have, so apparently he thought the shadows would be a viable alternative to, actually working or earning money in any legitimate way. Clearly, it didn't work out that well for him. The shadows must have sent chips to test his usefulness, and upon realizing he had none, chips had been using Hatham ever since. He was a convenient puppet, after all. A weak fool who would do anything to hold on to power. They probably didn't even need to threaten his family. The promise of greater power once he finally joined the shadows would have been enough, even if they never gave it to him. He was an idiot, but I felt for him. In his desperation, he made a choice that probably ruined his life. I definitely didn't want to kill him for that, but I wasn't sure how to help yet. It would certainly require killing Chips, though, since simply helping Hatham flee would mean he would get tracked down eventually. Even if I did kill the man, though, the shadows would just send someone else. On top of that, I couldn't let anyone know that I was helping Hatham, because I was only in the position to do so because I was a shadow. What a mess. Well, if he was going to put me into contact with the Inquisitor, I had to think of something. It would certainly be worth ridding myself of Vethris's connection. As I covered the entire third floor, I inevitably passed a room I didn't want to think about. Octavio Tuvian's former office. The room I stole the Iditarod Virtutum from, which set me on the path to having multiple girlfriends, while also making me responsible for Ruthie's firing, turmoil in the library, and whatever the lady did with the information she found in that book. I realized with a start that there was some sound coming from the room, shuffling things around, or so it seemed. They must have been looking for something. I approached the door carefully and strained to listen, but there was nothing to gain from it. There was no talking, and the muffled sounds meant nothing to me. So I mopped outside that room for roughly a half hour. The floor was impeccably clean by the time someone finally walked out. It was Headmaster Teed and a pair of silent bodyguards. He wasn't surprised in the least to find me out there. "I think the rest of the floor needs cleaning as well, Mr. Calidus," he commented upon walking out, not even looking up from the open book in his palm. I felt pretty stupid. I had no idea who was in there, but it would have made sense to assume it was either Ruthie or Teed. Who else would rummage around in the old department head's office? A shadow, of course. And that's what I was expecting, to be honest. I bobbed my head and apologized. When Teed did look up at me, it was with a wry smile.
No apology necessary, Jake. I know you were friendly with that room's former occupant. I can't blame you for wondering who might be inside, especially considering the manner of his death.
Teed shook his head in a slow, somber manner.
All I will say is this. It is likely that Octavio was killed for something in his possession. This library is a vault of information that many people, not limited to shadows, would kill for. His office would, therefore, be a very likely place to find clues as to what that was. Did you find anything, Headmaster?
He pursed his lips into a smile.
I'm sure you know I can't share that information.
I nodded and shrugged. I figured I'd get that kind of answer. As he turned to leave, I added,
Are you sure you couldn't use any help, sir?
Not because I wanted to go through with Chip's plan to exorcise him, but because I knew the ancient elf would be a very powerful friend to make. My first impression of him had been that of a severe, unemotional magnate of magical power. When I wasn't in trouble, and he was being more informal, however, Teed revealed himself to be a wizened, friendly old man. He smiled again and gave it some thought.
There are times when I require specific information, books, records, files, anything. Finding them can be an incredibly tedious process for someone who doesn't work at the library, so I often put in orders that the librarians would fill. Well, after the recent unpleasantness, that was an understatement, the library has been short of staff and long of work. Not wanting to pile on, I've held back a bit. But if you don't mind making yourself useful, I could give that task to you.
I started nodding immediately.
Of course. It would be an honor, sir.
I bowed my head and felt like I was overdoing it a bit. But it was true. Even if Teed barely spoke to me, just knowing the kinds of books and other information that he studied would be extremely useful. Plus, I could always just read all the books before I delivered them. Not that I would understand anything someone at Teed's level would be studying, but even glancing at it could give me some useful insight.
Teed nodded. Good. In that case, I'll be sure to have one of my men deliver the list straight to you from now on. And you can give the materials to any one of them around campus, as you might have trouble locating me. Alternatively, you could, of course, leave the materials with someone at the base of the spire,
he added with a thin smile. It wasn't exactly a part-time job, and it might not get me much closer to Teed, but at least I would learn a few things from the books he requested, and maybe I could put the pieces together to figure out what exactly he was doing with the information. It was a shame that I would mostly be dealing with Teed's bodyguards, but the opportunity to learn more about them could prove useful as well.
Of course, sir. I'll do that.
Then I thought of something else I wanted to bring up to him, but thought it might be better to wait until he knew me better. He took the decision out of my hands, however, when his brow furrowed and he asked,
Was there something else on your mind? I'd hate to waste your time, sir.
He waved a hand, dismissing the complaint, and bade me to speak.
Well, a friend of mine works on the school newspaper, you see, and so I've been reading it on occasion.
Teed nodded and leaned against a staff he used as a walking stick.
Well, some of the recent stories have been rather disturbing.
He closed his eyes for a moment and nodded again.
Ah, yes. Calling back to your question about exorcisms. Well, I think I know what you're referring to. I'm afraid these stories of killings, and indeed even exorcisms, are true. I have reached out and personally confirmed them, though I preferred to keep that information quiet. Don't want to cause a panic, of course.
I nodded.
Of course. But do you know who's doing it? I mean, it only makes sense that it's the Knights, but how?
I lowered my voice.
Exorcisms? If we're born connected to fall, how can normal people, unmagical, just sever that?
Teed studied me for a moment before answering.
Well, I doubt that they figured it out on their own. Exorcisms were discovered before my youth, even. While nearly every nation outlaws that practice, there have always been places and groups that held unyielding hatred for mages, and therefore kept the knowledge alive. The troubling part of it is that the process requires magic. I agree that the knights are the most likely culprit, but that's what troubles me. Someone must be working with them, providing them with a method. That is the real problem. And the killings? Ah, yes. As for that supposed mage-killing weapon, I know very little more than you. It is handheld, metal, and loud. Other than that, nothing is known. Though this weapon, too, could not have come from the knights themselves. There is simply no precursor to its invention. So someone's helping them, I added morosely. Teed nodded, holding eye contact with me as it sunk in. The shadows, I said finally. I fear that is correct. And what about all the knights at our border? Teed smiled. You just let me worry about that. It is indeed a situation that grows more serious by the day. But it is under control for now. I must be going, Jake. But I do wish to speak with you again on the topic of your patron. My heart hammered in my chest during the few seconds that passed before Teed added, the Miskatonic Order. When the time comes, I'll send one of my men for you. Until then, don't let my requests overtake your schoolwork, but do try to return them in a timely manner. I was relieved to hear those words. The Miskatonic Order. But only for a moment, because I knew almost nothing about that group, except that they paid my tuition. The library must have a book about them, maybe even a file in the very same records room I was in that morning. With a pair of polite goodbyes, the conversation ended, and Teed walked over to one of the closets that served as a portal. He glanced over to me as he opened it, and I noticed that the room it led into was dark. There was a red glow that I only recognized after the door was closed. It was the prison, where, among others, who I could only assume were equally dangerous, the school held the immortal Alexios Magnavius captive. Was Teed going to speak to him about the crown? I had no idea, but it seemed a likely possibility. If only I could be a fly on that wall. Then it hit me. I could. Quite literally, really, because I could use the seer's power to watch Teed down there, even if I couldn't hear what he said, just like a fly who could watch humans without understanding them. So, I directed my vision downwards and flexed the muscle behind my eyes. I pushed my vision down through a couple floors before I reached the dark, red room whose walls were lined with cells. Teed's men waited by the door they used to enter, while he approached a cell with a very dazed-looking orc inside. He said a few things, and the glaze over the orc's eyes faded. Awareness seemed to flood into the man, and he sprung to his feet. He pounded a fist against the door and snarled at Teed through a slot that I assumed was for food. Whatever words escaped his mouth, I had no idea, but they had to be threats. The conversation didn't last long, and I had trouble believing Teed got any useful information out of such an unruly prisoner. I wondered what landed the orc in such a place. Then, I wondered the same about every one of the dozens of other cells. Teed waved his hand, and the orc returned to his complacent state, while the dark elf left him behind. Teed visited a few others, before reaching the only person whose reason for imprisonment I knew, Alexios, the immortal conqueror. He looked as handsome and well put together as if he had been captured that morning. He was clean. His hair fell down to his shoulders in tidy black waves, and his eyes were clear. He could, apparently, hear someone in the hallway, because he was standing by the door when I found his cell. Immediately, just like last time, he turned his head and looked directly at me. His cold grin sent chills down my spine, and I knew he was aware of me. He mouthed a word that I thought was a simple hello. His attention was soon stolen, however, by an old enemy and an even older friend. Teed's expression was as grim as Alexios's was proud. The old emperor held his head high, and while I couldn't hear any of the words, his gestures were regal enough. They spoke for around 10 minutes, and as interesting as it was to see the two of them speaking, It was quite boring. I couldn't read lips, so there just wasn't any useful information I could get out of it. At one point, though, Alexios pointed upwards, and Teed's gaze followed. He looked directly at me, but only for a brief moment. Then his eyes kept scanning the area. Even if Alexios told him about me, whatever little information he could gather, it seemed that it wasn't specific enough. When their conversation ended, Teed only looked in a worse mood. Alexios, however, flopped onto his bed and laid back against his pillow, and looked directly at me, smiling wide. Chapter 19. After an overly eventful couple of days, my mind was reeling. Erlia was now a member of our study group. Hatham and his servants' roles were flipped. The knights were every bit as dangerous as the rumors claimed, and Alexios continued to creep me out. In an effort just to give myself time to think, I checked out a book about the Miskatonic Order and spent my Sunday in the library, hoping to avoid anyone. Lily ended up joining me, but she stayed quiet, reading her own books, probably assuming that I was studying for tomorrow's class. While I was studying, in between mental distractions, it had nothing to do with any class. The Miskatonic Order was fairly recently formed, around 30 years ago, and its headquarters were in a city to the far north. They were led and founded by a man named Dartham Reed, who, despite being human, was renowned worldwide for his magical capabilities, as well as his cold, calculating manner. He had allegedly appeared out of nowhere, rising from the slums of Tuftstrad, where he led an uprising that resulted in the deaths of most of the city's leadership. He and his army held out against the local kingdom for so long that they ultimately decided on an armistice. Dartham went from an upstart rebel to a powerful politician practically overnight, and the Northern Kingdom gained a powerful new ally. Where Jacobus came into the story, I had no idea, but I could put together a believable story if anyone asked. It was a simple lie, really. It told itself. The Order must have noticed Jacobus's abilities, recruited him, and sent him to Aether for further education. It was a plausible enough story, and I was sure there was some truth to it. Just how much, I had no idea. There was a bit of information on the Order's culture, what their purpose was, and pages on some prominent members. I didn't read it all because I didn't necessarily need to know everything, just enough to put together believable answers. I thought of it as a Mensa-type group, but for mages instead of so-called intellectuals. They gathered powerful people together and gave them opportunities. They advised kings, led mercenary bands, and more. I could only assume that they wanted something out of Jacobus in exchange for the tuition money, and whatever else they did for him. But they hadn't been in contact with me whatsoever since I arrived, so it seemed to be a non-issue. I just hoped it would stay that way. As for what I'd learned about Hatham, there wasn't much to think about. The best thing I could do for him was to get him free of chips and tell him to hide. To kill the servant, though, would require me to use the bond for extra power, which would make the girls wonder what I was doing, which would only result in more lies. For the moment, all I could do was think and wait. As the new week began, everyone was excited to begin a new set of classes for the winter. Our first two classes, the ones every acolyte took, lasted about a month each. Going forward, though, everything worked in 2-month sections. Anything that was more complicated and required more time was just broken into different parts, like the basic, intermediate, and so on element classes. Pixie seemed to catch on to the class's distractions, and she broke some news that she knew would bring us back around. "Over the weekend," she said loudly, starting class and implying that we should all shut up, "I had a very interesting meeting with our headmaster." The elemental twins kept whispering, but everyone else got quiet quick. Pixie smirked. "He's agreed that the benefits of archaeological missions should outweigh the risks, as long as we are safe." And for some reason she glanced at me when she said that. "Did I not slay that basilisk? I don't see what the problem is." Erlia chirped up as well.
Don't lie, Jake. I'm sure Pixie did all the work while you just sat back and watched.
I did not. Pixie cleared her throat. Sorry. She held a slight smirk as she continued, ignoring my disruption. So, he has agreed to let us spend the entire summer session out in the field. 2 whole months, wherever we want. Even the twins shut up when they heard that. For a second, anyway. Then they started suggesting locations, but Pixie held up her hands. We'll have plenty of time to decide on the places and plan it out as well. We should have enough time to visit a few, but we'll still need to choose carefully. The headmaster wants to review our choices before we go, just to make sure we won't be in over our heads. Also, we'll be going as one group this time. It's just safest that way. The quiet girl, Jessie, raised her hand.
Will we have a new teacher by then? Not that I want one, she quickly added. It's just that, with the new head librarian, I thought they might be hiring.
Pixie nodded. No, it's a good question. This was supposed to be temporary, after all. To answer your question, I don't know. They might hire someone, they might not. These positions have a way of being unpredictable. A lot of experts prefer to spend their time either in the field or conducting their own personal research. But don't worry, I'll take good care of you all. I know you will. I sent a mental image of our most recent activities to both Pixie and Erlia. It showed Pixie laying back on Heather's bed, a puddle of black hair beneath her head and a tight orange body. In the corner of the image, Heather and Lily were going at it, while Erlia watched. The orc's eyes widened, and she blushed, but Pixie rolled with it. She was used to me messing with her while she tried to lecture us by now. She did send back a feeling of satisfaction mixed with hunger for more, and I felt myself starting to get hard. Luckily, this wasn't the kind of class where I might get called up to the board. Over the next few months, we'll be going over some more advanced delving tactics for ruins or dungeons, trap spotting and deactivation. The same with curses, as well as identifying enchantments and other valuable artifacts. We'll even go over how to reconstruct information about the people who built the ruins, just by their artwork and other cultural hints that we can find. So, if you'll pull out your textbooks, we'll start by covering a few of the more interesting options we have. That way, we'll have the most time to decide where to go. With that, she had us pull out our textbooks, while she launched into an explanation of the elusive goddess of the deep earth. Her true name was not known, for very few who ever found her ever returned. Not because they were killed, allegedly, but because they were taken in by her, given a home deep in the Palatia Mountains to the west. It was a long mountain range that ran up along the east coast, so it was relatively close to us. It was also massive and unexplored wilderness for the most part. Pixie revealed our next paper at this point to a chorus of groans, mostly inaudible, as they were my own groans sounding in her head. She wanted us to do some of our own research into the goddess, trying to figure out where she was. At that point, August raised her hand.
What if we can't find it, though? Why waste our time on something like that when we know where to find other stuff?
I'm glad you asked, Pixie smirked. First, though, can anyone else answer her question? What is the significance of this one remote goddess over other possibilities that you may have already heard about? When Pixie glanced at me, I pretended to be taking some notes so that she wouldn't call on me. To be honest, I was kind of on August's side there. In Magnavius's palace, we found piles of gold and artifacts once we made it into his throne room. A part of me just wanted to go back there to peel through the rest of the relics, considering how interesting the memory-storing crown was. Erlia raised her hand and said,
Is she a true goddess?
Pixie returned a proud nod.
Then it's obvious, isn't it?
The orc girl glanced around at the rest of the class and realized, by our confused faces, that it was definitely not obvious to the rest of us.
She would be a new source of power,
Erlia said, pausing to let us absorb the gravity of that statement. As it hit me, I understood why Pixie brought it up. Vethris was a powerful source because he was so picky with who he gave access to his power. If this goddess was even more elusive, then I couldn't imagine what kind of power her boon would hold. I was the next one to speak up. But how do we gain her approval? Is just finding her enough? Do we need to bring gold, sacrifice a goat or something?
Pixie pursed her lips. I doubt it would be so barbaric as that, but those questions sound like great topics to cover in your paper. I rolled my eyes. Classic teacher answer. Chapter 20. As much as that goddess interested me, I was anxious to get the next round of classes started. When I left Pixie's classroom, I met up with Heather and Waylon on my way to mental scrying. They were members of the mental magic school, so they were already in the building waiting for me. As we walked down a hallway, I could hear their voices around the corner. You know, I'm glad you didn't back out, Heather. I guess you don't hate me as much as I thought. I mean, spending half the day with me isn't enough, so you just had to take this class with me, too. His voice was rich with sarcasm. Waylon, you wouldn't be so bad if you would just shut up a little more often. Maybe you need to start a little earlier than mental scrying. I mean, how can you even start to read the signs in someone else's mind when you hardly seem capable of reading your own? That's when I popped into their vision. Heather seemed relieved, while Waylon was just amused. He held up one of his hands in a subtle greeting. Thank fall you're here, Heather sent. I grinned at Waylon. You might want to get on Heather's good side. She's already pretty skilled at this. I know I'll be needing her help anyway. She brightened at hearing that and sent me a sweet smile. Her striking teal eyes could still take my breath away, but so could her body in that corset. Despite it being winter, the girls barely changed up their wardrobe other than to add another layer of robes or leggings beneath them. Heather still wore her deep blue gowns more often than not, but she wore some tights under them that covered her legs and arms for extra warmth. I think I'll be okay, Waylon quipped, standing up. You all ready to go? Heather nodded and rose to her feet as well. Did you two check out the chapter? Waylon and I glanced at each other. Which chapter? I asked. She blinked. The first one. Oh, that, Waylon answered. Well, we don't really even know if the book will be necessary, do we? What do we spend hours in class every day for anyway if we just need to spend hours out of class reading about the same exact shit? Heather rolled her eyes and took a deep, long breath. She spoke through gritted teeth. If you want to know the material, you need to study. Waylon waved that off. I'll leave that to you guys with your little study group. Not so little now, I corrected. Erlia's joined up with us. Though, of course, I couldn't mention what she had to do to join up with us. I did send Heather a similar image as to what I sent Pixie earlier, a memory from just a few nights before, and received a smirk in reply. Good for you, man, he clapped me on the back. That one scares me. I swear, the tusks are harmless. She's very careful with them. I added a wink and nudged Waylon in the ribs. It made him uncomfortable, but Heather laughed even louder than I did. Spare me the details, mate. When we stepped into our new classroom, it reminded me of the lecture halls I'd been in back at the University of Rhode Island. Apparently, there were a lot of people interested in mental scrying. Like the amphitheater that our first class was held in, this one had rows of cushioned seats that descended from the entrance to the podium and blackboard. I recognized the old, balding, high Psi mage Foster Telement, but not the younger man he was in conversation with. This one had to be in his mid-30s, with short black hair and a close-cropped beard. He also wore glasses, a rarity in this world in my experience. His heathered blue and gray robes matched the high Psi mage, and I assumed they were some kind of uniform for the mental magics teachers. We found seats in roughly the middle of the room, close to the aisle, and by the time we took out our books and auto-quills, the head Psi mage was speaking. His lips barely moved, though his eyes constantly swept across the room. I want to begin by tempering your expectations. Every year, we have a few students who assume themselves the next great psychic. But of course, they wish to be like Madame Sylvia or the great Moscow. He took a pause to scoff and shake his head. In other words, they follow the false claims of frauds and con artists who prey upon people's simplicity. If you wish to predict the future, or read the mind of some girl you like, you are in the wrong place. However,
Should you wish to truly understand the inner workings of the mind, then my school is just where you need to be."
The High Psy Mage waved one of his hands toward the younger man standing nearby.
"This is Professor McKnight, one of my old students, and among the best in the world at studying the mind. Do show him proper respect, for the depths of mental scrying reach farther than you can imagine."
With that, the man faded away. Literally. It was the first time I'd seen him smile, and he just slowly dissipated into thin air. The class was eerily silent after watching that. Aether looked almost angry that she had no idea how he had done it. Professor McKnight started chuckling and shaking his head. He held one hand toward the place the High Psy Mage stood seconds ago.
"An illusion. For someone with such disdain for charlatans, he doesn't mind putting on a good show, does he? Well, think of that as the upper echelon of what is possible within this school. As the Psy Mage alluded to, true mind reading is not possible. What we do is a rough approximation. But just because we cannot extract thoughts or memories from a person's mind does not mean that we cannot implant them. We won't reach that in this class, however."
He laughed as a few of the students made disappointed sounds.
"No, that would take years. You will start to understand how it works, though, and that's what we're here for."
For the first day, we ended up splitting into groups and working on the basics.
Some of you may recognize this exercise, and I do apologize for the repetition, but the students from outside our school would not be as familiar. Detecting lying, as well as lying without being detected, are some of the most basic skills we teach here.
He went on to explain much of what I had already heard from Aether, and it even overlapped with some of Pixie's explanation of scrying curses. It was all about sensing the minds around yourself, homing in on one in particular, and detecting currents within a person's brainwaves. He did go into more detail on the defensive side, though, as he walked around the room and observed the groups of students at practice.
As you try to defend yourself, focus Fall's power in your mind. Swirl it about evenly in a globe of power that covers your brain, or near enough. For now, use as much power as it takes, but you should try to use less as you improve. If someone sees your head glowing, it's taken as a sign you're hiding something. Remember to keep your touch, both on your mind and others, subtle.
Aether had already practiced detecting lies, though she still wasn't particularly good at it, thank Fall, so she chose to defend herself. That meant she basically just said random phrases while Waylon and I guessed whether they were true or false. I was right about 50% of the time, and at least I wasn't dumb enough to think that meant I was getting anywhere. Waylon was correct more often than me, but not by far. When the professor walked by our group, he started chuckling. He was looking at Aether, but he raised his voice to speak to the entire class.
Something to keep in mind. In the real world, when you are doing this, you will need to be very careful about being detected. Using very little power will help with that, but you also need to gain control of your facial features. I know it can be difficult to keep this process up while speaking, especially when you need to think on your toes and put together a lie, but it is necessary.
A bell rang, signaling the end of class, and he called out over the dozens of students packing up their things.
Keep practicing with your partners outside of class. We'll have a quiz at the end of the week.
Chapter 21. Erlia waited for me by the heated pathway that led through a strip of forest and into the arena where our next class was held. Magical Martial Arts.
MMA, oddly enough, though it wouldn't have much in common with my world's combat sport.
She wore leather armor with furs over them that looked very warm. I was starting to regret my choice of robes, but I had figured that we would stay warm by sparring. Of course, the only part of the pathways that was heated was the stones. They melted the snow that fell on them, but did little to warm the air. I had been able to work out a way to keep myself warm by gathering heat from the air around myself, but the process grew more difficult as the air grew colder. As we walked along the pathway that was now shrouded by snow-covered trees on either side, I asked Erlia,
"How do you think they'll have us spar now? We barely used magic in the last class, and a few students still died. I can't imagine how easily we could tear each other apart now."
She shrugged. I asked Boba a similar question, but he refused to say much. They have some sort of plan for it, though. That much I could gather. As we emerged from the snow canopy forest, our small class revealed itself. That, or we were just early, but I didn't think so. About a dozen students stood near Fowley and Boba, idly resting their weapons against shoulders or leaning against them. Nearby was a separate group of older-looking students talking amongst themselves. Erlaya and I chose our weapons, while a couple of other students filtered in through the forest and did the same. There was a roughly equal number of people in the group of older students as there were us, I noticed, and several were elementals. Fowley counted the gathered students as the new arrivals joined and nodded to himself.
All right, now that the masochists have gathered, he grinned, we can begin. I didn't like that start. The main purpose of this class is to help you each find your own particular fighting style. As you can imagine, the weapons you have all chosen will be a key part of that, so choose wisely. You will, of course, be able to change your mind at any time, but the more practice you get with your chosen weapon, the better. But of course, the weapons are not the true weapons, now are they?
He grinned and looked over at Boba, who crossed his huge arms and shook his head.
That's right, because this is where the fun begins. Last class was all about the basics. Learning to walk, basically, so that you wouldn't accidentally slice a few students in half when you try running. Or something like that.
A few of the students paled, and Fowley seemed to love it.
Anyway, you may have noticed the gentlemen and ladies gathered behind me, huh? That is because this class is teamed up with an elemental magics class called Familiar Training. This is an upper-level class that you lot won't be able to take for a year or two that focuses on, well, training one's familiar to fight. It's quite a symbiotic relationship, really. They have fighters that need training and can simply be resummoned whenever they fall.
One of the older mages tried to speak up, but Fowley spoke over him.
All right, maybe not simply, but it's far easier than a resurrection. You students need to be able to train without holding back. So, if you're going to learn to use the skills that one day may save your lives, you need to use them right. We will spend this first day pairing each of you up with an opponent that will push you to be your best. Boba here will be overseeing this class on a daily basis, shuffling around the pairings as he sees fit, and I will occasionally stop by to check in on how you lot are progressing.
With that, Fowley stepped back and allowed Boba to take over his class. He clapped his big green hands together.
All right, we'll start with some random pairings and have a day of sparring. So, limber up. I'll grab each of you as we decide your first pairing.
He glanced around the class and gave Erlaya a nod before joining Fowley just far enough away to avoid being overheard.
Well, there it is then, I said to Erlaya. At least we won't be forced to fight each other. I'd hate to spend the next couple of months getting beaten up by a friend.
Erlaya blushed and she glanced around. When she seemed sure no one was looking, she grabbed my butt. It was such a shock that I let out a light grunt. I wasn't sure Erlaya knew her own strength.
I'd let you take your frustrations out on me afterwards, she sent.
I looked over at her with a proud expression.
Is that Erlaya Smith dirty talking? I never thought I'd see the day.
That made her blush even harder. Just then, a large hand clapped me on the shoulder and spun me around until I was face to face with a thick green chest.
Boba took a step back. You're an easy one, he said. Head over to ring 1.
When I turned to my right, Boba grabbed my shoulders and spun me in the opposite direction. Then he pointed. Standing in the middle of what I assumed was ring number 1 was a friend of mine, and he was waving wildly at me. Andrith Chan, Earth Elemental Extraordinaire, here to make me look bad yet again. Not that it was difficult, or even voluntary for a prodigy like him.
I didn't know you were in this class, I said as I approached him. You should have mentioned it. We could have met up on the way over here.
Andrith pursed his lips. Well, I just felt kind of weird about it. They don't usually let acolytes take third-level classes, but I've already covered the prerequisites, so they couldn't say no. I'm just glad there's someone I know in class with me, he added, sounding relieved indeed. He was always shy, and didn't seem to have any friends before Daraya pointed me in his direction. I suddenly recalled a certain drunken game that I walked in on Andrith and Waylon playing together, where they each tried to take control of an action figure-sized earthen man. No offense or anything, man, but isn't your familiar a little small for this? Andrith's smile doubled in size, and I could tell he was trying to hold it back. He gave a humble shrug, crossed his arms, and started backing up. As he did, the earth started to boil in the place he had been standing. A rocky hand flung out of the turmoil and planted itself on the even ground nearby. Then came another, and as the huge arms lifted the rest of its body out of the earth, small bits of dirt and rock tumbled off it. What emerged was a featureless, dirt-colored clone of Andrith. Near enough, anyway. It was roughly the same height, but with much thicker limbs. It kind of resembled the Thing from the Fantastic Four, if it was naked and had no face. Did I mention how creepy this thing was? Because, fuck, it looked me in the eyes, and I felt it. Almost involuntarily, I took a few steps back and turned my body so that my shield was in between myself and my rocky foe. Andrith, mind taking it easy on me at first? I don't mind at all, buddy. Masochist was just the right word. I thought Boba was an overwhelming opponent, but at least he felt pain. At least his muscles were limited by things like physics and biology, but not Andrith's familiar. Nope. We switched over to metal swords and shields for this more advanced class, and he still pounded mine into a battered mess by the time class was over. I had to imagine that Boba enjoyed it, because he didn't change my matchup even once. Oh, he came by to tell us just how good we were doing, and to comment on how proud he was of Andrith for how far he's come. And that was it. Erlaya, meanwhile, sparred against half a dozen different opponents before ending up against a water familiar operated by a purple-tinted feyboy with black hair. I didn't get to watch all of her fights, but I caught a glimpse of her smashing someone's earth familiar and cutting an air familiar in so many pieces it simply fizzled away. A water familiar, however, parted around Erlaya's axes and reshaped itself immediately, not slowing down the slightest. That one gave her trouble, but it could do little to damage her. It was a good matchup, and to be honest, I was glad to see someone else struggle a bit, especially someone who had seemed so flawless in most of her fights last class. By the time I got back to Heather's apartment with some food, I was ready to pass out, and the sun wasn't even completely down yet. The busty blonde herself was sitting at her dinner table, sipping on a bottle of clear liquor with light blue specks in it. She perked up a little when she saw me. How was the fighting class with Erlaya? Where is she, anyway? Oh, it was all right. Ran into Andrith and his new familiar. Damn thing used to be a foot tall a month ago, but now it could probably snap me in two. Oh, and Erlaya, she went back to her own dorm. Seemed pretty frustrated after some difficult fights, but I'm sure she'll figure it out. I took a sip from the bottle, feeling a bit of relief as the alcohol burned its way down my throat. I take it you had a rough day as well? Heather nodded. I thought I was doing so well. I'd gotten ahead, learned some mental scrying in my morning class, and Pixie helped me get a head start on enchantments and curses, but still. She leaned forward and held her head in her hands, eyes peeking out from between her fingers. I swear, sometimes it's like the professor speaking a different language. I don't see how anyone keeps up with it all. Just then, the door burst open and let in Lily, then Pixie behind her. They were laughing at something I hadn't heard and seemed in all-around good moods. Oh, Jake, did Pixie tell you? We're going on another trip. Heather quirked an eyebrow and seemed to come out of her funk a bit. Yes, 4 months away, but it'll be here soon, and I'll be ready. I pointed at Pixie as if it were a promise, and she nodded, smiling. Then the Fae girl put her hands on her thin hips and looked down at the bottle of liquor with a smirk. Now what do we have here? Just a pair of students drowning their hopes and dreams in a bit of alcohol, I said, heavy with sarcasm. Oh, is that all? How did your classes go? Heather said, grabbing Lily's outer robes and pulling her onto the blonde girl's lap. Oh, Lily exclaimed. Then she wrapped an arm around Heather and laid a cute kiss on her lips.
They were fantastic. Alchemy is fascinating, and the applications are endless. We can amplify our abilities, heal any number of specific diseases or injuries, even extend one's natural life. Though that last one is the kind of thing even our teachers struggle with, she added. Then there's natural magics. I'm already thinking of ways I'll be able to help out my father's farm. I just can't wait to form a familiar.
Aether pursed her lips and tried to smile. At least one of us is doing well. Lily frowned and took Aether's face in her hands.
What do you mean? I'm sure we'll all be able to help.
Just that I already feel behind, and it's hard watching the schoolwork come so easily to you. Not that you don't work for it, she added hastily, leaning up to give Lily a kiss on her cheek. But still, you just naturally work so hard, and I envy the success it brings you. That's all. Lily smiled down at her sweetly and slowly swept a few strands of blonde hair out of Aether's face. It was a loving, sensual, and surprisingly sexy gesture, and brought a smile to Aether's face. Lily leaned down to kiss her again, then pulled only an inch back and turned to look at me. She winked one of her beautiful forest green eyes at me.
I think our elf friend needs to unwind, Jake. What about you?
One of her fingers idly wrapped a strand of blonde hair around itself as she awaited my reply. I grinned and replied mentally, including Erlia since she wasn't in the room with us. Oh, you know me. Always down for a little unwinding. Erlia? I turned to ask Pixie as well, but she was already slipping out of her robes and skipping toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, Lily pulled a laughing Aether behind her by her hand. Then she tackled the taller girl under her own bed. Pixie hopped on behind them and helped Lily pull the clothes off Aether, who, by then, seemed like an entirely different person to the girl who was dejectedly happy for her friend's good day. I followed behind them slowly, enjoying the show. The three of them grew on one another quickly, and I was ecstatic that they were all as crazy about each other as I was. Within seconds, Aether's pants were off, and her robes were pulled aside. She tried to undress herself, but Pixie knocked her hands away, choosing to undo the girl's corset for her. Large, pale breasts with pink nipples spilled out as the thin white corset was unlaced, and Pixie took them into her hands immediately. I was hard as a rock watching Aether's eyes close, her head leaning back in Pixie's lap, while Lily's head was between Aether's legs, lapping away at her sweet pink center. Oh, you two are too good to me, Aether said, her eyes scrunched shut. She bit her lip and barely opened her eyes to peek up at Pixie, then down at Lily, and made a groan of pleasure.
What exactly is going on over there?
Erlia asked. I think you know, I sent back, sending an image of what I was seeing at that moment. I didn't need to see Erlia to be sure that she was blushing. You busy? A few moments passed before she replied,
Damn it.
She sent an image of what she was doing right now, eating dinner with her cousin while he gave her pointers on her fighting style. He savagely ripped into a leg of chicken and went on speaking as if nothing had happened.
I love the guy, but I wouldn't mind Lily's head between my legs right now.
Ooh, me neither, the farm girl sent back. Speaking of people who aren't taking part, Jake, waiting for an invitation? I burst out laughing as all three girls' eyes leapt over to me. Just enjoying the show. This is Aether's moment. I didn't want to ruin it. That's right, Aether replied, pushing down on the back of Lily's head. Pixie clicked her tongue. Don't be greedy now. I think we can accommodate him. With that said, she hooked her arms under Aether's shoulder and pulled her back further onto the bed. Lily got the hint and climbed up until she was laying on her stomach with her legs standing at the edge of the bed. She looked over at me for a second, and her eyes flicked down to the bulge in my pants before Aether grabbed her head again. I stripped in seconds, stepping across the room and behind Lily's tight, tan ass. Her smooth legs rubbed against mine, and I reached down to run 2 fingers along her slit. She was wet and moaned at my touch. Then again as I pressed myself into her waiting heat. Aether was still pressing Lily's face into her pussy and closing her thick, pale thighs around the farm girl's head.
I was a little envious of the position, to be honest, but mine wasn't so bad either. Lily felt perfect. Warm, tight, and wet. She pushed back against me as I pounded into her. Aether was breathing heavily, and she had her first orgasm while Pixie watched lustily, playing with her chest and occasionally pinching her nipples. As Aether relaxed her body, Lily pulled her head away. As I pumped into her, her words came out in fits.
"I love you, girl, but you could have suffocated me."
I gave Lily a slap on her firm ass. That's not a bad way to go out. She peeked back at me, giggling, so I increased my pace. Her wide smile turned into a tight O as she pushed back against me. Pixie laid back in bed and grabbed Aether's hand to steal her attention away from me and Lily. Then the Fae spread her legs and quirked an eyebrow. It was all the explanation Aether needed to take her place between Pixie's tight orange thighs. And as Aether ate her out, Pixie bit her lip and watched me. "Fuck her harder," she said. Lily let out a satisfied moan as I followed Pixie's instruction without breaking eye contact. "Good boy," she purred. Watching Pixie, watching me fuck Lily's brains out was beyond sexy. We put on a show for each other, and I could tell she enjoyed it as much as I did. She certainly kept a hand firmly placed on the back of Aether's head, anyway. Lily let out a sudden squeal, and I felt her walls contracting around me. It was all I could do to slow down to avoid blowing inside her, and seeing her enjoy her own orgasm made putting my own off that much harder. But I wasn't finished, and Pixie apparently had the same idea. As Lily finished, Pixie gently lifted Aether's head, winked at her, and then repositioned herself next to Lily. She laid on her back and eagerly awaited her turn. And so, as Lily relaxed, I pulled out of her and went straight into Pixie. She let out a long moan, as if she'd just bit into the most amazing food. Her head lolled back into the blankets, and her eyes rolled into the back of her head. The wetness that Aether had built up sent a rush of warmth around my cock. I slid in and out easier than ever, despite as tight as Pixie felt. She looked up at me with a lip firmly between her teeth, and she didn't have to say it. I knew what she wanted. Whether through our bond, or just from the time we'd spent together, I knew, and I went harder. Lily was still catching her breath, but she crawled onto the bed beside Aether.
"Fuck, he treats us so well, doesn't he?"
Came Pixie's unexpected response. Aether started laughing. "He does indeed, but I think we deserve it. At least you do, my sweet girl." She tapped Lily on her little nose, making the farm girl blush.
"Stop it,"
she trailed off, dragging Aether's face toward her own, and they started making out. I was certain they were about to start all over again, as they were still naked, so why not, right? But instead, their beautiful nude bodies intertwined as they laid soft kisses on each other's plump lips. It was difficult to tear my eyes away, even to look at the girl I was fucking. When Pixie grabbed my wrist, though, I looked down just in time to catch her coming. Her abs contracted and loosened. Her hand tightened around my arm, and I looked between her and the other pair of girls as I made one final pump deep inside Pixie. She let out a tight, short, high-pitched sound, and I leaned down to place my lips over hers as I came. Moments later, I pulled back and ran my fingers through Pixie's hair. "Fuck, you're amazing." And as I stood up, I added, "You all are. You know I love you three, right?" I knew it wouldn't be long before I could include Erlaya in that as well. Pixie giggled. "You're joking, right? What do you think, girls? Think he likes us?"
"Oh, I'll say," Lily quipped.
"We love you too, Jake," Aether said in a warm voice. Those 3 radiant smiles could dispel any shadow. Chapter 22. There was a lot of work to do as the new round of classes took off. The first day gave everyone an idea of what to expect, and it seemed like most students had expected it to be easier. Because, just like me and Aether,
Dozens of acolytes were filling up nearly every seat in the first couple floors. Our usual spot was open, though. We read the week's mental scrying chapters, practiced on each other, and occasionally took breaks to relieve some stress in a remote corner of the library. We were both improving, and I put extra effort toward my defense. Using our professor's technique of cycling power through our minds required some concentration, so I couldn't do it very easily. Aether kept scolding me for being too obvious. She slapped the top of my hand. "Jake, you're grimacing again." "Sorry." She smirked, and her teal eyes looked as cute as ever. "You'll never be able to lie to anyone if you can't do it with a straight face," she chided. But sadly, that was something I had gotten very good at in the last few months. This process of defending my mind while lying, however, was like carrying a boulder on my shoulders while trying to hold a conversation without sounding out of breath. Without a lot more practice, it would be impossible. Luckily, I had a beautiful, busty witch girl who was happy to be my very willing test subject, as long as I would be hers. All our practice paid off for the quiz that Friday. It was the same exercise that Aether had taken in her general mental magics class. Professor McKnight stood at the front of the room and spoke 10 statements, leaving the rest of us to scry into his mind and write down whether each was true or false. As it was naturally a 50-50 chance of getting any of them right, a passing grade was 75%. Aether got them all, and it was like an enormous weight was lifted from her shoulders. Her mood improved immediately, and she was much more smiley for the rest of the day. Waylon missed 1. Well, I missed 2, but if it was good enough to pass, it was good enough for me. My sparring with Andrith's Earth Familiar was coming along even slower. The worst part was that Andrith was an insanely quick learner, so it didn't matter how fast I improved because he always stayed ahead of me. It didn't help that Earth Familiars were the strongest, most formidable sort. Other types were useful for different purposes, of course, but fire, water, air, and lightning were all incorporeal. Even wood was softer and lighter. Dirt and rock, however, were very solid, heavy, and occasionally pointy. I would know. I'd been pummeled enough times recently, and that thing's fist felt like a damn battering ram. My first big improvement came, sadly, from a suggestion from Boba. He described a process we had learned from Fowley in the last class, where you pull in magic and use it to strengthen a certain area that you suspect will get hit. A similar idea could be applied to shields, either to enforce them or to help absorb the blow. While I was able to take a lot more hits with that method, it was draining. Even if it opened up some possible chances for a counterattack, I wasn't nearly strong enough to slice through 6 inches of compressed dirt. Occasionally, though, I was able to enforce my attacks, as Fowley taught us in the last class, and even succeeded in severing Andrith's familiar's arm a few times. The problem, however, was in switching between enforcing my shield on defense and then the sword on offense. Keeping them both up at all times was simply unfeasible. But I found that with more practice, the processes were becoming almost automatic. With each block, I was faster to move my shield into position and focus my power within it. With every counterattack, my arms became more used to the motion. My mind grew faster in concentrating power along the sword's edge to amplify its cut. But of course, Andrith was learning too. In fact, he was taking it easy on me, and as I improved, he was able to show off a bit. By Friday, we were almost an even match, assuming Andrith didn't go all out. He usually didn't, but I made the mistake of provoking him. His Earth Familiar had been pummeling my shield over and over when I tried a new kind of counterattack. Instead of absorbing the blow with my shield, I enforced the shield and pushed back against the earthen fist, as if I were attacking. The result was a spray of dirt as the Familiar's fist exploded. I burst out with a triumphant laugh, figuring that this new tactic would turn the tides. "Not so tough without your arms, are ya? Are you sure he's made of dirt, Andrith, because he smells like shit?" I grinned confidently at my crippled foe, ready to make his other arm burst to pieces, and then the rest of his body for good measure. "Oh,
Did you say something about arms? Andrith quipped from the sidelines. As he said it, the broken fist reformed, and 2 extra pairs thrust out from the familiar's ribcage. The arms were a little thinner, to make space for all 6 to fit, but they were no less intimidating. Fuck. It was all there was to say. Huge fists rained down on me from what seemed like every possible direction. Blocking 1 or 2 didn't matter, even if the fists erupted when they made contact, because there was always another. After a solid punch to the gut, and then another to the temple, I collapsed into the dirt and stayed there. Shit. Shit, shit, Andrith practically chanted the curse and ran over to my prostrate body. You all right? He asked, but he didn't wait for an answer to call for help. A regeneration student I didn't know appeared in moments. Maybe just stick with 2 arms for now, I said, my eyes still closed because of a massive headache. Warm relief soon washed over me, however, and I was sweating by the time I returned to my feet and thanked the girl who healed me. Of course, Andrith said, before apologizing for probably the dozenth time. Didn't stop him from smiling like a proud father at his familiar, though. Later that night, I stepped into the same room that I had been in multiple times before, and yet one small change made my blood run cold. I worried about what the girls would sense from me, so I cut myself off from them for the moment. Chips, the supposed servant, was sitting behind the desk that I always found Hatham at. The door had opened itself, and his former, not to mention fake, employer was nowhere to be seen. I made myself ready to pull in power from Fall and Vethris, just in case, and stepped inside. It seemed unlikely that this man would attack me here. The ensuing fight would be far too high profile, but that didn't mean he wouldn't try, hoping to make it quick. As I walked into the center of the room, Chips merely set down a stack of papers he had been reading. He wore a proud grin that looked like he could burst out laughing any second. I scanned the room, expecting to either find Hatham cowering in a corner or dead on the floor. I was relieved to find neither. The man leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. His voice no longer had a polite subservience to it. He rasped his words, spoke to me almost like a child. So, Jacobus, it's nice to truly meet someone with connections such as yours. I had hoped to get your father's attention with this stunt of mine, but it seems that fool, I noticed Chips glance toward a wardrobe then and clicked his tongue, had something else in mind. His own life. Can you imagine that? Here I am, trying to change the world in favor of our Lord Vethris, and Hatham has the nerve to put himself first. He shook his head like a disappointed father. More than Hatham's whereabouts, I wondered about that mention of Jacobus's father. If Chips had been trying to get his attention by exercising Teed, then what kind of man could he be? Considering Philo's family of shadows, it would make sense if Jacobus's father was the one who recruited him, so perhaps he was some high-ranking shadow who could have elevated Chips after Teed was taken care of. Not that that was going to happen. As if it was ever even a possibility. I had thought Hatham was the fool, and I still did. But Chips couldn't be much smarter if he thought exercising Teed was in the realm of possibility. As I responded, I thought of the few shadows I had met. Not one was polite or the least bit kind. They were a greedy, betraying bunch, full of bad attitudes. Hatham put on the act of a lord, so it was easy to play the role he expected of me. Now, though, the facade was up. Chips was revealing his real self, so I tried to act like the real Jacobus I had heard about. A dick. I crossed my arms and looked down at the sitting man. So you're the one who came up with that plan? Or lack thereof, considering Hatham wanted me to do all the work? Chip's smile faded. He gritted his teeth and pushed off the desk, rising slowly. His voice was low, almost a whisper. All the work. Do you have any idea what I've done? How many years I've been in hiding, having to pretend to grovel over that man's every need whenever someone was watching? How many times he humiliated me? His voice filled with such hatred that Chips had to close his eyes for a few seconds and recover. I've been at this for years, boy. You think going to school while hiding your identity is hard? Try living your entire life that way. Then you can complain about all the work you do. I've set up everything we need, and now I come to you, one of the Shadow's supposed insiders at the great Aether Academy. Well, if you feel like you've been treated unfairly, I suppose we could cut off our arrangement. I tried to subdue my reaction. I needed an inquisitor, which sadly meant that I needed chips. Of course, he added a second later, as if he were harmlessly thinking out loud. That would mean I would need to share a bit of what I know with the Academy before I left town. I can't have gone through all that work for nothing, after all. How much do you think they would pay to hear about a traitor in their ranks? My placid expression turned into a glare. I didn't know why I was surprised. Blackmail and extortion weren't even close to the worst things I knew the Shadows were willing to do. Chips had an infuriating smile on his face then. Look, I don't know what you expect, Chips. I put some bite into the word because I doubted it was his real name. Teed is beyond our reach. He's never alone. He would never be weak enough for us to take him down, and I doubt the poison Hatham mentioned would be enough. We'd need enough to incapacitate his bodyguards, and whoever else is nearby. He may only be able to touch Fall's source, but he can use enough of it to crush us as easily as bugs. Chips threw up his hands. And where is the problem with poisoning a few extra people? Once the work is done, it will be no secret who did it, so why try to hide it? If anything, our Lord would appreciate the boldness of it. It was hard to argue with that. Wading into the Academy and pulling Teed down from that spire would be the Shadow's greatest show of power in years. I gritted my teeth. Frustrated, I tried to change the subject. Where is Hatham anyway? Chips's eyes went back to the wardrobe he glanced at earlier. He nodded his head and extended an arm in its direction. Perhaps I should show you after all, so that you know what I do to those who try to betray me. When I looked over at it, Chips nodded, grinning. Go on. Indignant about being spoken to like a dog, I gritted my teeth and walked over to the ornate wooden doors that were as tall as I was. The wardrobe reached from floor to ceiling, and as I got close, I noticed blood dripping out from the cracks in the doors. Slowly, I grabbed the two handles and pulled it open. Nailed to the back of the wardrobe, with his limbs splayed out in the shape of an X, was Lord Hatham, with a gag in his mouth and bruises all over his face. The rest of his body was probably in similar condition, but it was covered up by his blood-splattered robes. His one good eye widened as he saw me, and I heard him straining to speak against the cloth stuffed in his mouth. Tears streaked the blood staining his face. My stomach turned at the sight, and even more so at the idea of what had been done to this man. He was a fool, and had likely hurt people in his desperate pursuit of power. But that didn't mean I enjoyed seeing him tortured. Instead of sympathy, however, the thought that ran through my mind was of self-preservation. What would Jacobus do in this situation? Laugh? Join in on the torment? Maybe pluck out a tooth and shove it in his pocket? I decided to go with a wry chuckle, because there was no way I could muster up anything real. Even just putting on a fake smile while looking into Hatham's terrified eyes made my heart feel hollow. Not bad, I commented. Never saw the point of torture myself, but he sure won't think of betraying you again. Chips scoffed and waved a hand in a dismissive gesture. Puh, as if I would give him the chance. He will hang there until he bleeds out, and be glad that I didn't do the same to the rest of his family. It is a shame, but perhaps his heir will be more accommodating. Hatham began to struggle, but it only lasted a moment. Nails were driven through his hands and feet, so even the slightest movement must have been agonizing. Regretfully, I closed the door, as if bored by the sight, but the look in Hatham's eyes haunted me. Now, Chips began, sitting back down behind his desk and waving a hand toward the seat on the other side. Can we discuss our business, or is this task a little too difficult for you? Instead of answering, I just walked over to the seat and fell into it, crossing my arms. You better have a few ideas. Oh, I have more than a few. As for now, though, I need you to tell me exactly how and when you encounter Teed. There must be some regularity to his movements that we can take advantage of. Painfully, I told the truth. I couldn't risk giving Chips any reason to betray me, and figured I would still be able to sabotage whatever plan he came up with. Hatham and his family would never be free as long as Chips lived. If I wanted to get out of this scheme and save Hatham in the process, there was only one choice. I had to find a discreet way to kill Chips. I put that thought on the back burner while I told him what I could about Teed, where his office was, how many guards he took with him, and how he occasionally visited my general history class. Finally, I mentioned the little task Teed promised to give me in finding and delivering his books. Chips listened without interrupting, clearly thinking over the information. Okay. Maybe you could poison him during one of these deliveries? I shook my head. I just bring the books to any guard I see, or the base of the spire, not directly to him. In that case, perhaps the answer is in the guards. They have unlimited access to Teed, no? Could you not slay one and steal his identity? Then, when Teed relaxes around a man he thinks will guard him, you spring our trap. Sadly, that wasn't a terrible plan. For a real spy, anyway, who was trained at impersonation and assassination. For a normal dude from Rhode Island, though, not so much. Still, I had to come up with some kind of excuse. I don't know, I haven't seen much from the guards, but they must be powerful. Just in case, I put up my mental scrying defense and added, I'll look into it, though. Good. Remember what will happen if you don't? He glanced at the wardrobe again, and I saw the corners of his lips turn up. And do be quick about it. If the plan moves forward before we remove Teed, then all will have been for nothing. We should have the winter, though. I can't imagine they will start before the snow is gone. Plan? What plan? I cut in. More of that infuriating smile. All you need to concern yourself with is your place in the grand scheme. Figure out whether you could take the place of a guard. If not, we can always fall back on the other option. I cleared my throat. I'm sorry, other one? This dude just had all sorts of plan he didn't mention, apparently. The first one was different, though. He mentioned a they. Taking out Teed seemed to be Chip's plan alone, so this other one that he wouldn't tell me about had to be run by someone else. That was an interesting detail he let slip. Well, of course, it may not be a regular thing, but if Teed visits your classroom even once a week, we may be able to lay our trap and simply wait for the right time. Of course, your classmates would be caught up in it as well, but Chip just shrugged, as if that detail didn't matter. I'll start thinking of a way to pump enough poison into that room to take care of him. I thought of Pixie and Erlia, but only asked about myself, like a true shadow would. Wouldn't I be poisoned as well in that case? Chips laughed. Yes, you would. But if the poison were in the air, it would take quite some time for you to inhale a fatal dose. You will be fine as long as I reach you in time. Great. I just need to put my life in your hands. Another grin. You don't need to. Only if you fail with our other option, in which case you deserve a bit of punishment. No. I gritted my teeth. Are we done? For now. Chapter 23. On Saturday, as I made my way to the library to work in the basement, one of Teed's guards approached me. It was strange, looking into the shrouded hoods they wore. Even as the man got within a few feet of me, my vision couldn't pierce the darkness. I could only imagine that there were eyes in there, peering out at me. It sent a shiver down my spine. His voice was smooth and monotonous. Jacobus, you are to find and deliver these, he said, handing me a sheet of paper with a few lines of book titles. I looked down and nodded as if I'd heard of them, and by the time I looked back up to say I'd take care of it, the man had silently turned and walked away. Okay, Dick, I muttered. Somehow, over the footsteps and idle conversations of dozens of students flowing around us, he heard me. The man stopped in place suddenly and clenched his fists. He half-turned his body to gaze at me, and the shiver down my back returned. I felt the glare that I could not see. Then, just as suddenly, he kept walking. I inspected the list as I went on my way. They sounded like the kinds of books Lily might read in a few years. From the titles alone, it was difficult to even decipher what each book was about, never mind how they all tied together. After I finished up my work cleaning the lower floors, I set about gathering Teed's books. Problem was, they were so advanced that I didn't even know where to look. The Endmen of Lemur Island, for example. History or sociology? I regretted turning to Ruthie for help, but when I saw her walking by while I searched through history books, I couldn't pass it up. She seemed in a hurry, but that didn't change her friendly demeanor. She asked with a smile how she could help, and then jotted down some notes next to each book's title. "He must have taken a liking to you," she said. "Teed has always just had the library take care of those requests. You're taking that magical martial arts course, right?" I nodded, though I wasn't sure how she knew that. "You might want to take a glance at, this one." She pointed at a title halfway down the list. Impenetrable Defenses. Before I could ask any questions, Ruthie smirked and left. Hours later, I sat on the 4th floor of the library with a pack full of books in the chair next to me. The obscure texts were inconveniently spread throughout all 4 floors, and a couple came from the records room in the basement. How Teed expected me to know that, I had no idea. But whatever, the job was done. All I needed to do was deliver it. But first, I had some reading to do. Given that I was supposed to be quick about it, I didn't have time to read everything, so I chose the book Ruthie mentioned. Impenetrable Defenses was a simple enough title, but its content was years beyond anything Fowley or Boba had mentioned. It spoke of extreme uses of each element that could stop quite literally all incoming attacks, from refining metal in the earth into a suit of armor for oneself, to burning the air around you so hot that nothing could make it through without disintegrating. The tricky part, apparently, was not burning yourself in the process. Everything that I read about was either incomprehensible or just too difficult. It was like handing a book on differential equations to a high school student. Sure, it might be useful to know what kind of abilities I'd have access to one day, but it wasn't particularly helpful now. So I ended up thinking more about Teed's reasoning. I could definitely see him using these techniques, but unless there was a war going on, there would be no reason to. I doubted Teed would be worried about his own safety. But maybe it was just what he considered light reading. At least I had been able to use the book for one useful thing, though. It made my feelings about my chosen element much stronger. The portion that covered lightning was particularly interesting. The Tempest defense consisted of filling the air around oneself with such energy that anything trying to pierce the veil would receive such a shock that it would burst apart. One had to be careful, though, to make sure the lightning didn't strike them instead of their opponents or incoming missiles. The trick, apparently, was to anchor the Tempest in the ground. That way, as the swirling air around you became too powerful, the excess energy would enter the earth instead of you. That was how the book explained it, anyway. And I could already see Andrith's face as that damn familiar burst into pieces all at once. In this world, lightning was seen as a sort of concentrated fire. As such, it wasn't really considered its own element, but rather an advanced form of fire magic. But the people in this world also didn't understand electricity. Not that I was an expert or anything, but even basic sciences in my world were decades, if not centuries more advanced. These people probably didn't even know what atoms were, never mind protons or electrons. I thought back to some of Daria's lectures on how the understanding of nature was a significant part of magic. Accurately understanding what you wanted to do with your magic would make its use more efficient. Well, like I said, no one in this world had any clue what electricity was. Shouldn't that make me the most powerful lightning mage in the world, then?
Maybe. I wouldn't know until I tried it out. The next day, when I mentioned that I was going to practice my elements, Lily offered to join me, and Erlia came along as well. She had been struggling against a water familiar and wanted to work out a new strategy. So, we all gathered in a field in the middle of campus. There were statues in each corner, and a large fountain in the center, though it was filled with snow at the moment. First, we worked together to clear a section of the field, melting the snow and drying the ground. Then we each set to work. Electricity was just the flow of electrons. Even an archaeology major knew that. I focused on a pocket of air in front of myself and thought of the electrons in the air, willing them to become more energetic. At first, I just whipped up a bit of wind, but I felt the air warming up. To my understanding, I was increasing the number of free electrons in the air as they grew too energetic to be bound by any atom. This would result in an unstable electric field, and lightning was nature's way of restabilizing it by, basically, reorganizing electrons. Sure enough, little bolts of lightning started forming in the pocket of air as I focused harder. The air crackled and popped with small amounts of energy, and I felt myself starting to sweat from the exertion. That reminded me of how much danger I was in. The human body was filled with water, a great conductor of electricity. If I wasn't careful, all the energy I built up would find the easiest way to stabilize itself by flowing into the ground through me. As I kept working on it, I worked with a sheet of air that touched the ground, so that the lightning had a clear path to take. A bird flying by me, however, screwed up my focus, and it ended up getting the shock of a lifetime. Or death time, technically. The loud strike got the attention of both girls, and they ran over to see what I had done.
"Jake," Lily started. "What was that?" "Lightning?" Erlia exclaimed. "I've barely seen you use fire. Where in Fall's name did that come from?"
I definitely didn't want to try explaining electricity to them. Thinking fast, I said, "Well, the Miskatonic scholars always thought that I had an affinity for it, so I figured I'd give it a shot," hoping that they wouldn't ask further questions.
"Apparently they were right," the pretty orc responded. "Speaking of them—"
"Did I put in a good word for you yet?" I finished her sentence and chuckled. "No, I haven't, but it's only because I haven't seen any of them since I came here. How's your practice coming along?" I asked them, mostly to get the focus off myself. Lily held up a twisted bundle of twigs in the shape of a human. She pursed her lips.
"I haven't been able to get it to move yet, but I think I've got the shape down."
"Nice. We'll have to invite Andrith next time for some tips, because I sure as fuck want a lightning familiar." Lily chuckled at my choice of words, but nodded her head. "Erlia?" She nodded.
"Check this out."
Then she shadowboxed the air. Out of every punch shot a burst of concentrated air.
"Using something like this, I should be able to disperse the water familiar's body more easily. It can reform, but it costs energy, and no opponent could keep it up forever."
"My thinking exactly," I commented. "Andrith's familiar won't know what hit him." Campus was abuzz with news the next morning. The mage killings that had begun in cities around the kingdom had finally reached Aether. Heather, Lily, and I were still getting ready when Pixie reached out to us.
"Those damn knights need to be dealt with before this gets out of hand. There's no way Teed can keep putting up with them now, right?"
What's up?" I sent back.
"A student was killed in town last night. Just like the rumors, there was a loud bang, and the poor kid was found with a hole through his chest."
"Lightning?" I suggested, probably because it was still on my mind after yesterday.
"He wasn't burned or anything, and even the High Psi Mage didn't detect any magical signatures in the area, so no. Whoever it was must have killed the student without using magic, and before they could defend themselves. Fall, help us. Is there really some kind of weapon that could even the scales like that?" There was an eerie silence as Heather, Lily, and I glanced at each other, all at a loss for an explanation. Erlia spoke up only to confirm that she, too, had no idea. I could tell Pixie was shook up, though, so I offered to walk her to the library, and she reluctantly accepted. When I parted ways with Heather and Lily, it was with a grim air. We swore to reach out to each other if anything even slightly suspicious happened,
and held each other tight before separating for the day's classes. On my way to Pixie's apartment, some commotion pulled me away. There was no mystery as to what was causing it. Only one group had been regularly disturbing campus ever since they arrived. Evidently, Pixie wasn't the only person who assumed the Knights had something to do with last night's murder. A crowd of students gathered inside the edge of campus to shout and threaten the Knights on the other side of the border. The town gates were closed, though that didn't stop the armored assholes from hurling insults. But then again, that was what they did every day anyway. Today, however, more of Teed's guards stood in between the two groups than ever, on either sides of the gate. Occasionally, as a member of either group stepped too close, all a guard needed to do was step toward them, and the students got the message. No one wanted a fight to break out with Teed's own thugs. Not wanting to get roped into it, I only stopped briefly to check out the situation, and then rushed over to Pixie's. She opened the door a crack, then stepped out and locked her door. "Can never be too safe," she muttered. On our way to the library, she was clearly still nervous, so I reached out and held her hand. She flashed a sweet smile up at me, and I could tell she felt a bit better, if not completely. At least we didn't need to walk by the Knights again on our way to the library. Once I deposited Pixie in our classroom, I decided to deliver Teed's books. It was still early, so I had time before class started, and I figured I had gotten all the information out of impenetrable defenses that I could use. As I headed for the spire, I decided to just hand over the pack of books to the first guard I saw. It didn't take long, as the black-cloaked mages seemed to be patrolling campus. I called out to one of them, but the dude ignored me until I said, "I have some books for Teed." He abruptly turned on his heels and roughly took the pack out of my hands. "That's the headmaster to you," was all he said. It was clearly a different voice from the other I'd spoken to, but it was just as monotonous. I had hoped to ask him a few questions about the murder, but getting any information out of those guards was clearly a pipe dream. By the time I returned to class, everyone else had arrived and started discussing the news. Erlia was the only silent one. She simply had our history book open and was reading from it. "Not worried?" I asked her, as I took my seat to her left. She shrugged. "No offense, but I think I'm pretty capable of defending myself." "Good point," I nodded. But from what Pixie had said, it didn't seem like the student had the chance to defend himself before he was killed. I didn't want to mention that and make her nervous, though. There was enough panic going around as it was. Chapter 24. I met up with Aether for our mental scrying class, where we were scheduled to start going over emotions, both their manipulation and their detection. Waylon was a little too excited to focus on class, though. As we sat down next to him, he wouldn't stop talking. "You hear about what happened? Crazy, right?" I nodded, though I wasn't nearly as happy about it as he seemed. "Maybe Teed will finally crack down on those assholes. I just love to see them make a move on him. Also, he could wipe them out with a flick of his wrist. It's been a long time since he's had a real chance to show what he can do. Even centuries ago, the stories told about Teed in battle were the stuff of legends. Can you imagine seeing that firsthand?" Aether gave him a sharp look. "A student died last night, Waylon. It could have been any of us. I want Teed to do something about those men too, but it's not a cause for celebration." "Oh, come on. I don't see what everyone's so afraid of. The Knights have a loud bark, but a small bite. If they were anything to truly be afraid of, they wouldn't have to skulk around in the shadows." I thought back to impenetrable defenses, and why Teed could have needed it. "I wouldn't be so sure," I commented. Aether nodded with me, but Waylon just shrugged, and soon our professor began a lecture on spotting different emotions in a person's mind. He started by reminding us of the use of context. Never get so lost in concentration that you forget to look at a person's face, their body language, hand gesture, even something so simple as their stance. You need to keep your mind open to every piece of relevant information available, while remembering that some of it is falsifiable." He smirked and paused, looking around the room. "But of course, with your new ability to spot lies, that shouldn't be a problem, right?"
As long as you keep up with your practice, that is."
He went on to compare the mindscape, what they called the thing you saw or sensed when looking into someone else's head, to an ocean, just as Heather had done before. In his analogy, the different emotions were like different weather patterns. A broiling sea might represent anger, whereas smaller waves or patterns could represent stress, or any number of things. It was terribly convoluted, but I was starting to see what the professor meant about context. When the mind was such a complicated thing to read, even the smallest hints that you might find on a person's face could be what helped you narrow down the possible interpretations. My head was spinning by the time class ended, and I had to wonder what that meant for my mindscape. What would confusion look like? A hurricane? A whirlpool? Before we separated, I asked Heather to take a look. She closed her eyes and scrunched up her eyebrows. "It's strange. Like there are several currents fighting against each other, all moving in opposite directions."
"Huh. So it's like even the water doesn't know which way to go?"
"Sounds about right. Now we just need to categorize every other emotion imaginable, and we'll be off to a good start." Even the previous night's murder wasn't enough to dampen my spirits as I walked to magical martial arts with Erlaya. She was similarly excited to use the air burst she developed against her foe's water familiar. My only regret was that I wouldn't be able to watch her do it. We took our regular places, and Andrith started off slow. After nearly knocking me out with his familiar's 6 arms, he took it easy on me with a mere 2. I fought the earth familiar normally at first, with my simple sword and shield, practicing the speed at which I enforced my sword or shield as needed. With such a strong foe, it was important to learn to block efficiently, as Boba kept reminding me. I wasn't supposed to take the blunt force directly on my shield, but to instead angle my body so that it would become a glancing blow that my shield could turn aside. Taking those punches head-on, one after another, would not only damage the shield, but break my damn arm. It was good to practice those more basic skills, but also frustrating. So I didn't let it go on for more than an hour before I broke out my secret weapon. I would have liked to charge my weapon, or my shield, so that the electricity would ground itself through the earth familiar. But my body was much closer, so, of course, the electricity would just go through me. Instead, I chose a bit of air just above us and focused on charging it. Andrith's eyes screwed up as he tried to focus on the small ball of crackling air. As the earth familiar walked toward me, I set my stance with my shield in front of myself, my sword resting on my shoulder, and ready to be brought down on the brown menace. But first, I brought the ball of charged air closer and closer to the familiar until lightning struck. Okay, maybe lightning was a strong word for it, but I gave that piece of shit one hell of a shock. A small bright tendril of electricity reached out from the charged air and found Andrith's familiar. The point it struck, just over its left shoulder, burst into pieces down to the elbow as the forearm and hand fell to the ground. The thing was stunned, pausing for a second while Andrith made a surprised sound. Of course, I took advantage of the moment and brought my sword down, enforcing its edge so that the blow would deal far more damage than my arm strength alone would allow. My sword cleaved through the familiar's head, and it fell to its knees. I glanced over at Andrith. Not bad, huh? Just then, an earthen fist struck me right in the chest, because my dumbass thought the fight was over. Yeah, it was pretty good, Andrith said nonchalantly. But you gotta remember, familiars aren't living things. Cut off an arm, or even a head, and they'll just keep going. It only takes the shape of a human because that's how I picture it. It doesn't mean that the head is actually an important target, he lectured. Great, I groaned. So all I need to do is blast that thing apart faster than you can keep up? Andrith grinned. Exactly. Or just until I run out of power to keep putting it back together. That reminded me. How do you make one of these anyway? Familiar? I nodded. Well, you need very precise control over your element. You take hold of whatever it is, earth, water, fire, and shape it into whatever you want. I, for example, figured an earth familiar would be best used as a sort of sidekick.
Just like that, every battle becomes 2 against 1. Anyway, you need to first shape it, then fill it with power. How much is different in every case, but once you do that, you cut it off from yourself and allow it to work on its own. Since you created it, you'll have a sort of mental connection to the familiar that will allow it to automatically do what you want without any real commands. He looked over at his familiar as it reformed. The severed arm lifted from the ground, as did the smaller pieces that were strewn about. While the arm solidified, the familiar started walking in circles. See that? I don't have to discreetly say, "Hey, walk in circles." I don't even need to think it, just wanting the familiar to walk in circles is enough. I nodded, letting it all digest while we got back to sparring. It was difficult to understand, though, how I could do the same with a lightning familiar. Wouldn't its body fall apart as soon as it touched wood or the ground? Wouldn't it only be good for one attack? It wasn't like lightning could hold itself back somehow, only half striking so that it could strike somewhere else later. It was the kind of confusion that only experimentation would help, so I let it go. Later that night, I filled Lily in on Andreth's explanation. She had been able to give her familiar the right shape, but not able to bring it to life. We sat with Heather and Erlia around the dinner table in Heather's apartment, brainstorming ideas for how we could make the little twig person stand up on its own. Lily demonstrated what she had already tried. She pulled in Fall's power and pressed it into the familiar. Other than giving it a blue glow, to my eyes anyway, nothing happened. "See?" Lily grunted. Pixie nodded. "I don't know much about familiars, but necromancers fill their minions with power, focusing most of it on the brain, because that's like the conduit through which they can give their orders." When Lily grimaced, Pixie added, "They're not alive, remember. They don't suffer or feel anything. It's just like the infrastructure of a mind is still there. We just step in and use it." "We," Erlia said. "I thought you were a historian." Pixie gave an awkward chuckle. "Well, yes, my focus is on the recording and preservation of Fae history, but that doesn't mean I can't branch out a bit." She tapped the twig in front of herself to emphasize the pun. I rolled my eyes. "Why haven't we seen you use that before, anyway?" "Well, I only started learning it around the time you all arrived, so I'm not terribly good at it yet. Besides, do you see any corpses lying around for me to show off with? No? Exactly. Good point." As we spoke, Lily remained focused on her dormant familiar. She kept filling it with varying degrees of power, even pulling some from the rest of us when she thought she wasn't using enough. But still, the only change was a brighter blue glow. Lily let out an exasperated huff and crossed her arms. "Maybe just try brute forcing it," I suggested. When she asked what I meant, I explained, "Well, see whether you can't lift the thing up with your own power and move it around like it's a person." Lily nodded and refocused. Instead of simply filling the person-shaped bundle with her power, she grabbed it and tried to get the thing to stand, then walk around. While it worked, it was extremely clumsy. The twig person jerkily rose to its feet, but then it lifted off the ground as Lily went too far. She lowered it back to the ground and slowly raised one foot in front of the other, starting to walk. Suddenly, a flash of blue light made Lily and Pixie yelp in surprise. Erlia's hand reached out to grab mine, and Heather's reached up to shield her face. But as we looked back at the familiar, it moved with a new grace. Lily had tears in her eyes as the cute little thing turned to look at her, then trotted over the table to give her arm a big hug. Lily let out a happy sob and took her familiar in her arms, clutching it to her chest like a newborn baby.
"I think I'm going to call you Trunk."
"He's a little small to be named after a tree trunk," I quipped. She smiled down at her baby Trunk and tickled its stomach. The little thing batted at her finger and shook as if with laughter.
"Yes, he is."
And with a wink she added,
"For now."
Chapter 25. There was a surprise in class the next morning. Not Teed, but one of his guards. Alone. He, or she, it was hard to tell, simply stepped into the doorway while Pixie was speaking. She cut herself off to ask, yes? Without saying anything, the guard clasped its hands behind its back and walked over to the front of the class. Pixie just shrugged and let it happen, moving over behind her desk. When the guard looked at us, the headmaster's voice came out. "Hello, students. What you are hearing is a generic announcement that my guards are currently delivering throughout campus. I know that many of you have been quite distressed after the recent news. I will not lie. It is true. A student has been murdered, and while we cannot necessarily connect the crime to the Knights, we can no longer allow them to camp at our border. Winter is coming in its full force, so with any good sense, they would have been leaving soon anyway. Regrettably, however, there is a storm heading our way, a blizzard that will likely result in the deaths of those who attempt to travel through it. So it is with this in mind that I have given the Knights 3 weeks. If they do not wish to leave immediately, we will not shelter them, but nor will we force them into the certain death that awaits them. They will hunker down, suffer through it, and leave afterwards. If not, we will be forced to take more drastic action, but only then. We must give them the opportunity to follow through without provoking them. We set an example for the world, and if we don't want people to fear mages, and indeed magic itself, we must show them that we have more compassion than the knights who would claim to protect them. As for the following weeks, more of my guards will patrol the campus and surrounding town than ever. Do not worry. The situation is entirely in hand. Go about your business as ever. Learn, strive, and grow." With that, the guard simply walked out. Pixie called a "thank you" after it, but the person didn't seem to notice.
"So that's what they were doing," Erlia muttered.
When the class looked at her, she said,
"Did no one else pass the Knights' protest on their way here?"
"I've been avoiding them at all costs myself," I quipped.
"Well, they weren't at their usual posts, hurling insults. Instead, they were gathered back at their camp, bustling about. I thought they might be packing up, but I guess the headmaster's news is as good as any."
August scoffed. "As if... What if someone else gets killed before the Knights leave? I know the school doesn't care about us that much if they let students kill each other, but seriously, we pay to be here. Shouldn't they at least take our safety more seriously?" Pixie sprung up from her seat. All right. The school definitely takes the situation seriously, but there is only so much we can do. It's like Teed said. If we just forced the Knights out, they would probably all die in the blizzard."
"And that's supposed to be a bad thing?"
August retorted. Pixie raised her voice, sounding more angry than ever. "Yes. Don't you understand that there are people out there who support the Knights? People who have had family members blown apart by mages in war, or have just crossed paths with the wrong person and paid the price for it. Mages are powerful, but we are also outnumbered by the rest of the population. We can't just push them through and not expect to get pushed back. We can't just be tyrants because we're strong. We need to use that strength to make the world a better place for everyone, not just other mages. People will never stop resenting us if we never stop looking down at them." I peered back to see August slumping back in her seat. Then I smiled at Pixie and tried to send reassuring feelings, thinking of what she mentioned about being able to influence each other's emotions through the bond. Pixie took a deep breath, calmed down a bit as I affected her. Then she offered me a kind smile and a "thank you." I nodded. It was a great speech, and I knew exactly what she was thinking about the entire time. Her own people. The Fae were, in a way, inherently more powerful than any other species, because they were the only ones with a natural link to magic. It was small, but still, they did not require a god to provide them with power. Despite this advantage, their generally thin bodies and smaller population made them terribly unfit for war, and the result was years upon years of subjugation by nations that were more powerful. Tyrants, as Pixie might have called them. Of course it made Pixie upset. She found herself on the side of the powerful this time, desperately hoping to convince people to find compassion, even for the Knights. It would have been hard not to love someone like that. When classes were over for the day, the campus took on an eerie silence. Without the usual commotion around the Knights and their ridiculous protest, it seemed like the only thing on everyone's mind was, what's going to happen next? People rushed down the heated pathways more than ever, and now, it wasn't because they had schoolwork to catch up on. It was because they were afraid to be caught outside at night. All it took was one night, one murder, and it seemed like an entire school of mages lost their confidence. Like, if the Knights could walk into town and kill someone that easily, were any of them ever safe? After all, a shadow had done the same thing, but to a professor and head of his department. There was only one thing we could do to relieve that stress and prepare for whatever may come. And no, it didn't happen in the bedroom. The girls were altogether too anxious for that. Instead, we returned to the area whose snow had already cleared out and made some extra space for Aether and Pixie. Those two didn't specialize in combat magic, except for Pixie's necromancy she had yet to show off. But that didn't mean they couldn't practice something else. It didn't take long for them to realize that creating fire was difficult when it was cold out. But the snow offered another option. After some practice, they were able to compress snow into icicles that they could then propel through the air, impaling the rough snowmen set up as targets. Lily mostly worked on growing her familiar, which was a combination of adding more twigs to its body and planting its roots so it could extract what little nutrition the ground had for it. In doing so, she was able to increase Trunk's height, as well as the thickness of the twigs that made him up. Not by much, but he had at least grown a few inches. Erlia brought a spear in place of her usual axes with a new strategy in mind. She combined the bursts of air she was using against the water familiar in class with the spinning motions of the spear as she twirled it in her hands. The result, as she showed us on a snowman, was a blow that brought with it an enormous gust of wind, completely obliterating her target. I was the only one struggling to make use of the ideas I was coming up with. Lightning was fickle, and the laws of nature were a strict beast. Since my sword and shield were both metal, and my skin was in contact with that metal, there was no way I could simply imbue either of them with electricity without killing myself. Since I couldn't imbue my weapons, I've been working on directing my lightning strikes. By increasing the charge in one spot and decreasing it in another, I could give the lightning a pathway to follow. It was good, but still not as useful as I wanted it to be. I was starting to regret my choice of element when Pixie came over to offer some help. When she asked what was frustrating me, I explained that I couldn't figure out how to use lightning safely and effectively. She didn't seem to understand why. As long as you can conjure it up, what's the problem? Just point it where you want it to go, or attach it to your shield so it'll shock everything you block. Pixie, lightning just doesn't work like that, I said, slumping my shoulders and thinking of electricity, but not knowing how to explain it to someone from another world. Lightning? Jake, this is magic. Regular rules don't apply, she said wisely, tapping me on the shoulder and returning to practicing with her fireballs and icicle projectiles. That was when I realized I was an idiot, and not for the first time either. All I needed to do was remember that I was dealing with magic, not science. Daria had mentioned that an accurate understanding of nature would allow a person to use magic more efficiently, and that was still completely true. But there were some forms of magic that went against the laws of nature. Resurrection was an extreme but perfect example. By default, such things would be inefficient, but not impossible. I was so caught up in my own poor understanding of electricity that I didn't allow myself to use the full scope of the power in my own fingertips. If I could give a ball of air enough charge to make lightning strike, shouldn't I also be able to bend the laws of physics in such a way that the lightning wouldn't consider me a viable target? It was magic, after all, and I needed to stop thinking about it under the restrictive rules and laws that applied to nature. Suddenly certain that I knew what I was doing, I spread some of Fall's power over an area of about a foot around my body. As I charged the air on the outer edge of the shell, I also focused on the area between myself and the shell, forcing it to act as an insulator against the electricity. Now,
Air was not a good insulator, but that was exactly my problem. I'd been thinking too much in terms of what was possible in my world, not this one. I felt the rudimentary spell start pulling more power through me to keep it going, and then I called out to Aether, who had already cocked back an icicle. "Shoot that one at me." She and the rest of the girls were already watching me, wondering what I was doing with all that power. The air around me lightly crackled with energy, but not enough for them to see at their distance. Aether gave Pixie a strange look. The Fae nodded, and the elf flung her hand in my direction. I gritted my teeth and stood my ground as the spike of ice flew right at my head. As it breached the shell I'd put up, I saw a burst of white light as it exploded. Bits and pieces of ice still managed to reach me, but they were small enough to be harmless, and I was ecstatic enough not to care, even if they weren't. My Tempest defense wasn't quite as good as what I'd read about in the book Teed requested, but it worked, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 26. Most of the people on campus seemed to calm down as the week went on. Classes continued. Students studied and trained. The library continued to function as normal as ever. A student had been killed, but little else had changed. It just took a few days for everyone to realize it. I, however, was having a hard time calming down these days. While everyone else had the weekend to look forward to, I had an asshole to meet with every Friday if I didn't want him to ruin my life. Based on the lie that I was just going to get a drink before heading to work at the library, and that I wouldn't be long, so there was no point in anyone joining me, I set off. The girls wished me well, as the rest of them stayed in Aether's apartment, but Pixie. She was already at the library, finishing up some work, waiting for me to walk her home after my shift. When I stepped into the inn that housed Chips and Hatham, there was so much thumping coming from upstairs that I worried the two men were fighting. Trying to play it off as normal, I asked the innkeeper what was up. "I don't know, but when you get up there, tell them to keep it down. Scaring away good customers with all that noise," she grumbled. Carefully, I ascended the stairs and tiptoed over to the door. The thumping was louder now, and I could even hear voices. At least Hatham was still alive. That gave me some relief. When I knocked on the door, all sound ceased, so I activated my pillar ability and pushed my vision through the door. Chips was not speaking to Hatham, but instead there was a woman with dark brown hair and bits of gray. They were still speaking, but lightly, and not for the first time. I was disappointed that sound wasn't included in my power. The woman's eyes remained on the door as she spoke to Chips. I wasn't very good at lip reading, but I noticed the word Jacobus at least once, and she didn't seem happy about it. After maybe half a minute of Chips rushing around the room, he brought something back and handed it to the woman, who took it and nodded. Then she walked over to the wardrobe, opened it, and I saw a burst of light, followed by blood pooling beneath it. Without a word, she spun and created an oddly familiar doorway in space, just next to the real door that I was on the other side of. She glared at it, as if she could see through it too, and I felt her eyes on me even though I knew it was impossible. It was only when she passed through the portal and it faded away that I realized who it was. Not just some woman. The lady. The shadow who was pulling my strings until I failed to eliminate Philo back in Farnham. What was she doing here? Chips had claimed to be working alone, but of course that didn't mean he was telling the truth. After she disappeared, Chips walked over to the wardrobe and shut the doors, shaking his head. Then he straightened his shirt and opened the door. Come in, he said, waving his hand. Well, I didn't exactly feel safe doing so. With the lady gone, at least it would be a one-on-one fight if Chips chose to betray me. I made myself ready, just in case. Everything all right? I asked carefully. No, not really. Not exactly. We need to do this now. Nope, not this second, he added when my eyebrows shot up. But this week, as soon as possible. Were you able to figure out how to take a guard's place? I paused. This week? But why? I hadn't made any progress. Not that I was really trying, but I still had to press chips for something. Why, man? We can take care of Teed, but we need to get it right. That means carefully, slowly, not just jumping the gun because you lost your patience. Chip's face reddened and he started pacing. Lost my patience, he says. Ha! If you only knew. Well, you won't, and that's that. You can either play along, boy, or you can have your secret revealed. How about that? Now, the guard. Closing my eyes, I let out a long breath. Fuck this guy. If he wanted to rush things, then I might as well take advantage of it. Yes, I lied. I can do it. I was hoping to have more time to prepare, but I should be able to make this week work. It must happen by Monday. I squinted my eyes. Because of the storm? What does a bit of snow have to do with it? Chips bellowed. Can you do it or not? So loudly that the room shook, and I suspected his voice was bolstered by Vethris's power. Reluctant as I was, I nodded. You have the Inquisitor, then? Yes. All right. Teed is planning on renovating some of the older buildings on campus, so I should be able to lure him to one of those. Do you know the old alumni building? Chips gave it some thought. By mental magics? When I nodded, he said, I do. I'll be there at sundown. Good. Then I turned to leave, and he didn't try to stop me. I did peek back one last time as the door closed. Chip stood in front of the fireplace, peering into the flames. When he looked up at me, the bright orange flames reflected in his eyes. The door slammed itself shut. The only thing on my mind all weekend was the upcoming plot. A lot of my problems would be solved at once if I just played it right. I could get rid of Chips, force the Inquisitor to exorcise me of Vethris's connection, and finally stop telling so many lies to the group of girls I had grown to love. I was getting desperate, but it was almost over. Then I could just be a normal Aether student like anyone else. Then I would be safe, and I could focus on finding a way home. But first, I needed to prepare, and all I had were 2 days. If I was going to be fighting Chips with the full force of Vethris's power behind me, I would need a cover, because there was a good chance that old alumni building would end up trashed, if not destroyed. My biggest hope was that the blizzard would come in time and cover up any noise or damage our battle brought on. I'd grown in my understanding of magic since I had last used Vethris's power against the young dragon, and then the basilisk, so I didn't even fully know the scope of what I could do. Vethris's power was more potent, but I had shockingly few opportunities to even use it on. I might try to put up my Tempest shield, only to end up sending out a bolt of lightning big enough to destroy a building. Even that would be easier to explain than having people realize I was a shadow, though. It was a tense weekend, but I felt as prepared as I would ever be. With the power of both Vethris and the bond behind me, Chips wouldn't stand a chance. I had to hope that that was true. Chapter 27. On Monday morning, despite the light snow and dark clouds that threatened far worse, the Knights were back at it. Of course. On the one day that I needed everything to go right, they had to throw a wrench into the gears. Apparently, they had finished getting ready for the blizzard and thought, hey, why not use this extra time to harass hundreds of innocent people? And of course, they were surrounded by similarly minded idiots who were all too eager to do the same. The result was a more frenzied border than ever. Guards openly clashed with knights on the other side of the gate, shoving them back with wide swaths of air, and the students who crowded by the gates and thought they might get a shot in against a knight were handled with no more kindness. From afar, I saw one of Waylon's friends arguing with a guard who was holding him by his collar, shoving him back into the crowd. It was barely controlled chaos. I fed what I was watching to the girls, and they were horrified.
Get out of there! What the fuck are those fools doing? I'll be right there.
Just come to class, Jake. No point in waiting for something bad to happen. It all came in a jumble as they all reacted at once. Erlia's "I'll be right there" was the only one I recognized immediately, and it made me smile. Always down for a fight, that one. "Don't worry," I said, knowing that it wouldn't stop them. "I'm far enough away that nothing could touch me. Even an arrow wouldn't just appear out of nowhere. I'll put up my Tempest defense as soon as there is any sign of danger, I promise." There was some quiet after that, as I assumed they were more focused on the vision I was sending them. I stood at the end of a cobblestone lane that led slightly downhill to the gated borders the knights constantly occupied. The buildings on either side were just opening, a mixture of bakeries, bookstores, and more. But the ones closest to the action remained closed. Even those that opened up had no customers. Everyone was too busy watching. Erlia came up from behind me and clapped a hand down on my shoulder. "You sure you want to be here unarmed?" "Good point," I said, looking down at my robes. They were thick, but it was for warmth, not protection. Luckily, Erlia had convinced us to get some leather armor akin to what she wore at our martial arts classes. I looked up at the sky, noticing that the snow was already coming down harder than when I first stepped outside. "Pixie, do they ever cancel classes? I mean, seems like that blizzard is coming today. Even if it isn't, the campus is pretty clearly distracted." "Sure, they don't do it often, but they have canceled due to weather. I haven't heard anything yet, though." I turned to Erlia and pursed my lips. "I'm not sure we'll make it, Pix." She didn't respond, but I could tell she understood. Erlia and I practically ran back to Heather's room to get equipped. The leather armor may not stop a sword, but if a stray arrow made it through my Tempest shield, I wanted something more than cloth covering me. Sadly, I didn't have a shield to bring with me, but I did have a sword I'd been itching to use. Erlia was skeptical when I led her to my room and reached under my bed, but her jaw dropped when she took in the blood-red sword as I unwrapped it. "This is from his throne room?" she asked. I nodded. "Sorry we couldn't get you along on that trip, but we weren't sure who we could trust with the bond yet, not to mention my pillar ability, and now this." I took the golden hilt into my hand and held it up before myself. "So many secrets." I clicked my tongue, then sent my next words to everyone. "Whatever happens, we need to be more open with Teed and the rest of the faculty from now on. The bond, my pillar ability, this sword, everything." Erlia nodded, and I felt understanding come from the others. But they had no idea. The bond could have been a powerful tool if I had only shared its knowledge. The pillar could have made every one of us stronger if I had told Teed about it and asked for help reclaiming the pillar under Fall instead of Vethris. But instead, the school was in a more vulnerable position than it had to be, because of me and my damned secrets. It was with a somber air that I made my way back to the protests with Erlia following behind. On our way, I saw Waylon and one of his friends heading in the same direction, but they were too far away to hear if I called out. Back at the clash between knights and guards and students, the High Templar finally made an appearance. Garida Pravda himself stood at the front of his mob, plainly arguing with a guard. His face was a deep red, and even from far off I could tell he was shouting. I leaned against the side of a building with Erlia, just keeping an eye on things, and used my pillar ability to zoom in. The knights had, surprisingly, pulled back to the forest maybe a dozen yards away, allowing Corrido to step forward alone. Movement in the trees was hard to make out, but the knights clearly weren't sitting idle, as they may have wanted us to believe. The long wall of shields held by fully armed and armored Knights of Eradication were poised and ready to do the one thing they always wanted to do. The argument was heated, with Corrido thrusting a finger in the guard's face, only to get no reaction whatsoever. And I was sure that just made him all the more furious. It took a push from Corrido to get the guard to do anything more than listen. He reached a hand back and slapped his knuckles across Corrido's unarmored face. As the highest knight of all stumbled backward, he caught himself and barked something at his men. They immediately sprung into action, but all I could see was vague movement behind a wall of shields. I was about to push my vision further when the High Templar caught my eye. Corrido turned his head toward the guard who had struck him and reached one hand into a leather sack that hung from his side. With an insane grin, he pulled out a small metallic object that glittered in the sun. He pointed the small tube directly in the face of Teed's guard. I barely had time to utter, "What the fuck?" before Kirito pulled the trigger on his revolver and blew the guard's brains out. After the loud reverberating bang of Kirito's gun, everyone stopped in stunned silence. A scream rang out as some of the students started to flee, but more were frozen in awe at what happened. It gave Kirito enough time to pull back, running for his men's wall of shields. Erlia grabbed me by the wrist.
"What was that? He can't be dead, right? What was that, Jake?"
I ignored her question as I tried to take in the situation. Even the campus guards nearby were so concerned with what had happened to one of their members that only one of them had the presence of mind to strike at the fleeing knight. He erupted with blue light and sent a ball of flame at Kirito that was big enough to engulf the man whole. But as it reached him, it dissipated. I heard the word shadows shouted by more than one voice, and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the blizzard. Untouched, the wall of shields parted and allowed Kirito entry, but not before I was able to use my pillar ability to get a better look at some of their faces. One of them I recognized from my time spent in Farnham. But what could Elin Wilt be doing with the knights? As students started recovering, they began firing all manner of spells at the wall of shields. Balls of fire, icicles, jets of water meant to freeze them, and an endless hail of stones. Some dissipated or were redirected in flight. Many clanged off the men's shields harmlessly, but others, particularly from Teed's guards, but also from the more senior students and faculty nearby, managed to break the knights' line. A ball of flame sent half a dozen knights flying, and another half that merely caught flame jumped into the snow to put themselves out. Icicles and rocks flung at high speeds impaled men wherever there were holes in the defense. The occasional burst of lightning seemed to pick men apart, sending their bodies one way, their swords and shields another. But the volley was not one-sided. Just behind the line of shields, another row began to line up. Dozens of men held revolvers, just like Kirito's, and they began taking aim. And all that happened in the span of a few seconds. I twisted my hand around and grabbed Erlia's wrist. "We need to stop them. They'll be slaughtered." I took off running toward the group defending Aether, and Erlia was right behind me.
"Why would we stop them? Jake, after what their leader did, the knights should be slaughtered."
Not wanting to waste breath, I set my words mentally, to everyone. "Not the knights, Erlia. The students. Those things they have are called guns. Imagine a smooth stone propelled by an explosion, and that's pretty much what they do. It's not magic, it's—" I wasn't sure how to say it. "It's technology from my world. But how could it have come here? And in such numbers?"
"It's what, Jake?"
Erlia shouted, but I barely heard her. I was already calling to the doomed students. "Move. They're about to fire more of those things that killed the guard. Run! All of you! Take cover!" By the time I was finished, the air was filled with two things: gunshots and screaming. Smoke rose from behind the ranks of knights. They only had handguns, and from that distance it would have been hard to aim. But that didn't stop them from firing quickly and mercilessly into the crowd of gathered students who had no idea what was coming at them, and probably no way to defend themselves even if they did. People fell to the snow in droves, while the rest finally took the hint and ran. The knights had dozens of guns at least, hundreds of bullets, and from what I could tell they kept rotating out men so that they could reload while the others fired. Some of the fleeing students were gunned down while their weak counterattacks were either dissipated by the shadows on the knight's side or battered harmlessly against the wall of white and crimson shields 100 men long. Teed's guards were the only ones who stood their ground, and for good reason. They opened the gates to allow the guards on the other side in, but one was gunned down in the process. Those that remained hid behind the city gates, behind pillars, and around corners of buildings, occasionally popping out to rain death down on the knight's defensive position. "Erlia, stay here," I said, not willing to tear my eyes away from the battle.
"Where are you going?"
"I need to tell the guards what they're up against. I think I know a way to help the fleeing students get away, but I'll need your power to do it. You'll be vulnerable."
I'll be right behind you, she said, in a tone that brooked no argument.
I gave her a pained look, but had no time to argue. Running from cover to cover, I slowly made my way closer. A lot of students had gotten away, but many still lay wounded, too afraid to move and make themselves a target again. Others hid behind cover, not willing to step out if their lives depended on it, which they did, sadly. But I knew about something they didn't. Electricity had been on my mind an awful lot lately. Otherwise, I doubt I would have even thought of it. The myriad flying bullets were small, metallic objects. Well, when metal objects entered a magnetic field, they should change course. It wasn't something I had tried before, but the science was there, so the magic shouldn't be difficult. Getting closer, however, was. Before I could reach the guards, Knights noticed me heading toward them and started firing in my direction. Erlaya and I jumped around the corner of a wooden building, hearing several projectiles lodge themselves in the logs.
What do we do, Jake? You never told me what those things were.
They're guns, Erlaya. They shoot metal objects like arrowheads, but much, much faster. I can deflect them. I just need to focus. She seemed to bite her tongue against any further questions. I focused on the air in front of myself, as if I was forming a wall with the Tempest shield. The air crackled with energy, and I worked to project the wall forward, then waited to see the results. I didn't need to pull energy through Erlaya yet, but I felt myself getting drained quickly. I poked my head out to draw some attention, and sure enough, heard a few gunshots in response. It was difficult to see the bullets in the air, but after I heard the thunking sound of metal hitting wood, I crawled out to check the bullet holes. They were a few feet higher than before. I threw a bit more power into the magnetic field, just to be safe, and ran for the closest downed student. It was a Fey boy, and his eyes widened with fright when he saw me heading for him. He opened his mouth to shout something, but grimaced with pain instead. His hands reached down to press against a bullet wound in his side. I fell to a crouch and pulled him up as gunshots rang out. Strong green hands took over, though, and lifted the boy into Erlaya's arms. "You shouldn't be here. It isn't safe," I said, knowing full well it wouldn't matter. She pretended not to notice, only sending the words, "Cover me," as she ran back to safety. As I made my way closer to the guards, I kept myself, and the magnetic shield, as I decided to call it, between Erlaya and the Knights. The guards continued to send eruptions of earth, or huge balls of flame at them, but their numbers barely decreased before more men came out of the forest to replace those who had fallen. How many men did they have hidden back there?
Ready for another round?
Erlaya had moved the boy to safety, and she was a couple buildings further back, staying hidden. I glanced at a person I recognized fallen in the snow. It was Kavan, one of Wayland's friends who I'd seen in the protests before. I sent an image of him to Erlaya and told her to wait until I gave a signal. I had a plan in mind. I charged out, running across the street to the closest guard I could find. The shadowy figure looked at me for a moment. Then he raised a rock the size of a dog out of the ground and sent it careening toward the Knights. A few managed to scramble out of the way, but it crushed several men beneath it by the time it rolled to a stop. "Fuck, nice shot." He looked at me for a moment and spoke in their typical monotonous voice. "How is it you haven't been hit yet?" "You can deflect the bullets with a magnetic field," I said, but the words went over his head. "Just help me get these downed students to safety. I can cover us all, but not for long. Can you communicate with the other guards? Where's Teed?" The headmaster should have been there. He was our greatest defense of all. The man gave it some thought and looked over at the battlefield. All the other guards hidden behind walls and corners of buildings suddenly looked over at us. "He's on his way. The other guards were attacked as well, so he organized their defense before heading here. We're ready to help, but this had better work. I haven't been shot yet, right?" Even from a foot away, the shadow beneath his hood remained, but I could have sworn I sensed a smile. Then he nodded. I took off running toward the campus gate. The walls on either side were 10 feet high and had several guards and numerous students hidden behind them. There was nowhere to run, as the buildings on this street reached right up to the walls. There were no alleys to run down, just that one lane, and it was under a hail of gunfire. I projected my magnetic field over the gate, hoping it would misdirect all bullets coming in, and shouted for everyone to flee. Frightened faces looked up at me from the bloody snow, and even the ones who were able to move weren't willing to. It took a moment for them to realize I wasn't getting hit by the bullets. But then the guards jumped in and started pulling people to their feet. As the realization they were temporarily safe hit everyone, a deluge of students flowed up the street. Some shouted, many cried, and few even bothered firing attacks behind themselves. Erlaya and the guards focused on the injured, and she helped Kavin, who had taken a shot to the leg, onto his good foot, slinging his arm over another student's shoulder. The knights soon realized no one was getting hit anymore, and I could only imagine their confusion. It was a small victory, though, because far more students lay unmoving in the red snow than those who had escaped. I heard a shouted command, and then movement of hundreds of boots, the clanking sounds of too many suits of armor to count. They were moving in. The front line lifted their shields, and rank after rank of knights marched out of the forest behind them. "Fuck," I muttered, and then shouted for people to hurry up. The knights had closed the distance by more than half by the time Erlaya reached out to me.
"Pull back! Teed's almost here and we've got everyone."
"How can you tell?" But by the time I finished the question, I felt Teed's presence. Safety and victory were headed our way, but it meant more danger for myself than he could realize. Teed was so powerful that when he touched Fall's source, he was able to use all of it within a certain area. As I felt him getting closer, I felt Fall's power leaking out of me. And my shield. With one last glance around myself, I sprinted down the street, feeling the magnetic field behind myself wink out after a dozen steps. Luckily, the knights had mostly stopped firing when they realized they weren't hitting anyone. But that didn't mean they stopped entirely. I heard a few bullets fly over my head and frantically ran for cover. Then Celestro Teed rounded the corner, shining like a blue star that had fallen to earth. The blizzard was coming down in full force now, but the snowflakes seemed to melt around him. The look on his dark face was a mix of fury and grief. His black eyes shone with tears as they latched onto one dead student, then another. As I passed him and reached safety, he paid me no mind whatsoever, for the knights had finally breached the gates, and they were walking among the bodies they had shot down. The ancient elf merely raised a hand, and the street itself erupted into a wave, flowing down toward the knights. The cobblestone crashed over them as the line broke, and men scrambled to get out of the way of the crashing earth. "The library!" Teed's enforced voice boomed over the hundreds of voices, and gunshots coming from the other end of the street. "The shadows are already inside. That is their target. Go!" As he bellowed his command, snow from all over the surrounding roads gathered toward him and began flowing down toward the knights in an avalanche. I would have loved to watch them get buried, but I searched out for Erlaya, grabbed her hand, and made for the library. Chapter 28. "Pixie? Heather? Lily? Why can't we hear anything?" I asked Erlaya as we ran.
"What do you mean?"
"From the other girls. They haven't said anything in a while." The orc running beside me didn't answer, but the feelings I got from her weren't good. I ran faster. As the library came into view, Fall's power became available to us again as we put distance between ourselves and Teed. The doors were flung open, and I saw flashes of light that told of battles within. There was a slow trickle of fleeing students and faculty. Erlaya and I were the only ones heading in the opposite direction. The first floor of the library was a battlefield. On one side, hiding behind overturned bookcases and desks, were Ruthie and a number of librarians, firing back against shadows that guarded a door to the basement. And over by the stairway were 3 beautiful girls, whose presence leapt out as Fall's power returned to my body. I could sense them again, so I tried reaching out. "Are you all okay?" When I received only cold feelings in return, I was confused, but still relieved they were safe. I sensed Vethris's power in use and felt a chill. It was dark, but flames offered just enough light to make out a few faces.
Brock stood in front of a janitor's closet, trading attacks with the librarians. The door next to him was held open with thin red light trickling out. The man standing on its other side was none other than myself. I nearly choked as I watched my own body standing next to the door as prisoners slowly flowed out of it, glaring toward the defending librarians with unparalleled hatred. He set the bookcase hiding Ruthie on fire and shouted something toward the open door. Erlia noticed him as well.
Jake, who is that?
And suddenly I understood the coldness the other girl suddenly felt toward me. But I couldn't explain. Not yet. That isn't me. I can explain. But I'm on your side. Don't forget that, please. But from across the first floor, I only received glares as the girls did all they could to protect themselves from the prisoners that flowed through Brock's door. I looked behind myself and pled, "Don't follow me this time." I jumped up and said, "Hey, asshole!" The real Jacobus looked over at me and his jaw dropped. Then his teeth clenched, and he pushed by Brock, who looked annoyed to see me. He continued to face off against the group of librarians, while former prisoners held off my girlfriends, who Erlia was joining as quickly as the battle allowed. Jacobus lifted a spear of long black wood with a shining white tip. His knuckles were white from gripping it so tight, his jaw clenched, his nostrils flared. But he wasn't attacking me, just cautiously approaching. So I did the same while pulling in some of Fall's power. "Was your own life truly so terrible?" his voice rasped. It was strange. He was in my own body, but my voice didn't sound the same. I shrugged. Figured I'd take yours for a spin, see how I liked it. You really wasted your potential, Jacobus, but me, I'll make good use of it." He slammed the butt of his spear against the floor and charged toward me. Every stab with his spear was followed by a burst of air that would have torn through my body as easily as a bullet. It was all I could do to deflect or dodge his attacks. I was too low on power myself to use the Tempest Shield, and I didn't dare take any away from the girls, as that would make it much more difficult for them to defend themselves. There was another option, but I dared not touch Vethris ever again if I could help it. I had enough explaining to do as it was. "Why? Why would he give you the good life?" He spoke as he stabbed at me, and I managed to turn his spear aside with my sword, while bringing my free hand up to punch him in the face. "Good life?" I laughed, despite the moment. "No one gave me shit, Jacobus." He swung his spear overhead, and I blocked it with the flat of my sword. For a moment, we struggled against each other, and he leaned in. "Then tell me why our father pampered you while he tortured me." He pushed off me, and I felt weak. "Our father?" The words escaped my lips like a gasp. You mean Vethris?" Jacobus looked confused for a moment, then tilted his head and smiled. "You mean you don't know?" He burst out laughing. "Our poor excuse of a father stole my childhood, my life. I was taken from my mother and raised by a group of scholars. He abandoned me with cruel old men, not caring one bit for what they did to me." With that, he renewed his attack. I was on the back step, constantly ducking or slapping away Jacobus's spear. "Yeah, well, he abandoned kids in both worlds then. You're not the only one that piece of shit hurt. He broke my mother's heart." "My mother is dead," he screamed, pulling in Vethris's power and filling the spear tip with it. The following sweep sent out an arc of air that sent me flying and carved lines in the walls. He pulled in more and more of Vethris's power until I thought I was losing my mind. He shouldn't be able to hold so much. Unless he wasn't alone. Unless he was pulling power through a bond he shared with other shadows. I slid along the floor on my back several feet, the wind knocked out of me. I pushed myself up, but he was already there. After exerting myself to create the magnetic field earlier, and the little bit of power I had used fighting Jacobus, I was burned out. Even the girls were running low. From behind Jacobus, I saw an increased number of prisoners start flowing out of the door Brock guarded. While I tried to catch my breath, Jacobus wouldn't let me. He moved quicker than ever, and was attacking me before I could stand, his spear heading straight for my face. I rolled out of the way and bounced to my feet, bringing my sword up in a vertical slice. A strange feeling filled my core as I heard the sound of tearing fabric. The front of Jacobus's black robes was split open, and a thin red line was slashed down his chest. Jacobus looked like he was choking as Vethris's power flowed out of him and into me. So that's what this sword does. His spear clattered to the ground as Jacobus's hands clutched at his chest. "Feeling a little weak there, bud," I said to my horrified mirror image. Vethris's power was already in me then, so I figured I might as well use it. I opened my palm and sent out a powerful gust of air straight into Jacobus's chest. He flew backwards, knocking over one of the few bookcases remaining upright, and rolled to a stop, unmoving. One of his arms was pinned unnaturally beneath his body. When I reached him, he was taking deep, painful breaths. "Go fuck yourself," he growled. I glanced up toward the 4 girls in the stairwell. Nah, I have better options, though I hope that would still be true after today. You and I have some catching up to do, and I hesitated before adding, "Brother." He snarled upon hearing the word, but then his eyes bolted suddenly toward Brock. A pale hand reached out and handed a scroll to him, which he stuffed in his robes. Then, a girl with surpassing beauty, with purple eyes and red hair, stepped out of the basement, with Alexios Magnavius behind her. The old immortal conqueror, free at last. He stepped out of the door, long black curls falling behind him as he reached his arms out to his sides and started laughing. A few spells bounced harmlessly off of him, though his clothing wasn't spared. A ball of flame burst around him, but he shrugged it off and started patting out a fire that had started on his sleeve. The door closed behind him as the new combatants surveyed the scene. Jacobus started laughing beneath me. "You've lost," he grunted. So I just placed my hand over his mouth. "Can you just shut the fuck up?" His good hand grabbed onto my wrist, but he was weak. When Philo's eyes landed on me, I saw them fill with tears and pain. She shook her head slowly and pursed her lips. Then she ran for the exit. I jumped to my feet, but someone stood between us. "Seer, is that you? It's been a long time, but I still know your touch." The smooth voice of the conqueror rang out. He walked over to me, ignoring the battle going on behind him, not caring whether the other prisoners made it out alive. "Why don't you let the boy up, I used all the power left in me to shoot a bolt of lightning directly into the man's face. It struck loudly, and the after-image gave all my vision a purple tint. But, of course, it did nothing but mess up Alexios's hair and make him laugh. "Don't you know who I am? You—" His voice cut off as I planted my feet, sword pointed in his direction. He nodded his head toward it. "That's mine, you know. I'd like it back." He held out a hand. I scoffed. "Come and take it." He looked like he'd been waiting his entire life to hear those words. In a burst of motion, he darted forward and turned his body out of the way of my thrust. Then he raked the back of his hand across my face and laughed. "What do you expect to happen here, boy?" I ignored his words and kept up my assault. He wasn't armed, and I knew I couldn't kill him, but if I could stall long enough, maybe we could overpower him. Alexios ducked under my attacks and danced around my thrusts as if the fight had been choreographed. I felt like a child trying to catch a fly in its hands. Eventually, Alexios said, "It's been fun," and he caught my wrist, twisting it until the sword fell from my grasp. "But I do have a to-do list that's been growing for centuries, and the man at the top is just outside." As the sword fell from my grip, Alexios sent a hard fist into my gut. The air flew out of my lungs, and I collapsed. Slowly, Alexios reached down and grabbed his sword. He stood over me, lowering it to my throat. "I wonder," he mused, "can a man hold 2 pillars? Once yours is unclaimed, I'll have them lead me there. Goodbye, seer." And as he brought the sword back, I heard pleas in my head as the girls called out to me. Angry and confused as they were, they still called out my name as if it would bring me safety. Erlias was the only voice missing. A black warhammer slammed into the side of Alexios's face before he could bring the sword down. He went tumbling head over heels, but rolled to his feet quickly. Immediately, Erlia was on him, spinning her spear and raking it across his chest pointlessly. Alexios's clothes were already tattered to the point of almost falling off, and he was starting to look angry. A large green hand reached down as Boba pulled me to my feet. In his other was a warhammer with a dark iron head that looked so heavy I wouldn't even be able to lift it. The big green orc gave me a nod before he jumped in to help his cousin fight Alexios. Jacobus was already gone, leaning on the shoulder of a prisoner who helped him outside. Alexios was the only one left, but he was far from hopeless. He lost his sword as a blow from Boba's warhammer knocked it out of his hands, and Erlia's spear sliced another hole in his tattered robes. He tore them off, revealing a tight undershirt with just as many holes in it. With a growl, Alexios ducked under a spear thrust, then jumped out of the way of Boba's hammer and took off running. I had barely reached my feet, and as badly as I wanted to check on the girls, I knew they were okay. Alexios had something else planned, and I had to stop whatever it was. I heard my name several times as I recovered Alexios' sword and followed our enemies outside. Chapter 29. I stepped out into a blizzard. Without the seer's abilities, I wouldn't have been able to see more than a dozen feet in any direction. Alexios was far ahead of me. While he and some of the escaped prisoners made for Teed, the rest of the shadows headed in the opposite direction. It was the fastest way out of town. I saw Philo's red hair flowing behind her. She glanced back once and saw me, then never looked back again. Gritting my teeth, I chose the immortal. My body was sore and exhausted, but I ran down the street as fast as I could. Heavy steps sounded behind me, and Boba caught up quickly. "Go back," I said between breaths. "Not a chance. We can't let him go." I nodded and ran in silence for a minute. When we rounded the corner, reaching the street I left Teed on, I felt the same emptiness as before. It meant he was still alive and fighting. On the other end of the ruined street was a pile of snow, rocks, and men. It was like a rock slide had taken most of the knights out, but they just kept coming. They must have moved the bulk of their entire force into the forest surrounding campus. Teed stood surrounded by a dozen guards as he continued to send relentless attacks at the oncoming knights. They had gained ground, despite losing countless men. Some of the guards around Teed had fallen, but they erected a wall of earth that stopped any more bullets from getting through. But they were so focused on the knights that they didn't notice the men coming up behind them. A few shadows sent bolts of lightning toward Teed's guards' backs, and managed to take a pair out before they knew what was happening. Teed glanced back and froze, his eyes wide with something I never thought I'd see in him. Fear. He looked up at me, and I called out for him to flee. Whether he heard me or not, he didn't move. Their focus split between knights and shadows. The guards stood back to back with Teed in their center. They were evenly matched with the few shadows that accompanied Alexios, but his presence tipped the scales, and I was still too far away to do anything. Boba grabbed me by the shoulders and pulled me back around the corner of the street with his overwhelming strength. "There's too many, Jake. The headmaster can take care of himself." But I wasn't so sure. Boba was right about one thing, though. There was nothing I could do against Alexios. I hated to admit it, but it was true. All I could do was watch as the immortal let Teed's guards' attacks wash over him. He held his arms outstretched and walked directly toward the headmaster. Teed turned away from the knights and put his full attention on Alexios. All of his power focused in his hands, and suddenly a beam of pure energy shot out and collided with Alexios' chest. It pushed him back a little, but had no other effect. Alexios slowly fought against the force of Teed's beam, and as he got closer, a pair of Teed's guards broke formation to challenge him. They carried no weapons, for they never needed them. Alexios gracefully danced around their punches, breaking one of their necks easily and shoving the other one toward the remaining prisoners, who finished him off. Teed shouted, and another pair broke off to fight the immortal. They were dispatched just as easily, and as Alexios approached, I saw a familiar defense spring up around Teed. The air crackled with energy around him and his guards, shocking and killing a few knights who managed to close the distance between them, while Teed and his men were distracted. But Alexios walked right through it. His hair stood up, and he was shocked by a bolt of lightning that set fire to a few strands of his dark curls. Still he strolled toward Teed. As the guards tried to defend from both sides, they were shot at, bombarded with flames, rained down upon with stone. They fell one by one, until only Teed and Alexios remained. The two old friends regarded one another with opposite emotions as a storm raged around them. Teed was all resigned fury, whereas Alexios could not look happier. The headmaster held his head high and looked the immortal man in his face as he said, "Go on then, Alex. Call it even." "Never," the man growled, unleashing his fist on Teed's face. The old dark elf crashed to the floor, his staff flying out of his hands and skittering along the ground. Then Alexios kneeled on Teed's chest and closed his hands around the man's black throat. Boba growled beside me and shook his head. "We must be able to do something," I muttered, but the numbers were too far against us. If Teed had been powerless to stop them, what could two students do? From afar, I saw Ruthie leading some librarians down the street, Heather, Lily, Pixie, and Erlia among them. It was already too late to tell them to turn back. Teed didn't even try to fight. He pressed his hands together over his chest, and they erupted with a blue light. It grew in brightness and size, until the two men were drowned out by its glow. It was like a second sun rested in the middle of the street. The light flickered a few times and burst. A dome of blue light erupted from Teed. The prisoners, shadows, and knights that were close enough burst into dust and blew away. Those further back were burned beyond recognition. The hundreds of knights who had been marching up the street were knocked back as the wall carried them several dozen feet before depositing them, dead, on the other side of the walls. As the light died down, Alexios rose to his feet and walked away. Chapter 30. The world was quiet and calm. Teed's outburst of power had a lasting effect on Fall's source. Evidently, he had used so much that it would be some time before anyone in the area could even sense Fall again. Luckily, he had waited until the battle was over to do that. "You're just going to let him go?" Heather's furious voice rang out. Ruthie had taken charge for the moment and stopped anyone who considered going after Alexios while the man waltzed down the street like he owned it and walked out of the ruined gate. He paid no attention to the bodies he stepped over, be they students or knights. As he reached the back of their group, though, he helped a man to his feet. Querido Pravda looked like he had been through hell, but he limped alongside Alexios with little help. "Have you been watching the same battle as myself, Miss Denevere? For all we know, there are yet another 1,000 knights waiting for us to follow that man into the forest. No, and I hate it as much as you do. The shadows have taken more from me than you could ever know." Ruthie's voice was darker than ever. She paused to let her words sink in until Heather nodded. "We have a lot of work to do if we want to bring the school back into working condition, but for— Jacobus! A man screaming my name stepped out from an alleyway in the direction of the mental magic school. One of Chip's arms was hanging by his side, broken, and he was bleeding from a cut on his scalp. He was also filled with Vethris's power. Boba tried to stop me with a hand on my chest as he hoisted his warhammer, but I grabbed his wrist and shook my head. With a resigned voice, I said, "This one's mine." And I filled myself with Vethris's power for the last time. Or so I hoped. Boba let me go with a disgusted face and wiped his hand off on his leather jerkin. "Jake, no," Lily pled from the group of librarians as tears filled her eyes.
Aether crossed her arms and glared at me. Pixie just looked confused, and Erlia eyed me suspiciously as she walked over to join her cousin. "I'm sorry," I whispered, full of an evil god's power, then turned and engaged Chips. He shot a ball of fire at me, and I pulled a wall of earth out of the ground to catch it. Vethris's power was potent. Both the ball of flame and the wall it crashed into were the size of cars. They burst, and dirt rained down while Chips ran through the wreckage with the dagger in his good hand. He threw it in my direction, so I sprung up my Tempest shield, and the small blade was deflected by a bolt of lightning. Chips stopped in place, aware of the crackling energy surrounding my body. I sent more strikes at him, but he caught them on another blade he pulled from his robes, turning them away as if he could parry lightning itself. Never seen that before, I thought. Then Chips raised the broken pieces of earth I had used to defend against his fireball and launched them at my shield. I shot out lightning at the larger pieces that my shield wouldn't turn away on its own, but the numerous projectiles overwhelmed the shield and distracted my vision. Chips charged in just behind his attack and speared his shoulder into my chest. The jolt broke my focus, and my shield dissipated as Chips and I rolled on the ground for dominance. We broke apart and bolted to our feet. He didn't waste any time in throwing another dagger at my head, then finding another to thrust at my chest. I managed to dodge one and turn the other aside with Alexios' sword. Here, I thought today would be my greatest moment. I would have removed both Teed and yourself in one fell swoop. They would have made me a fucking king. I laughed and blocked his onslaught of attacks, using everything Fowley and Boba had taught me. As if I would have brought you Teed. You were meant to die today, Chips, one way or another. The men growled and spun. Wherever his daggers went, fire followed. I kept a strong gust of air up to avoid letting the flames reach me. You are a traitor, Jacobus, to us, to them. You have no sides but your own. There is no one worse than that. You're wrong, I bit off, as his dagger collided with my sword, and we held at a stalemate. Am I? Do you think those girls will take you back, now that they know what you are? You are nothing, foreigner. A doppelganger in the wrong world. Well, if I can't kill Teed, then perhaps Dartham will appreciate your death just as much. He only needs one son, one body, after all. He pushed me off and grinned. The fuck is that supposed to mean? Chips opened his mouth, but cut himself off as a warhammer was heading in the direction of his face. He only sensed it at the last moment, ducking and sending a burst of air into Boba's chest that sent the huge man flying backwards, crashing into the side of a building. I took the chance to shoot a spout of flame at Chip's eyes. He brought up a hand to deflect them, and my sword pierced through his chest. The hand landed on my shoulder, shaking. Chip's mouth started to fill with blood as he snarled one last time and spat in my face. Then I let his body fall to the ground, and I wiped myself off with his shirt. You're under arrest. Ruthie's cold voice rang out behind me. She was keeping the storm at bay with false power. It was like standing in the middle of a snow globe. Few flakes reached inside the large area, but outside was almost pure white. I let out a sigh and slowly turned to face the people I'd been lying to for so long. I raised my hands to my sides to show I wouldn't fight back, and a few people cringed with fear, Lily included. Gritting my teeth, I lowered my gaze to the ground. I didn't choose this, you know. Ruthie held up her hand and waved a pair of librarians over to grab me. You and your friend Brock will have a chance to defend yourselves, in front of the entire school, as you tell us why and how you let those monsters do this to our school. Your school, Jake. There was pain behind the anger in her voice. So, he was captured as well. At least I wasn't the only one. But you must know— No! You do not get to speak, Jake. Not now. Not after a great man was killed before our very eyes, Ruthie shouted. Then she lowered her voice. Just do me one thing. Octavio, did you have anything to do with that? I shook my head, and she seemed to relax, albeit slightly. Take him.
I didn't fight as two men stepped up behind me and grabbed one arm each. They pulled me toward the library as I tried to find the eyes of the girls I loved. When I opened my mouth, one of the men clasped a hand over it. Erlia was helping her cousin back to his feet. He was dazed, but all right. She jumped up and said, "Wait!" As she walked over to the front of the group, Aether, Lily, and Pixie joined her. "I think you owe us an explanation, and don't tell us he can't talk," she yelled at Ruthie before the woman could say the words. "You aren't the headmaster here. No one is anymore. An explanation, Jake. You owe us that much." The hand moved away from my face, but the men didn't release my arms. I looked into every one of the girls' pained expressions. Erlia was anxious to hear what I had to say, the least angry of the lot after I fought alongside her and her cousin for the past couple hours. Aether looked as angry as I'd ever seen her, arms crossed beneath her breasts. Her dark blue battle dress had several tears in it. Lily had tears streaming down her face. Her hands were up cupping her mouth to stop herself from sobbing. And Pixie just shook her head. "I didn't choose this," I repeated. "You all saw the other me in there, yeah? The one that nearly killed me? That was the Jacobus you all knew and thought I was. I'm just Jake Pratt, a kid from Rhode Island." I started chuckling. "And no, that's not just some remote island you've never heard of. It's from another world." I heard a few gasps, but notably, not from Ruthie. "Very close to this one, and yet I don't know a way back. So yes, I've lied to you all, countless times. But I only did it because I was afraid to die. Jacobus swore himself to the shadows, not me. I just traded bodies with the guy. They threatened me with death and torture if I didn't help them, and still, I sabotaged their work at every opportunity. Everything I've done since I came into this world has been out of desperation. It hasn't all been good or right. But I never meant to hurt or betray anyone. Had I told you all the truth sooner, would you have even believed me? Or would I have been put to death for the shadow that I was forced to become? I love you." I looked between the eyes of the four girls who I hoped still loved me. All of you, more than anything. And if they put me to death for this, then I can die happy knowing I've been able to spend some small part of my life with the four of you. All of their disparate faces were wet with tears by the end. They didn't try to argue as Ruthie's librarians led me away, nor did they say anything, aloud or mentally. I was dragged into the basement, force-fed some kind of alchemical liquid that made it impossible to sense Fall or Vethris' sources, and finally thrown into a cell beside one of the first enemies I made when I arrived at Aether. Brock was still unconscious when we arrived. Even when he awoke, he merely glared at me and refused to speak. Our trial was a week away, so I started working on my defense. Anything to avoid thinking of the girls who had looked so betrayed when I last saw them. I was sure I wouldn't be allowed any visitors, that the girls would avoid me until the day came that I was interrogated in front of the entire school. But on the second day, after sleeping in a cot and eating something akin to porridge every 6 hours, I felt 4 wonderful presences burst to life several stories above my head. Not wanting to ruin the moment, I merely waited, languishing in the fact that I felt the girls in my head at all after they cut themselves off from me during the battle. It was Lily who sent me what all 4 of them were thinking. "Well, Jake, you have a few days, and only one chance left. Tell us everything. And this time, Jake, we mean it. Everything." Her tone was flat and brooked no argument. The 4 girls that I loved more than anything had finally returned, and were willing to listen if nothing else. As Lily said, it was the only chance I would get. And, well, it wasn't like I had anything better to do. So I told them my life story, from start to end, though I desperately hoped it wouldn't be the true end. And for the first time since I arrived at Aether, I told the complete truth. Epilogue. "You know it won't work if I don't want it to." The beautiful redhead crossed her arms and looked up at Jacobus with a challenging look. Of all the moments to egg someone on, he couldn't believe she would dare. Not that he would go that far. Even he had limits. Jacobus ground the bridge of his nose between two fingers. The lady, Polonia Wisteria, or just Paul to anyone who wished to rob her of her fancy name and the family that it implied had her back, had been easier to deal with than this one. Paul was condescending and commanding, but willing. Philo just despised him.
"Really?" he finally growled. "I saw the way you looked at him. Maybe you thought he was on our side, but he was lying to you, pretending to be me, and you apparently fell for him."
Jacobus thrust his hands out by his sides.
"Well, here I am. The real me, that is, Jacobus Calidus, the shadow you thought you fell for. I even look the same, for fuck's sake. What could be holding you back against combining your powers with ours?"
Not long after he formed the bond with Paul, she brought another member into it. A former teacher from Aether Academy. Jacobus only regretted that he hadn't taken a class with this Villigrade poultice before getting to know her more intimately. The two older women were far more experienced than he in the ways of magic and more, and their power had been a boon when added to his own. So why did Philo continue to resist? Jacobus didn't fool himself into thinking that many of the shadows truly wished to serve their lord. They instead went to him for power. Well, the bond was an increase in power rivaled only by the gods themselves. Short of finding a foreign god to connect with, there was nothing Philo could do to boost her abilities so quickly. Yet, despite knowing all that from his own lips, and Polonia's if Philo didn't believe him, she continued to resist. Philo shrugged, as if power wasn't something that tempted her. "Maybe you just disgust me. Ever think of that?" Jacobus gritted his teeth and repeated himself.
"You still fell for him."
"You're not him, Jacobus. Considering that Jake was hiding his real identity the entire time, neither is he, for that matter. So, technically, the person I fell for never existed in the first place." With that, she turned around in her seat and went back to reading her book. Jacobus stood there for several seconds longer before deciding it was best to simply walk out. Exploding at the girl would never change her mind about him. Better to cool down and try again later. Not that Jacobus's next meeting would allow him to cool down. Corrido Pravda had been livid ever since they returned from the assault on Aether Academy. By almost all accounts, it had been a resounding success. Alexios wasn't quite as easy to work with as Dartham expected, but that didn't bother Jacobus. In fact, he found it hilarious. Still, they had emptied the prison beneath Aether's library, and that alone would have made the school look terrible, while also occupying faculty for months as they chased down the escapees. Even if he did nothing else for them, Alexios had achieved something the Shadows had been working toward for decades: the murder of Celestro Teed. The world was still reeling from that news, and Shadows everywhere risked discovery by their unaccountably good moods. The Knights, however, had been decimated. Very few of their numbers remained. Only those that fled into the forest as the fighting grew thick still lived. Only the cowards, basically. Corrido was the only man left worth the food they provided him, and Jacobus had a plan that might turn things around for the fallen Knights of Eradication. The High Templar was waiting for him, sipping a glass of wine as he did so often these days, sitting awkwardly alongside Polonia. Ever since Jacobus had taken leadership of the little group they had formed with Villigrade, a lot of Polonia's fire had gone out. She was not nearly as confident and charismatic as she had been when Jacobus first met her. Even now, she looked up at him with a slight tinge of fear in her eyes. Perhaps it was because she knew what he had in mind. Jacobus dropped into the seat across from Corrido and folded his hands before himself.
"So, I was right, was I not?"
Corrido bowed his head.
"Our recruitment has indeed risen substantially. 12 men or more join up on a daily basis, and that is only in this city. They finally believe the cause is worth fighting for, that we have a hope against the abominations that have slain so many of my brethren."
His face grew red with rage, though his voice remained controlled. Kirito suddenly reached down and pulled the gun from its sheath and setting it on the table roughly. Polonia cringed backwards before she could stop herself. The full might of the otherworldly weapons was only recently revealed, and she still felt uncomfortable around something that could kill her so easily. Jacobus, on the other hand, merely smiled. "This," the High Templar continued, "is the only reason they believe they have a chance, but we hardly have any left. The assault cost us everything." He slammed a fist against the table so hard that the gun shook. Jacobus spoke in a calm, measured manner. "Not everything. You still have your allies." He waved his hand toward Polonia, then himself. "You have your own life, of course, and the men you lost will be replaced soon with 3 times their number. The knights have fallen, but not nearly so low they cannot rise again." Kirito's eyes shone at that, with ambition as well as hope, but also with more than a little suspicion. "What is it you have in mind? I think the knights have forgotten who they truly serve. Fall is a god. Why should God soldiers not use his powers to enact his will? I know you call it obscene. You wish to end the use of magic, not become so desperate that you seek it out yourself. Well, Kirito, that is where I come in. What are servants of a god without a prophet to lead them?" Kirito's white eyebrows scrunched down. "And that would be you?" Jacobus leaned against the table, nodding his head. "I will continue to supply you with the weapons and ammunition you need, while also serving as a figurehead for your organization. A mage set on the destruction of his own kind." Jacobus grinned. "One who is so benevolent to the cause that, once it was over, he would finish the job with his own life, leaving this world behind to ascend to godhood itself." The knight's eyes grew troubled and flicked over to Polonia, who looked no more comfortable than he felt. Is it possible?" he murmured. Jacobus lowered his voice. "Of course. What is magic, after all, if not a god's true form?" Kirito didn't seem to understand what they were truly discussing. He knew what it meant for the knights, however. A powerful patron more aligned with their goals than Dartham could mean unparalleled success for them. Perhaps, Kirito thought, he could find a way to make the idea of following a mage more palatable to his men. They would work with the man for the moment and sacrifice him to their god as the final step in their eradication. Polonia, however, knew exactly what Jacobus had planned, though whether it was possible was a different matter. The original Iterat Virtutum spoke of a theory that had long been considered, but was never put into practice due to its sheer unlikeliness of ever happening. The writer proposed a hypothetical scenario in which something were to happen that would result in the deaths of mages en masse. Should all of a god's followers be slain but one, would that mage who remained not be akin to a god himself? It would, of course, require the murder of thousands of innocents across the continent. Luckily, it seemed Jacobus had found a group whose goals so conveniently aligned with his own. And since she shared a bond with him, Polonia Wisteria would be going along for the ride. She might finally have the level of power she always sought to attain. So, why did she find herself more terrified than she ever thought possible? This has been Witch Girl Study Group 3, An Isekai Fantasy Harem, written by Milo Storm, narrated by Sierra Klein. Copyright 2021 by Milo Storm. Production copyright by Milo Storm.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Thank you everyone for listening. I hope everyone gives one like, one subscribe to help the channel develop further.